Chapter 75. The Art of Investment. Under such conditions, Xiao Li was undoubtedly more than willing. I will leave a portion of cash in the pocket of the living room table for you to take directly for purchasing groceries, and then at the end of each month, please provide me with an account statement. By the way, you may choose any guest room on the first floor, and feel free to rest at any time during the afternoon. My only requirement is that the household remains perpetually tidy, and that the meals are prepared to a delightful standard. Liu Xiao said with a smile, also providing Xiao Li with the code to the villa's front gate. He was not concerned about Xiao Li embezzling funds. Firstly, his monthly salary was sufficiently generous. Xiao Li had no need to jeopardize his future for a trifling sum meant for groceries, which exemplified the principle of high salaries fostering integrity. Secondly, Liu Xiao himself hailed from humble beginnings and was well aware of the prevailing prices. Reviewing the account details at the end of each month meant that any attempts at falsifying accounts would be easily detectable. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will ensure your satisfaction, Xiao Li eagerly assured him. Liu Xiao's requests were virtually non-existent, and the work hours were astonishingly lenient, with several days off each month. This was indeed more relaxed than property management. Very well. If there are no further matters, you may return today. Consider this your first day of work. Liu Xiao nodded at Xiao Li, as he had other important matters to attend to that evening. All right, I will come by tomorrow morning. Xiao Li exited the villa, filled with exuberance. She even hoped that her future employer would spend more time indulging in leisure activities, returning home at 10 or 11 in the evening. If she could earn overtime pay for 10 days each month, wouldn't her salary soar towards 30,000? One bathroom a month, one living room a year, and a complete house in 2 years. Even accompanying other affluent individuals for 2 years might not yield such earnings. This is the perspective of the wealthy. The owner of that dreadful company was nothing short of a modern-day miser. Xiao Li snorted lightly, then chuckled, skipping away from the community. Xiao Gu, the salary you offered Xiao Li exceeds what I pay old Wang. Wu Qianqian nestled in Liu Xiao's embrace, teasingly remarked after Xiao Li departed. Old Wang was a master's graduate in civil engineering from a prestigious university, having been in the industry for 7 or 8 years, yet her offered salary was only 15,000 a month. Moreover, Old Wang's job entailed constant travel to project sites. In terms of exertion, 3 Xiao Li's could hardly compare. The world is inherently unfair, Liu Xiao replied with a smile and a shrug. He was indifferent to these disparities and cared little for the true value of anyone's service. With a daily income baseline of 20 million, he had no shortage of such trivial amounts. Whether raising Zhao Ke's salary or offering favorable terms to Xiao Li, it was all the same to him. Moreover, in Liu Xiao's perspective, there is no harm in treating those beneath him with a modicum of kindness. As long as they adhere to the rules and recognize their own standing, Liu Xiao would be more than willing to offer a monthly salary of 20,000 or even 200,000. Brother Xiao, what exactly do you consider to be an investment? Wu Qianqian inquired curiously, casting her gaze upon Liu Xiao. Though her family possessed a modest sum of money, it paled in comparison to Liu Xiao's wealth. Presently, the industries Liu Xiao is involved in, as far as she knows, encompass the realms of the internet, real estate development, and the hospitality sector. Furthermore, it appears that several of his companies are operating quite successfully, having recently invested 2 billion into Zhang Qingwan's enterprise. That is a staggering 2 billion in cash, enough to acquire 6 or 7 of her companies. Merely hearing Liu Xiao speak of such sums caused her heart to race intensely. If she were in his position, she would prefer to clutch 2 billion tightly in her hands rather than invest it. This hesitation stems from the inherent risk of potential losses in investment. However, keeping 2 billion in a bank account would yield interest, accumulating a substantial sum annually. Investment, in essence, is akin to casting a wide net. Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. There are no secrets to it. It is merely a matter of luck. The reason why Penguin has ascended to an empire is due to its vast investment scope. Domestically and internationally, any project with potential is met with an immediate influx of funds and resources. With a selection process as rigorous as picking one from 100, success is almost guaranteed. Casting a wide net, Wu Qianqian expressed her confusion. Let me illustrate with an example, Liu Xiao contemplated. In ancient times, there was a young lady who encountered a destitute scholar seeking shelter from the rain. Upon discovering his remarkable talent, she offered herself to him. The next day, with tears in her eyes, she bid farewell to the scholar, gifting him 100 taels for his journey, urging him not to forget her if he succeeded in his examinations. The scholar, vowing never to betray her, took the money and departed for the capital. And then what happened? Wu Qianqian asked with curiosity. After the scholar's departure, the young lady instructed her maid to record the scholar's name, only to find that over 50 names had already been documented. Liu Xiao smiled as he explained, "This is akin to venture capital and finance." After the scholar left, he instructed his servant to record the young lady's name, reflecting, "This is the 50th one. This represents financing." However, unbeknownst to both the scholar and the young lady, after their parting, their respective servants recorded each other's names and simultaneously lamented, "This is co-investing." Wu Qianqian chuckled heartily. "Brother Xiao, your analogy is indeed quite apartment." She couldn't help but laugh. Liu Xiao's words were remarkably clear and relatable. Such is the reality. Investment inherently involves both gains and losses. If you invest in only one venture, you will undoubtedly feel anxious. Yet, if you invest in 100, even if 90 fail, you need not panic. Should you divide 1 billion into 100 parts, even if 95 fail, as long as 5 succeed, you shall achieve success. No one remembers the failures. Only the successful are commemorated. Wu Qianqian nodded, her understanding dawning. It seemed she was beginning to grasp how she should navigate her future endeavors. In this era, most enterprises are in a frenzy of expansion, with few willing to invest substantial sums. Even when investing, the majority are inclined towards purchasing real estate and fixed assets. This reflects the limitations of the current times. Liu Xiao does not lack for funds. If he fails to identify suitable investment opportunities, he will simply invest all his savings into Matai once he has accumulated enough. After all, the growth of this asset has consistently remained robust. Investing 10 billion now could yield extraordinary returns in a decade. So, Brother Xiao, would you consider investing in your little secretary Wu? Perhaps investing now could earn you a substantial October bonus. Wu Qianqian leaned against Liu Xiao, winking at him. Is 3 billion sufficient? Liu Xiao embraced Wu Qianqian, laughing as he grasped the edge of his Da Vinci jacket. 3 billion won't suffice. At least 6 billion is necessary. I don't have that many financing targets, so it seems Brother Xiao will have to exert himself a bit. Wu Qianqian replied, her eyes gleaming with mirth, before bowing slightly. Chapter 76. Acquiring the property management company at the break of dawn, Liu Xiao, as per his usual routine, pressed the sign-in button. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 52 million. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please collect it at your earliest convenience. 52 million? Truly a stroke of luck. Liu Xiao felt an exhilarating surprise swell within him as he embraced the still sleeping Wu Qianqian, planting a gentle kiss on her cherubic face. With this newfound wealth, combined with the previous investment of 200 million, his cash reserves had now surpassed 100 million. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. He wondered if he might strike gold once more. Rubbing his hands together, he placed them in their rightful position and silently tapped the sign-in button once again. Congratulations, host. On successfully signing in, you have received a cash reward of 10,000. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded a full set of Mercedes-Maybach vehicles, totaling 8. All vehicles have been placed in the parking lot adjacent to Jiangxing University. Please collect them at your earliest convenience. Goodness, has luck truly favored me? Liu Xiao stared in disbelief at the rewards displayed on the system panel. Of course, he was familiar with the Mercedes-Maybach brand, typically associated with luxury and business, primarily in the SUV category. He had long harbored a desire to purchase one. Yet the local dealership only stocked the most basic models, and he had not pursued any special orders. But now, to have acquired the entire range of Maybach vehicles? What's wrong, Xiaogu? Wu Qianqian, stirred from her slumber by Liu Xiao's excitement, rubbed her eyes groggily. She had grown accustomed to his exuberance every morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, often leading to unexpected moments that disrupted her leisurely sleep. Nothing much. Just that the full range of Maybach vehicles I ordered has arrived, Liu Xiao chuckled, planting another kiss on Wu Qianqian's face. To him, her fortune transcended mere luck. She was akin to the goddess of fortune herself. This stroke of luck was truly unending. The entire Maybach range? Wu Qianqian questioned, momentarily taken aback. Yes. A total of 8 vehicles. Our garage is overflowing, so they've all been placed in the private parking lot I purchased next to Jiangxing University. Liu Xiao confirmed with a smile. That's quite a number. There aren't that many standard models available, are there? Perhaps a few concept cars included? Wu Qianqian speculated. Her curiosity piqued. Liu Xiao, unsure, recalled that the normal retail offerings of Maybach were indeed limited, around 3 or 4 models. How did you manage to acquire them all? Wu Qianqian gazed at Liu Xiao with exaggerated astonishment. His Bugatti was already a type of concept vehicle, limited to around 10 units globally. However, securing an entire range was an entirely different matter. Simply put, without a powerful backing, it was utterly impossible. They were a gift from a friend. Liu Xiao replied with a smile, shaking his head lightly. But let us set that aside for now and discuss it at noon. Noticing Wu Qianqian's exquisite figure exposed to the morning air, Liu Xiao couldn't help but grin mischievously as he lay back down beside her. Even without engaging in any activities, the sheer pleasure of sleeping next to a stunning woman was an exquisite indulgence. Initially, he had told Xiao Li to arrive by 11 for lunch, but fearing delays, Xiao Li arrived around 9 in the morning. This was his first meal prepared for his employer, and he had clearly put in considerable effort. In addition to the ingredients purchased the previous day, he had brought along numerous other items. When Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian awakened once more, Xiao Li was nearly ready to serve the meal. Mr. Liu, Miss Wu, please take a moment to rest. The dishes will be ready shortly. Wow, you've prepared so many dishes. Liu Xiao remarked upon seeing the array of cold dishes laid out on the table. The portions are modest. It's my first time cooking, and I wasn't sure what you both would prefer, so I prepared a variety for you to sample. This way, we can avoid waste in the future. Xiao Li explained. Her cheeks flushed as she noted the sight of Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian in their sleepwear. It was evident that Wu Qianqian's attire left little to the imagination, and even Xiao Li, a woman herself, felt a tinge of embarrassment at Wu Qianqian's stunning figure. She couldn't help but wonder how, as women, they could differ so vastly in appearance. Perhaps during the creation of humanity, the goddess Nuwa had simply shaped her from the finest clay. Thank you for your hard work. Wu Qianqian nodded appreciatively at Xiao Li. Compared to Liu Xiao, she found herself more at ease with this lifestyle, having previously enjoyed a similar arrangement at her own home. Liu Xiao took a bite of the meal, and his eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Li had indeed lived up to her word. The food was genuinely delicious. Of course, it couldn't compare to the culinary prowess of a hotel chef, but it brimmed with the comforting essence of home-cooked fare. Admittedly, other than his own hotel's offerings, he seldom dined elsewhere. It was well known that the national standards set the baseline, yet many businesses treated it as the upper limit, possibly including additives that could lead to adverse health effects if consumed excessively. After enjoying lunch at home, Wu Qianqian initially planned to head to the office, but Liu Xiao urged her to accompany him to the parking lot next to Jiangxing University. Cars were undoubtedly more enjoyable to drive together. Xiao Gu, it seems you'll need to purchase a larger parking facility. Wu Qianqian chuckled as they entered the garage, which was filled to the brim with vehicles. With only 10 parking spaces available, 8 were occupied by Maybachs, and including the one they had arrived in, that left just 1 vacant. The underground parking at home could accommodate only 4 or 5 vehicles at most. Indeed, we'll need a new parking lot, Liu Xiao agreed, nodding in affirmation. Although they could still fit the vehicles, the parking lot at Jiangxing University had been purchased primarily for convenience during school hours and was not intended for daily use. It was impractical to have to drive from home to switch vehicles every time he wished to take a car out. I recall that the property management of Yulong Jingyuan has a batch of parking spaces available, Liu Xiao pondered aloud. There are indeed public parking spaces available. But aren't you concerned about the attention your cars might attract if parked there? Wu Qianqian teased. Do you think that could deter me? Liu Xiao chuckled. Since these are public parking spaces, we can simply convert them into private ones. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Huangxi. Huangxi, please investigate the shareholder information for the property management company at Yulong Jingyuan and contact them about purchasing the entire company. Chapter 77. The Maybach Supreme Edition Xiao Ge Yu. Wu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback as Liu Xiao hung up the phone. Was he really considering buying the property management company just to secure a parking space? While the management of Yulong Jingyuan was not a particularly large company, it fell within the realm of first-tier property management. Purchasing it entirely, along with the associated fixed assets, would require at least over 10 million. Seeing Wu Qianqian's astonished expression, Liu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Merely a little over 10 million. And this sum can even be regarded as an investment in consumption. What is there not to rejoice about? Xiao Gu, you are truly extravagant. Wu Qianqian gazed helplessly at Liu Xiao, regretting ever broaching the subject. Alas, that 10 million has inexplicably vanished. Not to worry, we must have a place to park. Liu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stepping forward to inspect the row of Maybachs. The vehicle information will not be segmented by timeline. as there are no available records. After all, the author's own vehicle is merely a Lamborghini Hermes. The first three models that caught the eye were the base versions of Maybach. One was the Maybach S-Class, the second the Maybach GLS, and the third the Maybach G-Class. Acceptable, Liu Xiao nodded in approval. Compared to Bugatti, Maybach is already considered quite affordable, while the entry-level Bugatti Veyron starts at $25 million. The Maybach S-Class is priced at $4 million, the GLS at $3.5 million, and the G-Class at approximately $3.6 million. Together, the three vehicles barely exceed $10 million. Wu Qianqian, not particularly familiar with these cars, had only compared images online. The Maybach SL Class, a concept vehicle, is estimated to be around $16 million. The Maybach EQS SUV, also a concept car, has an expected price of $12 million. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Just these two vehicles are already worth more than her family's company. The Maybach Project, a concept sports car from Mercedes, is rumored to have a pre-sale price exceeding $20 million. Additionally, the Maybach, another concept sports car, is expected to be around $30 million. This is actually my favorite, Liu Xiao remarked with a smile, patting the hood of the last vehicle. This model is the Maybach Supreme Luxury Concept SUV, adorned in a striking red hue, exuding an air of grandeur. Most importantly, the spaciousness of both the front and rear seats is truly impressive. If memory serves, the expected price for this vehicle is also around $30 million. Thus, the combined price of these 8 vehicles approaches just over $100 million. I too find this one the most aesthetically pleasing, Wu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. As for the two sports cars, Liu Xiao's Bugatti Vision was parked nearby, which undeniably pales in comparison. However, the essence of Maybach vehicles is their grandiosity and length. It is evident that such cars are not particularly suitable for a girl to drive. Liu Xiao had no strong feelings towards the other vehicles, ultimately selecting the Maybach Supreme Luxury Edition. Despite its price exceeding $30 million, the car's design is understated, and the interior is exceptionally comfortable with ample space. Liu Xiao tested the vehicle's chassis, confirming its stability. Even engaging in activities inside the car likely wouldn't be noticeable from the outside. Qianqian, you drive the Bugatti, and I shall take this Maybach. Liu Xiao chose the Supreme Luxury Edition and tried sitting inside. While the Bugatti may be more expensive in terms of passenger comfort, it is undoubtedly inferior to the Maybach. Let's drive these two cars for now and return home tonight. Once Huangqi finalizes the property purchase, we can retrieve the other vehicles. Xiao Go, I believe you should drive this SUV in the future. After all, your Bugatti is rather conspicuous, making parking quite inconvenient. Wu Qianqian said with a smile. Each time they took the Bugatti out, they had to seek hidden corners in the parking lot, wary of lingering too long lest they attract attention. Parking on the street was even more daunting. The sleek exterior and aerodynamic design of this vehicle are undoubtedly captivating to both men and women alike. In contrast, the Maybach Supreme Edition is far more discreet. While still exuding a sense of grandeur, those unfamiliar with it might merely perceive it as an unfamiliar Maybach worth a few million. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. Moreover, with the car's shock absorption and soundproofing capabilities, it is likely that even if parked on the street, their activities would remain unnoticed, wouldn't they? The two drove to the company. Upon seeing Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian enter the building, Old Wang hurriedly knocked and followed them into the office. Boss, Ms. Wu, here are the project records from the past 8 days. Based on the feedback from our business personnel, I have summarized the current project progress. Old Wang reported on the status of the projects. At present, they had identified 13 projects from Tiantian Real Estate, including 4 large-scale projects, 5 medium-scale projects, and 4 small-scale projects. The 4 small projects had been abandoned by Tiantian Real Estate and were now under their management, supplied at the market's lowest price. The remaining 9 projects were still in negotiations, with Old Wang having invested $1.5 million in the previous afternoon's discussions, driving the market price down to its lowest point. Liu Xiao glanced at the documents and nodded. How much of the $10 million remains on the books? Approximately $6 million. Old Wang was about to respond when Wu Qianqian interjected. As the aggressor in this endeavor, she could underreport prices and delay shipments. Thus, the capital consumption on Jianglu real estate side was not substantial, having only spent about $4 million. And what is the current estimate for Tiantian Real Estate? Tiantian Real Estate has likely spent over $650,000 so far, Liu Xiao contemplated silently. So, does that mean Li Tian is left with only $50,000? However, that was of little consequence. With just 2 days remaining, as long as Li Tian had less than $5 million, he would inevitably face a breach of contract with Liu Xiao. Given a month, Li Tian might have had a chance to recover his losses from the projects. But in the current scenario, it seemed he was truly finished. I appreciate your hard work during this time. Once this busy period is over, each member of your project team will receive a bonus of $10,000, and you personally will receive $50,000, Liu Xiao added. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Old Wang was instantly elated. Thank you, boss. 50,000 is equivalent to my salary for 4 months. It seemed he had truly made the right decision in choosing this boss, who indeed was generous. Chapter 78. Wu Qianqian's parents. Qianqian. You can take it easy with the company affairs. There's no need to exert yourself so much. Liu Xiao gently stroked the ends of Wu Qianqian's hair. This girl had practically been living at the company every day, demonstrating an extraordinary work ethic. Liu Xiao had observed the persistent redness in her eyes, indicating her fatigue. She meticulously reviewed all the company's accounts and information to feel at ease. It's all right. I genuinely enjoy this work, Wu Qianqian smiled. Her presence in the company was not solely driven by a desire for revenge. Fundamentally, she wished to safeguard Liu Xiao's endeavors. Although Liu Xiao's wealth continually surpassed her expectations, she still believed that her current efforts were meaningful. Her mindset resembled that of a little thief cat, hoarding a treasure for her beloved. While it may not serve immediate purposes, the thought that Liu Xiao might utilize it in the future filled her with inexplicable motivation. Moreover, given the booming real estate market over the past 2 years, it was entirely possible that the company could indeed flourish under her stewardship. Liu Xiao observed with resignation as he shook his head, realizing that he could not sway Wu Qianqian's decisions. He found himself retracting his previous assertion that a woman's ambition was her greatest virtue. It seemed that a woman's fierce dedication to her career might not be as advantageous as he once thought. By the way, Xiao, I plan to head home shortly. Would you care to join me? Wu Qianqian inquired, turning her gaze towards Liu Xiao. Since the day they began their relationship, she had only returned home once, and after resolving her company's financial issues, she had yet to visit again. Her parents had been expressing a desire to meet Liu Xiao recently. Going to your home? Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as he had never contemplated such a matter. Throughout his life, he had mostly been on his own. Although he grew up in an orphanage, he hadn't forged any lasting friendships there. Once he became self-sufficient, he juggled work and studies, leaving him with little concept of family. Even in his previous life, despite having dated numerous individuals, he had never reached the stage of meeting any parents. However, he acknowledged that he ought to meet Wu Qianqian's parents. Given that he had shared many intimate moments with their daughter, and considering she had effectively abandoned her family's business, it was only reasonable to introduce himself. All right. Shall we go this afternoon? After a moment's hesitation, Liu Xiao nodded. Wu Qianqian was pleasantly surprised by his swift agreement. Then it's settled, Xiao. I'll call them now. She sprang to her feet and hurriedly moved aside to contact her parents. This girl, Liu Xiao mused, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly anxious about meeting Wu Qianqian's parents. After all, they were aware of their relationship, and Liu Xiao had played a pivotal role in saving their family business, which should have earned him their goodwill. Since they were all in Jiangcheng, it was inevitable that they would meet, and considering this opportunity, it was prudent to make the acquaintance. He stopped by a nearby shop to purchase a few fine cigars and 2 bottles of exquisite wine, then returned home to retrieve the 2 luxury Patek Philippe watches he had bought earlier, one for men and one for women, elegantly packaged, perfect for gifting. Xiao, this is quite extravagant, Wu Qianqian exclaimed with a mix of amusement and disbelief as she gazed at Liu Xiao's filled trunk. Let us not forget, those 2 watches alone are worth several million. One must be courteous in gifting, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, closing the trunk of his Maybach. Xiao, you are truly wonderful to me, Wu Qianqian said, planting a kiss on his lips. She understood that Liu Xiao's generosity was entirely due to her. Though such gifts were trivial to him, they deeply moved her. You kissed the wrong spot, Liu Xiao teased, brushing his finger over his lips and grinning at her. We can discuss that later when we get home. Wu Qianqian blushed, fully grasping Liu Xiao's implication. It's getting late. It should take us about 30 minutes to reach your house. Why don't we? Liu Xiao chuckled knowingly and climbed into the car first, leaving Wu Qianqian to follow hesitantly into the passenger seat. She pressed a button to lower the screens on the side windows. The luxury vehicle was indeed a blessing. Even in the sweltering summer heat, they remained cool and comfortable. Noticing Wu Qianqian's initiative, Liu Xiao shifted in his seat and started the engine, driving towards her home. As they entered the villa district, Wu Qianqian took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and took a few sips. She then hurriedly pulled out her foundation to touch up her flushed cheeks. If her parents were to see her in such a state, it would be disastrous. Xiao, is there anything amiss? Wu Qianqian glanced around anxiously, uncertain if any water had splashed onto her clothes. Liu Xiao smiled reassuringly. The evidence of their earlier rendezvous had been thoroughly eliminated by Wu Qianqian, and aside from her rosy complexion, there was nothing else to indicate their activities. Rest assured, everything is perfectly fine. Next time, I'll take you to buy some clothes from other stores. Although Givenchy's garments are exquisite, their designs can be rather monotonous, he remarked. Wu Qianqian was clad in the most expensive outfit from the Givenchy store at the Grand Mall, purchased just days prior. While the attire was undeniably beautiful, Liu Xiao felt that even though she changed outfits frequently, they bore a certain resemblance in craftsmanship and silhouette, leading him to perceive that she hadn't changed at all. It looks stunning already. Xiao Gu, do you think I'm becoming boring? Wu Qianqian pouted playfully. If I found you tedious, would I accompany you home? Liu Xiao playfully swatted her on the backside, chuckling as he parked the car in front of the villa. Is this the one? He pointed to a house a short distance away. This community was relatively older, featuring both underground parking and surface roads for vehicles. Additionally, there were parking spaces outside, eliminating the need for any further hassle. Yes, should I call them? Wu Qianqian nodded. Oh, come on. We're already at the door. What is the point of calling? Liu Xiao rolled his eyes at her and turned off the engine, stepping out of the car to retrieve the gifts from the trunk. Approaching the villa, he rang the doorbell. Within moments, hurried footsteps echoed from inside. A middle-aged woman opened the door, and, upon seeing Liu Xiao, her eyes brightened. Mom, Wu Qianqian exclaimed. Qianqian. This must be Liu Xiao, her mother said, her eyes sparkling as she took in the sight of Liu Xiao beside her daughter. My future son-in-law is quite handsome. Chapter 79, Teaching by Example. Good afternoon, Auntie. With his hands occupied with gifts, Liu Xiao merely nodded with a smile. Truth be told, although it was their first meeting, Wu Qianqian's mother was exceptionally beautiful, appearing to be in her 30s despite being in her 40s. If one were to see her next to Wu Qianqian, they might easily mistake them for sisters. Come in, come in. Wu Qianqian's mother quickly took the gifts from Liu Xiao's hands, ushering them inside. Mom, where's Dad? Wu Qianqian asked curiously as she scanned the room for her father. Oh, we ran out of wine, so he went out to buy some more. But now that Xiao is here, Wu Qianqian's mother smiled, recalling how their company had been revived solely due to Liu Xiao's efforts. Calling him a lifesaver would not be an exaggeration. Now that Liu Xiao was also in a relationship with her daughter, and their bond appeared to be quite strong, it was only natural for them to feel joy. Thus, the couple had planned to warmly welcome their future son-in-law, but due to the short notice from Wu Qianqian, they hadn't prepared much. Immediately after receiving her call, they had sent the housekeeper and Wu Qianqian's father out to buy provisions while she took it upon herself to cook in the kitchen. Compared to the pampered daughter Wu Qianqian, her culinary skills are indeed quite commendable. Auntie, I have merely come to pay a visit to you and uncle. There is no need for such formality. Formality? Here in Jiangxing, even the son-in-law is treated this way, Wu Ma replied, gesturing for Wu Qianqian to take Xiao Lu upstairs for a moment of rest. Once your father returns, we shall commence dinner. Auntie, let us assist you with the cooking. Liu Xiao offered with a smile. Most of it is already prepared. Just listen to Auntie and go rest upstairs, Wu Ma insisted, gently pushing Liu Xiao up the staircase. With no other option, Liu Xiao followed Wu Qianqian upstairs. Brother Xiao, aren't my family quite warm-hearted? Wu Qianqian remarked with a smile as they ascended. Her parents had always been easygoing, rarely scolding her throughout her upbringing. They supported her college relationship, provided she did not associate with unsavory characters. Thus, her family environment was quite liberal. Indeed, they are very hospitable, Liu Xiao nodded, experiencing this level of warmth for the first time. Upon entering Wu Qianqian's bedroom, he noted the charming decor, pink walls adorned with various anime posters, a pink bedspread, and two large teddy bears standing over half a meter tall. However, a few sets of intimate clothing lay carelessly hung in the wardrobe. Feeling a tinge of shyness as Liu Xiao surveyed her room, Wu Qianqian hurriedly gathered her belongings. We are already like an old married couple. Why am I still so bashful? Liu Xiao chuckled at her actions, having seen such items more than once before. Wait for me a moment. I need to freshen up, Wu Qianqian said, her cheeks flushed as she hurried into the bathroom. She felt the need to handle her battle spoils carefully to avoid any embarrassing revelations. However, to her astonishment, Liu Xiao followed her into the bathroom. Brother Xiao, don't move, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, quickly retreating to the side. Yet, in the next moment, Liu Xiao wrapped her in his embrace, leaning in close to her ear. Qianqian, you wouldn't want your parents to find out about this, would you? After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Qianqian surrendered to his advances. When they finally descended an hour later, Wu Ma noticed Wu Qianqian's slightly damp hair and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you just take a shower? She recalled seeing Wu Qianqian upon her return and assumed she must have bathed that morning. Well, Wu Qianqian stammered, suddenly anxious, her face displaying a hint of panic. Annie, the car didn't have air conditioning on the way here, and it was too hot, so I just took a quick rinse. Liu Xiao interjected with a smile, smoothing over the situation. Oh, is that so? Wu Ma nodded thoughtfully, casting a knowing glance at her daughter and son-in-law, a teasing smile creeping onto her face. Your uncle is back. Hurry and take a seat at the dining table. Let us eat together. It's all Brother Xiao's fault. We've definitely been found out. Wu Qianqian's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched Liu Xiao's arm in embarrassment. So what if we've been found? Next time, You can discover something about your parents, and we'll be even. Liu Xiao chuckled awkwardly, surprised by Wu Ma's perceptiveness, yet relieved she had not outright confronted them. As Liu Xiao entered the living room, he saw a middle-aged man rise from the sofa. Liu Xiao, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Welcome to our home. Wu Ba said with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. He was thoroughly pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Having only one daughter, he had never aspired to expand the family business significantly. His primary goal was his daughter's happiness. Liu Xiao, who could lend support in times of crisis, was nothing short of impeccable. In fact, had it not been for Liu Xiao's background, after overcoming this crisis, he might have considered selling the company outright to enjoy a life of leisure as a wealthy man. The thought of narrowly escaping financial ruin only deepened his gratitude towards Liu Xiao. All right, Dad, let us eat, Wu Qianqian said cheerfully, pulling Liu Xiao away from Wu Ba and making a playful face at him. Look, my daughter has grown up. She's no longer as close to her father. Wu Ba shook his head in resignation at his daughter's antics. Oh, it's not just you. It's the influence of your upbringing. Wu Qianqian laughed, leading Liu Xiao to the dining chairs. Please, uncle, take a seat first. Liu Xiao gestured for Wu Ba to sit before he and Wu Qianqian took their places. Soon, Wu Ma brought the remaining 2 dishes to the table. Here, Xiao Lu, let us raise a toast to you first. Wu Ba poured a glass of white liquor for Liu Xiao, both he and Wu Ma raising their glasses. They felt compelled to express their gratitude. Even if Liu Xiao would eventually be their son-in-law, the fact that he could present 8 million under such circumstances was exceptionally rare. Uncle and Auntie, if we're to toast, I must also express my gratitude to you for raising such a wonderful daughter, Liu Xiao replied, lifting his glass and discreetly winking at Wu Qianqian, who promptly lowered her gaze in shyness. She understood his intent. Most girls would not be so generous without months of acquaintance, yet she had whisked Liu Xiao away to a hotel and given him everything she could. Not even a goddess could compare. However, Wu Ba and Wu Ma failed to catch Liu Xiao's underlying meaning. After downing their drinks, the atmosphere at the table grew more intimate. By the way, Xiao Lu, do you currently have a company here in Jiangxing? Wu Ba inquired curiously, aware that his daughter had been working at Liu Xiao's company recently, but had not inquired further about it. Yes, I have a few small companies. Liu Xiao affirmed with a nod. What industries do they operate in? Wu Ba asked, intrigued. Construction, hospitality, real estate, and the internet, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. So many? Wu Ba was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had thought Liu Xiao's background might be similar to their own. But if he owned so many companies and could easily invest 8 million, then Liu Xiao's assets were certainly far beyond a few tens of millions. It's not that many, just 4 companies, merely small ventures, Liu Xiao clarified. Aside from the towering Sky building, he indeed holds a certain disdain for a few other companies, as their market values are rather insignificant and they are burdened with a multitude of troubles. Mom and Dad, Liu Xiao's companies each boast at least a valuation in the tens of millions, Wu Qianqian chimed in, her laughter ringing with a hint of pride. The disparity in social standing between her family and Liu Xiao's was undeniable, a truth Wu Qianqian had long since come to terms with. Even a casual garment purchase would commence at 100,000, while a watch would be the most extravagant choice. She had once received 10 million, declaring it mere pocket money. Although her family was comfortably well off, if Liu Xiao were to indulge, he could deplete her family's modest assets in a single day. Observing Liu Xiao's composed demeanor, Wu Dad couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, at times, the chasm between individuals can be far greater than that between man and beast. Uncle, he said, you are now a shareholder in our company. Henceforth, should your company require any assistance, feel free to draw upon the resources and personnel of mine. He chuckled, taking a sip of his drink. We're nearing 50, and this company shall be the dowry for Qianqian. Dad, you're still quite young. The company needs you. Wu Qianqian interjected hurriedly, alarmed by her father's intention to step back. There are people in their 60s and 70s still working. You should continue for a while longer. Hearing her words, Wu Dad felt a warmth envelop his heart. Indeed, his daughter cared for him. Rest assured, my health is robust, he began, but before he could finish, Wu Qianqian added, if you retire early, wouldn't that tire Liu Xiao out? Wu Dad felt the warmth that had just surged within him dissipate inexplicably. Qianqian, perhaps it would be prudent to speak less if you lack the right words, Liu Xiao remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Wu Qianqian. Ahem, uncle, let us drink. Liu Xiao quickly refilled Wu Dad's glass. Wu Mom, reveling in the unfolding drama, was nearly doubled over with laughter. It seemed she had once been just as spirited as her daughter. Why did it now irk her so? Wu Qianqian pouted slightly, clearly displeased by Liu Xiao's glare. Liu Xiao, eager to shift the conversation, inquired, Uncle, what is the current focus of our company's operations? How could the funding chain suddenly collapse? His curiosity piqued. He added, logically, The real estate sector should be flourishing right now. To put it plainly, any family with some assets could thrive in these times, even if merely by chance. Upon mentioning this, Wu Dad's expression turned to one of resignation. Given the economic conditions of the past 2 years, he had managed to keep the company afloat to this extent, and truth be told, he felt like giving himself a few slaps. Here's the situation, he began, candidly sharing his tale. Our company's focus has primarily been on construction projects and contracts. A year ago, the Zhang family in Jiangxing announced several contracting opportunities. I thought, given their substantial resources, there would be no issues with funding, so I bid for one of their projects and secured a 20 million contract. Initially, the months of last year went smoothly, with a 1-month capital advance, and the funds returned promptly upon maturity. However, since March of this year, the repayment of the advance has been incessantly delayed. By June, the Zhang family had yet to return 1 million, while our employees grew increasingly restless, resulting in a deficit of over 500,000. With no other recourse, I had to resort to borrowing. But as you can imagine, in such circumstances, banks are unwilling to lend, leaving me no choice but to seek out funds in the market. That's when I encountered Li Tian from Tian Company, who lent me 500,000 at exorbitant interest, stipulating that I disclose the details of the fund's usage. This seemed reasonable at the time, and I was grateful to secure the loan. However, I was blindsided when Li Tian, after lending me the money, disseminated rumors of my impending bankruptcy using the very information I provided, revealing my borrowing details and the company's accounts to our employees, which incited panic. Several foremen relentlessly pursued me for 2 months' back wages. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might not have survived this ordeal, Wu Dad lamented with a bitter smile. He had now witnessed the depths of human malice. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Li Tian had acted in such a manner. Liu Xiao nodded in understanding. The motive behind Li Tian's actions was, in fact, his interest in Wu Qianqian. His willingness to lend to Wu Dad stemmed from his regard for her as well. Naturally, this was a thought Liu Xiao would keep to himself. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by how such a substantial company as the Zhang family could inexplicably default on payments owed to Wu Dad. 1 million to the Zhang family was likely a trifling sum. Losing credibility over such a negligible amount seemed out of character for a prominent family. Chapter 81. A daughter grows up. Liu Xiao voiced his curiosity. However, Wu Dad shook his head, indicating his ignorance. The Zhang family's enormity was beyond the influence of a small figure like himself. Even though they owed him money, he hardly dared to confront them directly, opting instead for a conciliatory approach in his requests for repayment. Suddenly, Liu Xiao had a thought. By the way, uncle, who was the representative from the company that signed the project supply contract with you? Zhang Haifeng, the eldest son of the Zhang family patriarch. Why do you ask? Ah, indeed, Liu Xiao replied, nodding. If the Zhang family were to back the deal, the funds would undoubtedly be repaid. After all, for a family of their stature, credibility holds far more weight than mere currency. In this era, it is indeed a matter of reputation. However, if it were Zhang Qingwan's brother, the situation would make sense, as they were likely operating under strict budget constraints with only 1 million as their startup capital. Attempting to secure multiple projects with such limited funds could easily lead to a broken financial chain. Liu Xiao pondered for a moment. If Zhang Qingwan were to encounter trouble, it would undoubtedly yield benefits for Zhang Haifeng as well. Uncle, let us set aside this topic. In a few days, I'll consult some acquaintances to see if we can retrieve the 1 million that's been withheld from you, Liu Xiao said, raising his glass with a smile. He had no intention of involving himself in the internal strife of the Zhang family. He would simply relay this information to Zhang Qingwan when the opportunity arose. Wu Dad did not pursue the matter further. Although it was evident that Liu Xiao was privy to some insider information, he lacked the desire to delve deeper. For now, familial harmony and a fulfilling life were his priorities. He resolved to avoid ventures that required substantial capital in the future, opting instead for steady growth. He had come to realize that while one can never earn enough money, life is fleeting, and it is essential to live in the moment and relish life as pleasures. Let us drink, Wu Dad proclaimed, lifting his glass in unison. Xiao, we have just discussed the economic landscape for the forthcoming years. What direction do you believe our business should take in the coming years? Wu Dad inquired curiously, glancing at Liu Xiao. As for the development of the enterprise, Liu Xiao pondered for a moment. In my opinion, future growth should be approached from 3 perspectives. In a favorable economic climate, we, as civil engineers, ought to pursue project development with prudence, minimizing our upfront financial contributions, or even abstaining from them altogether, focusing instead on cash transactions. This strategy allows us to maximize our market presence while mitigating risks. Secondly, we should endeavor to develop more projects in the high-tech sector, holding on to them until the period of profitability arrives. Lastly, we must align ourselves with prevailing market trends, seizing opportunities for loans when feasible. The more we can secure, the better. Of course, at present, there is no pressing need for loans. If Uncle Wu has any promising projects, please inform me, and I can ensure that the funds are transferred to your company account within an hour, Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. In recent years, irrespective of the investment avenue, acquiring real estate for retention has proven to be more advantageous. In 4 to 5 years, the returns on such investments could far exceed mere doubling. Properties in strategic locations could potentially appreciate by 3 to 4 times, and those in coveted school districts might even see 5 to 6-fold increases. A property valued at 2 to 3 million could, with the right gamble, escalate to 150 million in just over 4 years. If leveraged appropriately, reaching $1 billion is not an insurmountable aspiration. Xiao, do you harbor such optimism regarding the future market? Wu Dad, observing Liu Xiao's resolute demeanor, felt a surge of curiosity. Liu Xiao gently shook his head and proceeded to elucidate the future landscape and market conditions to Wu Dad. With a background in finance, Liu Xiao had an extensive repository of insights regarding financial trends for the next decade stored in his mind, encompassing both current circumstances and future projections. As Wu Dad absorbed Liu Xiao's analysis, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a fortuitous opportunity? Why engage in upfront financing? Wu Dad exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. They continued their discussion for over an hour, the dishes on the table growing cold, yet Wu Dad persistently engaged Liu Xiao with inquiries. Dad, that's quite enough. You're asking too many questions. Wu Qianqian had returned to the kitchen with Wu Mom, reheating several dishes and bringing them back out. Seeing her father still relentlessly questioning Liu Xiao, she could no longer bear it. Qianqian, you simply do not comprehend. Xiao's capabilities are truly astounding. Wu Dad shook his head repeatedly. Had he known Liu Xiao a year earlier, he might not have let his company reach such a state. However, it is not too late now. After over an hour of conversation, Wu Dad genuinely felt he had gained invaluable insights. It is no wonder Liu Xiao has managed to establish 4 companies at such a young age. Initially, Wu Dad believed Liu Xiao had succeeded due to familial support. But now he realized that given Liu Xiao's acumen, with just a modicum of capital, he could easily manage not 4, but 40 companies. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals, including some at the pinnacle of various industries in Jiangcheng. Yet he found their assessments of the present and predictions for the future to be vague and official. In contrast, Liu Xiao's analyses were remarkably clear and insightful. It could be said that Liu Xiao's capabilities far surpassed those of his peers. Seeing her father so impressed by Liu Xiao, Wu Qianqian felt a swell of pride. Xiao Ge, have some soup. I just heated up some beef broth. It's absolutely delicious. Wu Qianqian promptly served Liu Xiao a bowl of soup. Liu Xiao, feeling a bit parched from their discussion, eagerly drank several mouthfuls. Xiao, come now, eat more vegetables. You haven't had much yet. Thank you, Auntie. Wu Mom quickly added several portions of vegetables to Liu Xiao's bowl, beaming at him. Hey, what about mine? Wu Dad looked at the conspiring mother-daughter duo and then down at his empty bowl with a resigned expression. Dad, you're still young. You can serve yourself. Wu Qianqian giggled, taking Liu Xiao's bowl and filling it with more beef broth. Wu Mom remained silent, merely shooting Wu Dad a glance. Then picking up the serving chopsticks to add more vegetables to Liu Xiao's bowl. Can you compare to your son-in-law? Auntie, that's enough. Liu Xiao, seeing Wu Mom's relentless serving, waved his hands in refusal. If this continued, his bowl would become a mountain of food. Eat more, eat more. Wu Mom's eyes sparkled with delight. She was certainly listening to Liu Xiao, and her understanding of these matters was quite profound. The more she heard him speak, the more astonished she became. Her son-in-law was truly remarkable. Chapter 82, Wu Yunhai's Procrastination. That evening, Liu Xiao had intended to return home. But unable to resist Wu Mom's warmth, he ended up staying overnight at Wu Qianqian's house. Xiao, I want to prepare a guest room for you separately. Wu Mom teased, casting a knowing glance at Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian. Mom. Wu Qianqian instantly felt her cheeks flush, stamping her foot in embarrassment. Although her parents had long been aware of her and Liu Xiao's arrangement, knowing and publicly acknowledging it were 2 entirely different matters. Feeling her mother's gaze, Wu Qianqian felt as though flames were licking at her face. Liu Xiao, standing nearby, also felt a twinge of awkwardness. No matter how thick-skinned he was, walking into a girl's room and staying over in front of her parents was undeniably a bit uncomfortable. Wu Mom laughed heartily and ceased to tease them further, retreating to her own room. Xiao Ge, this is all your fault. I want to be able to face my family again, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, dragging Liu Xiao back to her room. I think your parents are rather open-minded. It's not a big deal. Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling Wu Qianqian closer. I'll never stay at home again. Wu Qianqian buried her face in her pillow, her fair thighs restlessly shifting up and down, especially when returning home that afternoon. It seemed Wu Mom had noticed something in their room. The mere thought made Wu Qianqian feel overwhelmed. However, Liu Xiao had no intentions of being reckless tonight. The physical exertion of the past few days had been quite taxing. He was no stallion, and rest was indeed necessary. Besides, being at Wu Qianqian's home felt somewhat constrained. Only Liu Xiao understood that when Wu Qianqian raised her voice, it was nothing short of terrifying. Otherwise, she wouldn't have warned Xiao Li in advance that anything heard or seen at home was not to be shared. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Zhang Qingwan, requesting her to investigate the financial records of Zhang Haifeng's company. This should suffice. If Zhang Qingwan could successfully gain control over the Zhang family, then in Jiangcheng, he would no longer have to worry about anyone throwing obstacles in his path. Liu Xiao contemplated quietly. He wasn't afraid of the Zhang family, as they were merely a small clan with a market value of several hundred billion. It wouldn't be long before he reached that level himself. However, sometimes, smaller families were prone to causing trouble. There are always some short-sighted and foolish individuals in this world. Jiangcheng served as Liu Xiao's stronghold, and if Zhang Qingwan were to take control, life in Jiangcheng would undoubtedly become much smoother. If necessary, after the system upgrade in due time, he could assist Zhang Qingwan in fully securing the Zhang family's grip. After spending a night at the Wu residence, Liu Xiao rose early the following day after completing his check-in. 46 million in cash, quite impressive indeed. Upon seeing the reward from his check-in, Liu Xiao's spirits soared. He now possessed 150 million in cash, while having already expended 240 million, bringing the total to nearly 400 million. After a brief wash-up, he descended the stairs alongside Wu Qianqian. Hey, old Li, do you think you could grant me a few more days? Liu Xiao overheard on the phone. I truly have no choice. If you want to withdraw your investment, I need time to free up that sum first, don't you think? Downstairs, Uncle Wu lounged with one leg crossed, peeling an orange while expressing his grievances into the phone with a woeful demeanor. Noticing Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian coming down, he quickly gestured for them to sit beside him. Liu Xiao nodded in understanding and settled next to Wu Qianqian, while Uncle Wu adeptly switched the call to speaker mode. Wu Yanhai, I must withdraw my investment today. I don't care what you have to do, but that 5 million must be in my company's account by noon. On the other end, Li Tian's voice boomed with urgency. He was genuinely anxious. Just a few days prior, he had refrained from pressing for repayment, thinking he had secured Wu Qianqian for himself. However, on the due date, Uncle Wu adamantly claimed he could not come up with the funds. It was crucial for Li Tian, as he needed to repay Liu Xiao the following day. Currently, he had no money whatsoever. If he failed to retrieve this sum, it would result in a breach of contract with Liu Xiao. Director Li, I truly don't have any money. If I did, would I withhold it from you? With such high interest, each day that the funds remain with me weighs heavily upon me. If I had a way, I would certainly find a method to repay you. Uncle Wu lamented. Wu Yanhai, if you don't return my money, prepare for a court summons. Li Tian roared back. Old Li, don't be so hasty. Have you forgotten the high-interest loan contract we signed? According to the law, interest exceeding 4 times the concurrent bank rate is classified as usury, which renders our contract void. I am willing to pay you interest solely to protect my credibility. Otherwise, I could simply return your principal. I truly have no funds at present, but rest assured, when I do, you will be the first to receive repayment, Uncle Wu replied with a chuckle. Upon mentioning the contract, Li Tian found himself at a loss. Legally, the contract was indeed indefensible, yet it was an accepted practice within the industry. After all, Uncle Wu's circumstances were not uncommon in their field. With lower interest, who would be willing to lend money? Borrowers typically repay at usury rates post-maturity to maintain their reputations. Otherwise, they would be shunned in the industry. However, if Uncle Wu were to bring this up, he would undeniably be at a disadvantage. I could also sue you for the return of my principal. Li Tian retorted. Go ahead. We just resumed normal operations in our legal department. Uncle Wu scoffed, abruptly ending the call. A judgment on this case would take at least a week. And with the legal department potentially dragging their feet, it could easily extend to 2 weeks. While he could afford to delay, could Li Tian do the same? Liu Xiao cast a glance towards Uncle Wu and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, I didn't realize you were quite the adept at dodging debts. What dodging? You have no idea how much Li Tian has tormented me recently. With this opportunity, I must retaliate in kind, Uncle Wu replied, half amused. Just days ago, his own company was on the brink of ruin due to Li Tian's machinations. Now he was expected to show mercy? Not to mention that even without Liu Xiao's plans, he would never allow Li Tian to easily claim that money. Chapter 83, Li Tian's Downfall. Not lingering at the Wu residence for long, Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian returned home after breakfast. Xiao Gu, I'll head to the company to see if there's anything left to attend to, Wu Qianqian stated, brimming with enthusiasm. They were now just one step away from resolving matters with Li Tian. All right. There's no need to go today. Let old Wang keep an eye on things. Liu Xiao replied, pulling Wu Qianqian back gently. Initially, setting a trap for Li Tian had required some thought, but now the plan was fully in place. With just one day remaining, any struggles on his part would be futile. Liu Xiao had no intention of urging him prematurely. He simply awaited the morrow. Come, Qianqian. Peel some grapes for me, Liu Xiao said with a grin, placing the freshly washed fruits beside her before lounging comfortably across her lap. His hands naturally finding their resting place. Xiao Gu, there are still others here. Wu Qianqian's face flushed crimson. Don't fuss, just peel the grapes, Liu Xiao insisted, applying a gentle pressure. What of others? It's merely a woman, not a man. Besides, we're far enough apart, and there's a sofa backrest in between. He added nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, who was tidying up, turned beet red at the sight and averted her gaze, internally chanting, what should not be seen? Should not be seen. She quickly scurried to another room to avoid the scene. Xiao Li, I want hot pot for lunch. Please go buy some ingredients and return by 5 this afternoon, Liu Xiao called out towards the direction Xiao Li had fled. Understood, boss, came Xiao Li's muffled reply. She was well aware that her boss intended to engage in serious matters. Having lounged comfortably at home all day, Liu Xiao managed all company affairs remotely. The next morning, he awoke at 9 o'clock. He completed his check-in 3 times as usual, but today he did not trigger any extraordinary luck, receiving a rather mundane 30 million in cash. Stretching, he called out, Qianqian, it's time to get up. Let us head to the company. Oh, Xiao Gu, don't move around. Wu Qianqian's head peeked out from under the covers, a hint of displeasure in her gaze. The two arrived at the company early. Old Wang. For all the projects we've engaged prior to today, supply them at 5% below the market's lowest price. Bring every project we can to fruition. And remember to inform the surrounding real estate companies that we are only targeting Tian real estate. We don't want to create misunderstandings about disrupting the market. Starting tomorrow, there's no need to be discreet. We will proceed with partnerships under the name Jianglu Real Estate, Liu Xiao instructed. Understood, boss, Old Wang replied. His spirits lifted. After holding back for so long, was the boss finally ready to unleash his grand strategy? Qianqian, call Uncle Wu and instruct him to sue Tian Real Estate for maliciously stealing company secrets, charging Li Tian with being a corporate spy. Even if we can't bring him down, we'll make his life miserable, Liu Xiao commanded. Right away, boss. Your Wu secretary will handle it. Wu Qianqian chuckled softly, picking up her phone to make a call. After issuing her 2 directives, Liu Xiao proceeded to contact Zhao Ku. Old Zhao. 10 days ago, I lent 5 million to Tian Real Estate under the hotel's name. You need to call them immediately and demand the loan be repaid by noon today. If they fail to comply, we will file a lawsuit without delay. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away. Zhao Kun nodded vigorously, diligently noting Liu Xiao's instructions. Seated in his office chair, Liu Xiao quietly tapped his fingers on the desk. Though there were still some undisclosed details regarding Li Tian, the 3 directives he had issued were already sufficient to deal a significant blow. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Xiao decisively added Li Tian's number to the blacklist. He then instructed the front desk to deny entry to anyone from Li Tian or Tian Company, asserting that he would not meet with anyone today. Satisfied that he had overlooked nothing, Liu Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regrettably, this was not a battlefield of finance. Had it been, his arsenal of strategies would have been far more extensive. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Li Tian, who had just risen early in the morning, felt utterly overwhelmed. Dad, we've received news from the project side. Our competitors have struck again. A few of our long-term partners are still willing to collaborate, but most projects are opting for their materials. Li Yun hurriedly burst into Li Tian's office. Honey, the construction team we just hired is causing a ruckus and refusing to work. You need to handle this. Li Tian's wife rushed into the office, unleashing a barrage of angry words at several foremen present. Boss, the manager of Lijiang Hotel, Zhao Ku, is on the line, pressing us for the repayment of 5 million. We must return it by noon. Upon hearing their words, Li Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Everyone, please step outside. I need to consider my options, he said dismissively, waving his hand in irritation. Boss, Wu Yunhai is suing us for allegedly stealing his company's trade secrets. The court has already notified us, and the hearing is set for tomorrow. We must prepare the necessary documentation today. The legal department manager barged in, only to be taken aback upon seeing the crowd in the office. Everyone out. Li Tian slammed his palm on the desk, shouting. After venting his frustration, Li Tian reluctantly took out his phone, dialing one number after another. Old Mo, why are you changing suppliers again? Our recent supplies have been satisfactory, haven't they? Old Li, I'm not meaning to criticize, but their goods are cheaper. Naturally, we have to opt for the more economical choice. When your prices are competitive, I'll return to you, right? Came the cheerful response from Old Mo, who was puffing on a cigarette. But Old Mo, It's clear they are setting me up. Their tactics today could ruin me, and tomorrow, the prices they offer you will undoubtedly be higher than mine. Li Tian couldn't contain his frustration. Can't they see such an obvious strategy? If I don't use the cheaper goods available, how can I explain myself to the boss? Should I tell him I took a kickback? Since it's competition, why should they be able to sell at lower prices while I cannot? Oldemo scoffed dismissively, offering no sympathy to Li Tian before abruptly hanging up. Chapter 84. Li Yun has fled. Damn it, short-sighted fool. Li Tian cursed, feeling utterly helpless. Others had the financial resources to invest, while he found himself utterly broke. He hastily called the foreman to calm him down. Just as he managed to reassure the foreman, Zhao's call came through again. Li Zong, it's already 10 o'clock. When will the 5 million be transferred? Our company also needs liquidity to operate. As you are well aware. Zhao Zong, please don't rush me. I'm currently experiencing some financial issues. Let me first call your boss, alright? Li Tian quickly replied with a forced smile. Without Wu Yunhai returning his money, he was unable to repay the 5 million loan. Fine, go ahead. Zhao Ku replied with a huff before hanging up. Li Tian immediately dialed Liu Xiao, but all he heard was the busy signal. Damn. He slammed his phone down on the desk. At that moment, Li Tian felt as though the entire world were conspiring against him. Pushing the door open, he saw a row of his loyal subordinates waiting outside. With a sigh of resignation, he realized that even those closest to him appeared lost and uncertain, merely watching him. Dad, what should we do? Li Yun looked at Li Tian expectantly. We need to stabilize all fronts, delay the lawsuit, and prepare to take Wu Yunhai to court for the money he owes us. I must head to the bank, Li Tian replied, shaking his head as he hurried out. He understood that while he could postpone the repayment to Wu Yunhai, he could not afford to delay Liu Xiao's funds. The moment anyone discovered that the company's cash flow was in jeopardy, it would trigger an avalanche. Even if he could stall Liu Xiao's payment for a fortnight, the mounting pressure from various fronts could easily collapse his company. It would be far worse than the predicament he had orchestrated against Wu Yunhai. His last chance lay in securing a bank loan. He had already visited the bank once yesterday, but the branch manager hesitated over approving such a substantial sum. This time, he aimed to secure the loan. If he could obtain these funds and repay Liu Xiao, the major debt burden would be alleviated, leaving him with just 2 million from the previous month's loan to manage for a while. Once project payments came through, the crisis would largely dissipate. At noon, Li Tian assured the bank manager, rest assured, our company is solid. This loan is merely transitional, and there is no cause for concern. Seeing the loan finally ready for approval, he felt a sense of relief. However, just then, the manager's system flashed an alarming message. I'm sorry, Li Zong, but I cannot approve this loan. The manager shook his head emphatically. What? Why? Li Tian was taken aback. How could a deal that had seemed secure collapse at the contract signing stage? Just then, the legal department manager's call came through. Dazed, Li Tian answered. Boss, Lijiang Hotel has filed a lawsuit against us. Damn. Li Tian felt darkness overshadow him. He finally understood why the bank manager had rejected his loan. With outstanding debt notices, his company would undoubtedly fail the audit. Unable to contain his fury, he shouted, Is Lijiang insane? I never said I wouldn't repay. I'm merely half an hour late, and they've already notified the court? Boss, our contract is quite clear, which expedited their approval process. They likely reported it exactly at noon, the manager explained, leaving Li Tian with no choice but to hang up, utterly defeated as he exited the bank. He understood that as long as the lawsuit remained unresolved, he would be unable to obtain the funds under any circumstances. Jianglu Real Estate. A spark ignited in Li Tian's mind. Although he could not reach Liu Xiao by phone, it was indeed Liu Xiao's company, and there was a significant chance that Liu Xiao was there. If he could persuade Liu Xiao to withdraw the lawsuit and grant him a little more time, he might be able to repay the debt. Fortunately, the bank was not far from Jianglu Real Estate, and Li Tian hurriedly sprinted to its entrance. Is President Liu in? I can't reach him by phone, and I would like to see him. I'm sorry, sir, but there is a meeting going on inside today, and outsiders are not permitted to enter. We cannot disclose President Liu's personal information. The receptionist firmly shook her head in refusal. I know President Liu is there. Just let me in to see him. We are good friends. Li Tian persisted, leaning further into the office. The receptionist silently scoffed, but remained resolute in her refusal. With a quick flicker of his eyes, Li Tian seized the moment when the receptionist was distracted and dashed inside. Hey, security, security, the receptionist exclaimed, stunned, as she hurriedly called out toward the entrance. However, the security arrived too late, as Li Tian had already made significant headway into the building. Wu Qianqian, who was outside retrieving documents for Liu Xiao, was taken aback upon seeing Li Tian burst in. But the next moment, 2 security guards rushed in and pulled the dazed Li Tian back out. Li Tian sat bewildered at the entrance of Jianglu Real Estate. In that fleeting moment of seeing Wu Qianqian, everything clicked into place for him. He finally understood why Liu Xiao had been ignoring his calls, why the Lijiang Hotel had been pressing him so urgently, and why they had hastily taken him to court. All of it had been a trap laid for him. No, I still have a chance, I still have a chance. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope illuminated in Li Tian's mind, and he quickly sprang to his feet and dashed downstairs. Disregarding the urge to curse as he left, he knew that Liu Xiao was no longer trustworthy. His only option now was to sever ties and fight for survival. Son, call Uncle Zhang for me. I need to sell the company's fixed assets. Upon returning to the office, Li Tian shouted urgently. Mr. Li, young Master Li just went home. The accountant reminded him. Contact the Zhang family immediately. I need to sell the company's assets. Li Tian insisted, anxiety lacing his voice. Mr. Li, our fixed assets are mortgaged to the bank. Have you forgotten? The accountant looked at Li Tian, a wry smile crossing his face. The 2 million loan a few days ago was secured against over 4 million in fixed assets, so we currently have no right to sell. Li Tian's expression faltered. But I still have around 4 million that isn't mortgaged. Let's sell that core asset first. He clenched his teeth. At this point, preserving capital was no longer a priority. Surviving was all that mattered. Mr. Li, when you went to the bank, your wife sold that portion of the assets. The funds, after deducting personal income tax, have already been transferred to your personal account. What do you mean my personal account? My account is with her. Li Tian was momentarily stunned, then he realized. Incredulity washing over him as he glanced at his phone. Indeed, there was a message from his wife. The gist was that she knew Li Tian's company had collapsed and had taken all of her private assets, over 2 million, accumulated over the years, as well as the after-tax proceeds from the recently sold assets. She was currently at the airport with Li Yun, scheduled to board a flight abroad at 1:30 p.m. Li Tian suddenly felt darkness envelop him, and he fell straight down. Chapter 85. Liu Xiao is a man of integrity. When Liu Xiao received the news of Li Tian being hospitalized and rescued, he was momentarily taken aback. Logically, Li Tian should not have reached this extent. He still had core assets that could be sold to secure funds for his survival. Liu Xiao had initially planned to covertly spread rumors to depress prices and then push Li Tian into bankruptcy. But how had it escalated to the point of him collapsing in the hospital? Brother Xiao, do you think Li Tian fainted from anger after seeing me at the company? Wu Qianqian teased, casting an apologetic glance at Liu Xiao. That is indeed a possibility, Liu Xiao nodded, bemused. However, around 4 in the afternoon, Lao Wang brought Liu Xiao another piece of news. Li Tian had stabilized after the emergency treatment, but was being detained by the hospital due to an inability to pay the medical fees. His wife and son absconded with all their money. Wow, that is quite explosive. Liu Xiao was utterly stunned. Even if his wife was not his blood relative, that was still his own son. To sell out his father for a few million? Yet, reflecting on Li Yun's character, it was entirely plausible she would do such a thing. What a fitting tit for tat. Wu Qianqian clapped her hands in glee. Lao Wang, here's the plan, Liu Xiao contemplated. You go to the hospital, pay for Li Tian's medical expenses, and then find out the departure time of the flight his wife took. See where she is headed, and make arrangements to send Li Tian there. Brother Xiao, you're quite the schemer, Wu Qianqian chuckled, delighted. By sending Li Tian there, wouldn't that be like a dog-eat-dog scenario? Just imagining the scene of them tearing each other apart is amusing. Boss, will he cooperate with us knowing we orchestrated all this? Lao Wang expressed some hesitation. If he were in Li Tian's position, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with Liu Xiao. Rest assured, he will. Here in the domestic market. He owes me 5 million. After the company goes bankrupt, the bank will still be owed at least 3 to 4 million in regular loans. And with penalties from other projects, the total debt will be around 20 million. If he dares to stay in the country, it won't be long before the debt collectors drive him to despair. He knows this well enough, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Once Li Tian is abroad, Liu Xiao would seize all the projects Li Tian had in his hands. With 20 million in debt, he would recoup his 5 million from Li Tian's projects. No loss in the end. Understood, boss. I'll personally ensure he boards the plane. Lao Wang nodded resolutely. Go ahead. And trust me, he will ultimately thank me. Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. Li Tian was a quintessential self-serving individual. At this moment, his resentment toward Liu Xiao likely paled in comparison to his feelings toward his wife and child. Moreover, given his current status, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to confront Liu Xiao again. Besides, he lacked the capability to do so, and Liu Xiao was confident he would come to realize this. Lao Wang was highly efficient. He left around 4 in the afternoon, and by 5 o'clock had Li Tian released from the hospital. When Li Tian heard Lao Wang relay the plan, his expression was a complex mix of emotions. He knew that his 2 million in assets had completely crumbled. The reason why Wu Qianqian had been so anxious, fearing the company's bankruptcy, was actually due to her father, Wu Yunhai. For ordinary people, bankruptcy might mean a debt of a few $100,000, which could be managed, and if worse came to worst, they could simply give up. However, the bankruptcy of these individuals' companies, coupled with the insurmountable debts they bear, can drive a person to the brink of despair. Even if one wishes to give up, there remains no avenue for such indulgence. The inevitable reality is an unending barrage of debt collectors. Furthermore, should he choose to remain, he possesses an acute awareness that Liu Xiao would render his existence a living hell. After all, it is not uncommon for someone in debt to the tune of over 20 million to find themselves met with lethal consequences, and few would spare a thought for such a predicament. Liu Xiao's suggestion for him to flee abroad offers at least a glimmer of hope to reunite with his wife and son and reclaim his share of assets. Ideally, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate those two individuals, a notion that would bring him some measure of satisfaction. Though life abroad may not be particularly pleasant, it certainly pales in comparison to the dire circumstances he faces domestically. Please convey a message to Liu Xiao concerning the matters related to the Wu family. My brother has indeed erred, and I have consented to his plans. In contrast to my two wretched relatives, Liu Xiao is truly a man of integrity. Please extend my gratitude to him. The thought of his wife and son caused Li Tian to grind his teeth in frustration. Here he was, confined to a hospital bed, unable to even afford the cost of emergency medical treatment. It felt as though he were being driven to his own demise. Yet Liu Xiao, instead of reveling in his misfortune, had extended a lifeline during such a critical juncture. Outsiders may perceive it as such, but what of his own wife and son? Old Wang paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, could it be that Li Tian would truly express his gratitude? His boss's understanding of human nature was truly extraordinary. At 8 o'clock that evening, when Wu Qianqian received Old Wang's report, a palpable sense of relief washed over her. The knot that had weighed heavily upon her heart had finally unraveled. Qianqian, remember to take over the Li family's assets tomorrow. My 5 million is reliant on this for recovery. Observing Wu Qianqian's expression of relief, Liu Xiao smiled and embraced her. Wu Qianqian nodded earnestly. Then, her cheeks flushed, turned to Liu Xiao and softly exhaled. Xiao Gu, I've just finished washing up. A smile crept onto Liu Xiao's lips. However, Qianqian, Xiao Li is still in the kitchen preparing dinner. Is this truly appropriate? Seated on the sofa in the living room, Liu Xiao playfully patted Wu Qianqian's smooth back. Wu Qianqian remained silent, gazing at Liu Xiao with a tender look, before quietly reflecting. When Xiao Li emerged from the kitchen bearing the dishes, she noticed nothing amiss. In contrast, Wu Qianqian found herself involuntarily swallowing as she beheld the lavish spread, and she reached for her lip gloss to apply a touch before the meal. Liu Xiao chuckled at Wu Qianqian's demeanor. Truth be told, she looked exceptionally lovely while eating. Chapter 86. A 500 million cash reward. After resolving Li Tian's issues, Wu Qianqian's spirits had noticeably lifted. The following morning, she performed her customary wake-up service for Liu Xiao before bouncing off to the company to seize the assets. Liu Xiao indulged in a well-deserved lie-in, finally awakening at noon. System, check-in. Yawning, Liu Xiao immersed his mind in the system and clicked the check-in button. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. Cash reward received. 500 million. Cash reward has been disbursed. Please claim it promptly. Upon seeing the notification pop up on the system interface, Liu Xiao was initially taken aback, then abruptly sat up in bed. What the heck? A cash reward of 500 million? Liu Xiao found himself momentarily dazed. He had intended to spend the day leisurely. Having just assisted Wu Qianqian in dealing with Li Tian, Liu Xiao had envisioned celebrating at home for a few days, perhaps even pursuing a 30 billion project. Thus, when he checked in, Wu Qianqian was not even by his side. Yet, here he was, this fortuitous individual, having secured such a substantial cash reward. It turned out that I, too, am an exceptional lucky one. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification, and Liu Xiao glanced at the screen, discovering that his account now boasted 680 million in cash. He calculated silently. Currently, total expenditures amounted to 2,400 million. And with the cash on hand at 680 million, he possessed a total of 9,200 million, leaving just an additional 800 million to fulfill the system's upgrade task. Liu Xiao, who had initially planned to take it easy, felt a surge of excitement. This indicated that within 3 to 4 days at most, he could elevate the system to level 2. So, it follows that establishing an investment company is imperative? Liu Xiao pondered. With such a substantial sum to invest, launching an investment company is undoubtedly necessary. Otherwise, managing investments as an individual would become unmanageable. Moreover, the associated equity negotiations would require dedicated personnel to handle them. Liu Xiao quickly assessed his current assets. The Sky Tower, valued at 1.2 billion. The Lijiang Hotel at 300 million. Jianglu Real Estate at around 100 million. And Wu family's equity worth approximately 100 million. Additionally, There was a 200 million parking lot in Jiangxing and a property in Yulong Scenic Area valued at around 10 million. Lastly, there was Zhang Qingwan's investment of 200 million, alongside fading technology valued at 70 million. In total, Liu Xiao's assets approximated 15 billion 300 million. Coupled with cash of 680 million, Liu Xiao nodded to himself. With such assets, he could already step into the core circles of Jiangxing. However, the present concern is that his enterprises are somewhat scattered, encompassing various types without a coherent management structure, ultimately requiring his decision-making. Currently, the asset base feels somewhat insufficient, post-upgrade. He hopes to consolidate these into a group for more efficient management. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remains the establishment of the investment company. If he can set it up within the next couple of days, the system upgrade will be well within reach. However, investment opportunities in Jiangxing are rather limited. Liu Xiao could allocate all his funds into real estate, yet he aspires for his investment company to adopt a light asset model, particularly focusing on internet ventures. Unfortunately, such investment opportunities are scarce in Jiangxing, necessitating a trip to the capital and other first-tier cities for viable prospects. Thus, Liu Xiao intends to establish the headquarters in Jiangxing while opening a branch in the capital. Without a branch, tax issues would pose a significant challenge. Resolute in his decision, Liu Xiao promptly got out of bed. Mr. Liu, for lunch today, I'm planning to prepare some Sichuan cuisine. Is there anything in particular you fancy? Xiaoli inquired as Liu Xiao emerged. I won't be having lunch today. Just eat something simple for yourself, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Presently, he lacked the appetite for food. His mind was consumed with finding a capable individual to assist him in establishing the investment company. A process fraught with convoluted procedures that would take days if he were to handle it alone. He was eager to finalize the company in Jiangxing before heading to the capital to register the branch. Reflecting on his options, it seemed the only person with the capability to expedite the process within a day was Zhang Qingwan. After some consideration, Liu Xiao decided to call her. Hello, Qingwan. Do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you, Liu Xiao said with a smile as the call connected. Sure, I'm near the Sky Tower. You know the address, Zhang Qingwan replied, nodding readily at Liu Xiao's words. All right, I'll call you when I arrive, Liu Xiao said, nodding before hanging up and driving his Bugatti towards the Sky Tower. When Zhang Qingwan saw the Bugatti in the underground parking lot, she was taken aback. Wow, so it was you back at the grand parking lot, she exclaimed as she got into the passenger seat, casting Liu Xiao a playful glare. He had stood by while she had to rush in alone to find someone. Haha, I never denied it, did I? Liu Xiao chuckled as he started the car and drove out. Well then, does this mean you owe me a favor? Zhang Qingwan teased, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Her arm was still healing, but the scrapes on her face had mostly healed, and wearing a long sleeve made her look quite well. Dead is dead. After all, you owe me a favor too, so we're even. Liu Xiao replied with a grin. That's not quite fair. Mine was a mere small favor, but yours is a significant one. I will certainly repay you when the opportunity arises, Zhang Qingwan remarked. By the way, regarding the matter you told me about my brother, I looked into it. The 10 million the family provided him has all been invested into construction projects, but due to the massive scale, the funding chain broke. If he can salvage it, he might survive. Otherwise, he'll likely have to declare bankruptcy, Zhang Qingwan continued, recalling what Liu Xiao had discussed 2 days prior. What do you think? Is there any possibility for Zhang Haifeng? Liu Xiao asked curiously, glancing at Zhang Qingwan. Not likely. If his company is in such dire straits, he wouldn't succeed even if he killed me, she shook her head. Zhang Haifeng's company is on the brink of collapse. Unless he eliminates the other two, he will inevitably lose. But the problem is, if he did kill them, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps, and he would end up with nothing. Zhang Qingwan did not believe her elder brother would be foolish enough to act so rashly. So, you mean it's your second brother then? Liu Xiao inquired. Uncertain. It could be a conspiracy between the two, or perhaps he's just desperate, Zhang Qingwan chuckled, shaking her head. Let's wait until I win this round before discussing further. Liu Xiao refrained from prying further, recognizing that this was merely Zhang Qingwan's family situation. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Liu Xiao ordered an extravagant spread of dishes. Liu Xiao, with all this talk of owing me favors and your attentive demeanor, and now this lavish array of dishes, are you hiding some ulterior motive? Zhang Qingwan asked, casting a curious glance at him as she sat beside him. With such attentiveness, was Liu Xiao perhaps trying to win her affection? Yet, he had a girlfriend. Didn't he? Oh well, there is a bit of a matter, Liu Xiao replied awkwardly. He had intended to discuss it after they had enjoyed their meal. But Zhang Qingwan had seen right through him. Starting an investment company is neither trivial nor overly complicated. If it takes 3 or 4 days, or even a week, one can manage it alone without assistance. However, to complete it within a day or even half a day requires connections, and those connections must be solid. While Liu Xiao possessed considerable wealth, his reputation in Jiangxing was not prominent, and he did not know any influential leaders. Thus, achieving this task directly was impossible. The only person beside him capable of assisting was Zhang Qingwan. Wealth and power are distinctly different. Liu Xiao might achieve this after a system upgrade, but for now, he was still at a disadvantage compared to the Zhang family. Is there really something? Zhang Qingwan asked, her surprise evident as she put down her chopsticks, her curiosity piqued. Could it be that her earlier thoughts were indeed correct? Despite their brief acquaintance, she had already formed her judgment of Liu Xiao. His capabilities, background, character, and appearance were nearly flawless. In her mind, he epitomized the ideal boyfriend. Yet, the complication lay in the fact that Liu Xiao already had a girlfriend. Was Liu Xiao implying he had broken up with his girlfriend to pursue her, or perhaps wanted them both to be involved? A multitude of possibilities flooded Zhang Qingwan's mind, leaving her somewhat hesitant. If Liu Xiao were to express his feelings, should she accept or decline? Unaware of Zhang Qingwan's inner turmoil, Liu Xiao finally brought up his matter. It's like this, Qingwan. I have some cash on hand that I intend to invest in projects, but handling the procedures alone can be rather cumbersome. Since I don't know anyone in Jiangxing, I was hoping you might have connections to expedite the process for me. Huh, that's it. Zhang Qingwan blinked in surprise. Yes. Liu Xiao confirmed with a nod. Instantly, Zhang Qingwan's cheeks flushed. She had thought Liu Xiao had romantic intentions. This is no problem. I have an uncle who is a leader there. Just give me the information, and I'll send it over to him. You'll have it by this afternoon at the latest, she assured him without hesitation. This task was neither excessively simple nor overly difficult. With her status as a direct descendant of the Zhang family, it would merely take a word. Thank you so much, Liu Xiao exclaimed, his delight evident as he handed over his information and company name to Zhang Qingwan. He named his newly established investment company Jiang Lu Venture Capital, officially titled Jiangxing Lu's Venture Capital Limited Liability Company. Once the procedures were completed in Jiangxing, opening a branch in the capital would be straightforward, taking just half a day. If Zhang Qingwan could handle the paperwork for him that afternoon, he could head to the capital the next morning and likely retrieve everything by the afternoon there. After their meal, Liu Xiao drove Zhang Qingwan back. However, he noticed something peculiar. Before she exited the car, her gaze seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Liu Xiao assumed she was preoccupied with her family matters and dismissed it, accelerating towards the hospital. See you. It looks like you're recovering well, Liu Xiao remarked as he stepped into the room, spotting Gu Xiyu pacing back and forth. Though Gu Yueshi was supporting her, she could indeed stand on her own now. Xiao Gu, Gu Xiyu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Liu Xiao. You're here, Xiao Gu, Gu Yueshi said, casting a shy glance at Liu Xiao, still feeling awkward about the events from a few days prior. The doctor just checked. The wounds are healing gradually, and you can start eating normal food in a couple of days, though nothing too spicy or greasy, Gu Xiyu said cheerfully as she ambled over, linking her arm with Liu Xiao's. That will suffice. I estimate that normalcy will be restored within a month. Liu Xiao smiled as he helped Gu Xiyu to her feet. The young girl, due to her illness, had always been quite lightweight, and at her tender age, she barely weighed under 80 pounds. Supporting her felt as effortless as lifting a feather. To be candid, her frailness was indeed a cause for concern. Fortunately, once her health improves, she can gradually replenish her strength with proper nutrition. Ideally, a girl of Gu Xiyu's age, standing at 165 centimeters, should weigh at least 95 pounds to be considered within a healthy range. Thankfully, Xiyu is now capable of self-care. Gu Yueshi chimed in with a smile. Since yesterday, whether it was mealtime or using the restroom, Gu Xiyu had managed independently, requiring no assistance from caregivers. Most importantly, her recovery from the heart condition has been remarkably positive, and she will soon be indistinguishable from a healthy individual. Of course, vigorous exercise is still off the table, as her heart rate must not be elevated too high. According to the doctor, she will be discharged in a week, and if necessary, she could remain in the hospital for a full 20 days. Liu Xiao's 1-month hospital stay could still allow for over 10 days of refund. See you. You should be entering your senior year when school starts, right? Liu Xiao turned to Gu Yueshi. Yes, I'll be a senior when school resumes. Brother Xiao, I'm also planning to apply to Jiangxing University. Soon, I will be your junior. Gu Xiyu giggled. That might be challenging. By the time you enroll, I will have already graduated. Liu Xiao laughed heartily. Moreover, you haven't attended school for the past 6 months. Jiangxing University is a prestigious institution, so do ensure you pass the entrance exams. How could that be? I'm quite the diligent student. Gu Xiyu pouted defiantly. Her academic prowess rivaled that of Gu Yueshi, consistently ranking among the top 10 in her grade. Even though she had not attended classes for the latter half of the semester, she had diligently self-studied the necessary material, so she was confident in her abilities. By the way, Yueshi, accompany me to the capital tomorrow morning. I have some matters to attend to. After some casual conversation, Liu Xiao revealed the purpose of his visit. Chapter 87, Journey to the Capital. Gu Xiu had nearly fully recovered over the past few days. The medical staff at the hospital were quite thorough. Liu Xiao had also arranged for Zhao Ku to send Gu Xiu nutritious meals daily, ensuring her well-being. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's request, Gu Yueshi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Though she was uncertain of Liu Xiao's intentions, she trusted that he meant no harm to her sister. As afternoon turned to evening, Liu Xiao chose to remain at the hospital for the night. Around 7 o'clock, he received a call from Zhang Qingwan, informing him that all the paperwork had been completed and that she had sent him the electronic versions, with the originals to be collected during his next visit. Liu Xiao expressed his gratitude and promptly downloaded the documents onto his phone. When Gu Xiu was ill, Liu Xiao could discreetly attend to various matters. But now that she was recovering, he found himself unable to do much. The caregiver's bed was less than 1.5 meters from Gu Xiu's hospital bed, and with little to occupy her time, she lay there, observing her surroundings. Liu Xiao had initially planned to indulge in some mischief, but upon turning around, he found Gu Xiu gazing at him with her enchanting large eyes. When she noticed him looking, she flashed a playful grin, as if to say, "Carry on. I'm not here." The night stretched on until 11 o'clock, and Liu Xiao assumed Gu Xiu would have fallen asleep by then. However, turning to check, he was met once more by her bright eyes and pristine smile. In that moment, all his thoughts dissipated. He had nearly drifted off himself, yet here she was, still so lively. After sending a message to Wu Qianqian, he decided to rest for the night. The following morning, Liu Xiao discreetly grasped the bear plushie before signing in. "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward of 50 million. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please accept it promptly." 50 million? Am I the only one to be so fortunate? Liu Xiao's expression darkened, but recalling that he had won 500 million the previous day, his mood lightened somewhat. With this signing reward secured, he was only 30 million away from his target. If all went well, he could return the next day and commence his investments. With this thought, Liu Xiao felt invigorated. "See you. Take good care of yourself. Someone will come to deliver meals during the noon hours over the next couple of days. We should be back in 3 or 4 days at most," Liu Xiao instructed. "Brother Xiao, you all go ahead. I'm not a child anymore. I can manage just fine," Gu Xiu replied with a teasing smile, even giving a little stretch to demonstrate her recovery. Modern surgical techniques ensured that her incisions were minimal, and with a leading expert performing the operation, her discomfort had significantly diminished over the past 2 days. Moreover, she felt a bit guilty relying on her sister's care. And with Liu Xiao inviting Gu Yueshi to the capital, it seemed a perfect opportunity for her sister to have a little respite. "See you. Remember to call if you need anything," Gu Yueshi admonished, still a touch worried. "Don't worry, sis. I'm perfectly fine," Gu Xiu reassured, waving her phone playfully. As they exited the ward, Gu Yueshi couldn't shake her unease. After all these years, it was the first time they would be apart for such an extended period. The thought of separation left her feeling somewhat hollow. Liu Xiao understood Gu Yueshi's sentiments. Since childhood, she had been the one to care for Gu Xiu. The sisters had seen each other daily, through sun or rain, rarely apart for more than 2 days, with most separations lasting barely over a day. After their night in the dormitory with Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi had gone to the hospital the very next morning. Over the years, this routine had become second nature, and the prospect of being apart for several days was indeed difficult to accept. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao was determined to take Gu Yueshi with him. On one hand, she was a talented individual capable of establishing a company, and on the other, Liu Xiao intended to draw her closer to him. The notion that she would not work under his guidance was merely a passing remark. She could undoubtedly lead a more fulfilling life without the burdens of the corporate grind. Besides, now that she was firmly within his grasp, it was hardly in Liu Xiao's nature to exploit her. Even if Gu Yueshi hesitated this time, it would at least lay the groundwork for future collaboration once the company was successfully established. Gu Yueshi was a principled girl, and Liu Xiao had never expected to win her over all at once. "How about this? I'll arrange for someone to look after you," Liu Xiao proposed. Contemplating for a moment before calling Zhao Ku readily agreed, promising to send his wife to provide care. "They're all settled, I assure you. This person is utterly reliable," Liu Xiao said with a smile as he took Gu Yueshi's hand. He had complete faith in Zhao Ku's capabilities, a trust that had been proven time and again. "Thank you, Brother Xiao," Gu Yueshi said, touched by his kindness. The distance between the capital city and Jiangcheng is not particularly great, merely around 400 kilometers. With such a short distance, driving a sports car poses no challenge. One can arrive in just over 2 hours. Thus, Liu Xiao opted not to return to fetch the Maybach. As he cruised along the highway, a yawn escaped his lips. "Brother Xiao, did you not sleep well last night?" Gu Yueshi inquired with genuine curiosity. "Didn't you go to bed around 10? Sleep? What a laugh. At the mention of it, Liu Xiao felt a twinge of melancholy. How could one possibly fall asleep with such a stunning beauty nestled in their arms? He had endured a restless night, finally succumbing to slumber around 3 in the morning, only to awaken again shortly after 7, leaving him with a scant 4 hours of sleep. Had it not been for his lengthy rest until 11 the previous morning, today would have been quite unbearable. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's explanation, Gu Yueshi burst into laughter. Looks like next time I should bring my sister along. With her laughter, her chest jiggled slightly, drawing Liu Xiao's gaze involuntarily. How dare you? Honestly, I'm still feeling uncomfortable. Liu Xiao sighed. This predicament, only I can truly comprehend. Brother Xiao, how about I assist you? Gu Yueshi proposed. Her cheeks flushed as she surveyed the spacious interior of the car. The front seats of the sports car, particularly in this Bugatti, were indeed quite ample, allowing one to lie down comfortably. Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a smile creeping onto his lips. Despite his curiosity regarding their unconventional rendezvous spots, he dismissed it this time. Brother Xiao, you still owe me the 200 from last time. Gu Yueshi suddenly exclaimed, jolting him from his reverie. Chapter 88. Establishing a branch office. Fortunately, it was a weekday, and the highway was relatively free of traffic. Yet, on the 4-lane road, the Bugatti weaved back and forth, performing a serpentine dance. Liu Xiao remained tense, his attention unwavering as he fixated on the rearview mirror, wary of any potential mishaps. Thankfully, Liu Xiao's driving skills were commendable, albeit at a slower pace. After half an hour of navigating the serpentine path, the Bugatti finally resumed normal speed, allowing Liu Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. To drive a Bugatti at the minimum speed limit of 60 was a sheer affront to the vehicle. With a firm press on the accelerator, the Bugatti surged forward. Beside him, Gu Yueshi, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, nearly choked on the Assam tea she had just sipped. Cough, cough. Brother Xiao slowed down. After several moments of catching her breath, she shot him an exasperated glare, fully aware that Liu Xiao was intentionally provoking her. Liu Xiao chuckled, his foot inadvertently pressing down harder on the accelerator. The journey to the capital was still quite distant, and he hoped to submit the necessary paperwork before afternoon. At 10:10, the vehicle approached a checkpoint. After scanning his ID, Liu Xiao successfully crossed into the realm of the capital. Truly, the capital was remarkable. The vehicles traversing its roads were evidently of a higher caliber than those in Jiangxing. Liu Xiao pointed at the cars on the road. Although the majority were still in the 100,000 range, there were plenty of vehicles priced between 3 to 400,000. Occasionally, a luxury car worth $1 million would pass by. Within just 10 minutes of entering, Liu Xiao had already spotted 2 Ferraris and an Aston Martin, each valued at over 3 or 4 million. Gu Yueshi shot him a disapproving glance. She had been unaware until now, but she now recognized that the Bugatti Liu Xiao was driving was one of the globally limited Bugatti Visions, worth a staggering 100 million. Here he was, praising cars worth mere millions while driving one worth a fortune. Had he not noticed how those supercars were deliberately keeping their distance? Liu Xiao activated the navigation system and drove towards the office district. To register a company, the first requirement was a registered address, and the procedure for a branch office was no different. Prior to this trip, Liu Xiao had researched the largest office area in the capital, which was located along the coastal street in the city center. What a pity, if only I had more funds, I could simply purchase a building, Liu Xiao murmured. The office buildings in the capital were significantly more expensive than those in Jiangxing. A skyscraper might cost 12 billion, but in the capital, one would need at least 50 billion. Given Liu Xiao's current financial standing, acquiring a building outright remained a daunting challenge. Furthermore, buying floor by floor was not an option since they wouldn't sell piecemeal. Thus, he would have to settle for renting a floor for now and consider relocation once the system was upgraded. Brother Xiao, if you plan to establish an investment company, you need not select an address here, Gu Yueshi suggested upon observing Liu Xiao's choice in the most luxurious area. The nature of an investment company does not necessitate a concentration of talent. In fact, the employee count between a 10 billion and a 100 billion investment firm may not differ significantly, perhaps just a factor of 1 or 2. Just wait and see. I initially intended to buy a building, but unfortunately, funds are insufficient, Liu Xiao chuckled, parking the car in the underground garage. In the capital, the commotion caused by the Bugatti was not as pronounced. While many were still astonished, it hardly drew a crowd. After all, luxury cars were relatively common in the capital. By nightfall, cars worth 4 or 5 million were commonplace, and even those worth tens of millions were not rare, leading to a certain ennui among the populace. Accompanied by Gu Yueshi, he casually sought out a building still available for rent. In the capital, the rental cost was 30 yuan per square meter per day, double that of Jiangxing. Upon seeing the rental prices, Gu Yueshi couldn't help but gasp. Renting 1,000 square meters would cost 30,000 per day, and an entire floor of approximately 2,000 square meters would amount to 60,000. Over a 30-day month, that would total nearly $2 million. This meant that renting a single floor of office space would incur losses if monthly revenues fell below $2 million. Naturally, ordinary enterprises would not rent an entire floor. Only businesses valued at over $100 million could afford such arrangements. This is the standard pricing. Liu Xiao pointed to the conspicuous information overhead, smiling. It boldly stated that rentals were for 6 months or a year, and should one wish to renew after the first year, they would have to pay at the market rate for the second year. With real estate prices skyrocketing over the past 2 years, it was evident that the building owners were well aware of this trend. However, this arrangement aligned perfectly with Liu Xiao's plans. After all, he did not intend to commit to a long-term lease in these locations. Once the system upgraded and he received asset or cash sign-in rewards, he planned to relocate immediately. Nevertheless, even if only for a month or two, Liu Xiao was determined to find a place with a picturesque view. Glancing at the rental information for the top floor on the 88th level, Liu Xiao turned to Gu Yueshi. Yueshi, let us head to the property management office. He took her hand. Brother Xiao, you're not seriously considering renting the top floor, are you? Gu Yueshi was momentarily taken aback as she noticed Liu Xiao's gaze lingering on the top floor. The 88th floor was indeed splendid, but its drawback lay in its exorbitant cost. The usual floors were priced at merely 30 yuan per square meter, while the 88th floor commanded a staggering 45 yuan. This meant a third more per square meter compared to others. I'm only renting for about 3 months. By the beginning of next year, I'll relocate the company. Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. In these 3 months, a little more or a little less doesn't really matter. It's not a significant amount. Xiao Gu, be cautious not to squander your entire inheritance. Gu Yueshi shot him a disapproving glance. An extra 900,000 each month amounted to 2,700,000 over 3 months. Wasn't that a substantial sum? Yet, she understood that Liu Xiao's fortune was undoubtedly far greater than the mere tens of millions he had mentioned earlier. After all, a hotel in Lijiang alone was worth 30 million, alongside a luxury car valued at 100 million. Moreover, to her knowledge, Liu Xiao also owned a real estate company, the scale of which rivaled that of the former Li family's Tian Real Estate. Furthermore, since Liu Xiao was establishing a branch of his investment company in the capital, it was evident that the headquarters in Jiangcheng had already been successfully launched. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that such sums were trifling to him. Being a perceptive woman, she refrained from dwelling on this matter excessively, merely offering a gentle nudge to comprehend Liu Xiao's intentions. Chapter 89. Purchasing a property in the capital. My inheritance. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Yueshi's words. Not only did he wish to expend his funds, but he also preferred to do so expeditiously. Yueshi, if you're worried about my money running out, would you consider trying out the position of general manager at the investment company? Absolutely not. Gu Yueshi resolutely shook her head. Having firmly resolved in her heart to no longer accept Liu Xiao's assistance, and instead gradually repay the kindness he had shown her. Once she entered Liu Xiao's company, repaying him would become an impossibility. But if you don't come, what will happen if I end up losing all the money? Liu Xiao shrugged. Isn't Wu Qianqian there to oversee things? Gu Yueshi retorted with a slight huff. Wu Qianqian came from a family of entrepreneurs. She was certainly not lacking in capability. Additionally, Gu Yueshi was aware of Liu Xiao's abilities, which were comparable to her own. Though profits were not guaranteed, maintaining stability was well within his grasp. Moreover, Liu Xiao was not one to frivolously squander money. In recent days, she had not heard of him squandering his inheritance recklessly. Qianqian is managing the real estate company. I'm truly at a loss at the investment company, just a lone commander. If you don't come to assist me, I'll be fighting this battle alone, Liu Xiao sighed. How about you help me establish the company first, then you can leave. Gu Yueshi shot him another disapproving glance. It would be absurd to trust him. Noticing her skepticism, Liu Xiao chuckled to ease the tension and led her into the property office. The top floor had yet to be rented out. Although the building typically rented for 6 months or a year, it was now early August, making a 3-month lease perfect for transitioning into November, coinciding with the new year. Consequently, the property management agreed to lease the 88th floor to Liu Xiao for 3 months. With an area of 2,000 square meters at 45 per square meter, the monthly rent amounted to 2,700,000, totaling 8 million over 3 months. The property management rounded down to 8 million, also providing 100 sets of office desks and workstations as a bonus. Upon ascending to the 88th floor, Liu Xiao noted that the previous company's decor was satisfactory, rendering a complete renovation unnecessary. It could simply be rented as is. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, he marveled at the view. This building was the tallest in the vicinity, and from this height, the vast expanse below was laid bare before him. Commercial buildings generally boasted higher ceilings than residential ones. Liu Xiao estimated that the ceiling height on this floor was slightly over 4 meters, meaning the 88th floor stood approximately 350 meters tall, from this vantage point. The people on the streets appeared no larger than ants. It was Gu Yueshi's first time at such heights. Excitedly, she gazed at the distant scenery. But soon a pang of regret struck her. Renting this place for 3 months would cost a staggering 8 million. Yueshi, don't you think such a grand floor-to-ceiling window is a bit wasted if we just stand here? Liu Xiao mused, glancing at the window, then at Gu Yueshi. A smile breaking on his lips. What are you planning, Xiaogu? Gu Yueshi sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Looking around, she noticed the door was closed. And there was not a soul on the floor. Peering out the floor-to-ceiling windows, she saw that the surrounding buildings were separated by at least several dozen meters. Unconsciously, she took a few steps back. Liu Xiao retrieved 600 yuan from his wallet, 200 from his last visit, and another 200 from this morning. As for the remaining 200, in the next instant, he lunged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. By the time Liu Xiao arrived at the business registration office, it was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fortunately, the registration process was swift. By 5 o'clock, he received all the necessary documentation. Xiaogu, what are you up to now? Gu Yueshi, her legs feeling weak, noticed Liu Xiao deep in thought and instantly felt a surge of panic, sprinting to the car and fastening her seatbelt tightly, her hands clutching her thighs. She had come to realize that whenever Liu Xiao bore that expression, it seldom foretold good news. The broad view from the floor-to-ceiling windows during the day was truly breathtaking. Even now, her cheeks remained flushed, the heat refusing to dissipate. Such matters had never crossed her mind until today. What are you thinking? Liu Xiao chuckled as he settled into the driver's seat. He, too, needed a moment to rest. The sage mode required time to settle, after all. I was contemplating where we would stay tonight, Liu Xiao replied. Don't pretend you weren't thinking. Gu Yueshi huffed, wrapping herself up even tighter. I'm being serious, it's already afternoon. And we need to rest tonight, right? Liu Xiao sighed, exasperated. I'm not some ancient beast, must it be so dramatic? Let us stay at a hotel. I think that would suffice. Oh, and let's book 2 rooms. Gu Yueshi suggested, sticking out her tongue, then added, I'm genuinely feeling a bit scared now. Hotels aren't safe these days. There are hidden cameras everywhere. Liu Xiao shook his head with a smile. You wouldn't want to see yourself in the domestic section, would you? In truth, while he said this, Liu Xiao had just suddenly realized he needed to decide how to spend the money in his possession. Having already spent 240 million, he was left with 730 million. If he were to invest in projects, he ought to conduct due diligence first. And after that, negotiations would follow. By the time the investments were finalized, it would take at least 1 to 2 weeks. The crux of the matter is that my Jiang Liufeng investment currently has no employees at all. Even if I were to recruit staff, it would take at least a few days. Moreover, 700 million is hardly a substantial sum in the capital. Originally, Liu Xiao intended to wait. But when he suddenly considered the issue of accommodation, it dawned on him that purchasing a property might be a viable option. Initially, Liu Xiao had no plans to buy a house, as the real estate market in Jiangxing had only seen moderate appreciation and prices were relatively low. For instance, a premium property like Yulong Jingyuan could be had for just 6 to 7 million. How many units would he need to purchase to exhaust 700 million? Furthermore, Liu Xiao did not intend to allocate too much capital to real estate, for an excessive investment in this asset class would complicate future liquidity. However, the situation in the capital was markedly different. Property prices in Beijing were considerably higher than those in Jiangxing, especially in affluent neighborhoods where villas commanded even steeper prices. Upon careful calculation, he realized that the 73 million he possessed was almost exactly the price of a top-tier villa in Beijing. Given that he would frequently visit the capital, it was impractical to stay in hotels each time. Hence, acquiring a residence seemed quite necessary. As for the remaining funds, after completing the sign-in process tomorrow, he would take Gu Yueshi shopping at the mall, and the system would upgrade directly, wouldn't it? Chapter 90. A villa worth 640 million. Why not head back? Gu Yueshi suggested. The journey was not far. They could return to Jiangxing in just 2 to 3 hours. We need to establish the company tomorrow, and I don't want to waste time. Liu Xiao shook his head. I won't stay in a hotel, nor will I return to Jiangxing. I can't just buy a villa. Gu Yueshi's words faltered, and she instinctively turned to Liu Xiao. Xiaogu, you can't be serious about wanting to buy a house in Beijing, can you? Why not? Liu Xiao shrugged with a grin. But the current property prices in Beijing start at around 10,000 per square meter. A single unit would cost at least over 1 million. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Gu Yueshi immediately grew anxious. She was indifferent to Liu Xiao renting a more expensive office for his company, as that was a necessity. A better venue could attract more talent, and she supported that. However, purchasing a property in Beijing seemed utterly unnecessary. If Liu Xiao were not establishing an investment firm, she might even suggest he convert all his assets into real estate. Yet now that he was opening an investment company, he could not afford to sink so much capital into immovable assets, lest he find himself short on funds when the company needed liquidity. Every expenditure must be justified. And every penny saved. All right, just follow me. I know what I'm doing. Liu Xiao offered a brief explanation, laughing heartily as he pressed the accelerator. He hadn't visited this area in either of his lifetimes and was not particularly familiar with it. Thankfully, the information available online was quite comprehensive. Liu Xiao quickly searched for the location of the top-tier villa districts in Beijing. Xiao Gu, you're not actually considering buying a house here, are you? Gu Yueshi asked nervously as they stepped out of the car. The opulence of the place was somewhat overwhelming. Even the reception area of the sales office showcased several jade-adorned artifacts, each likely worth tens of thousands. The furnishings, though unfamiliar, exuded an air of grandeur. She had also caught a glimpse of the property models inside, and the smallest units were over 1,000 square meters. Even at the average market price in Beijing, such a size would cost well over 10 million. But could the prices here truly compare to those in more ordinary locales? Gu Yueshi suspected that doubling the price might still be an underestimate. Rest assured, Yueshi, I have it all figured out, Liu Xiao reassured her, gently patting her back. Seeing Liu Xiao's confidence, Gu Yueshi had wanted to say something further, but ultimately refrained. Good day, sir and madam. As Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi entered, the lead sales representative's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached them. Setting aside everything else, Gu Yueshi's beauty alone made them a promising potential client. What are the property prices here? Gu Yueshi asked, her nerves palpable. Madam, our Lichuan Garden is the largest and most affluent villa district in Beijing. With prices ranging from 50 to 80,000 per square meter, the sales representative cheerfully explained. Not bad at all, Liu Xiao remarked, his interest piqued. At 50,000 per square meter, he could purchase only 2 units, thus expending a significant portion of his funds. What is the size of this particular villa? Liu Xiao inquired, pointing to the largest model, which bore a label indicating it was not yet for sale. Sir, you have a keen eye? This unit is our crown jewel, featuring its own swimming pool, garden, sports court, and various entertainment facilities, with a total area of 8,000 square meters. Naturally, it also commands the highest price at 80,000 per square meter. 8,000 square meters, Liu Xiao mused, stroking his chin. While 80,000 per square meter might seem steep in the current market, it could be justified given that this was a hub for the wealthy in Beijing. Thus, the total price of 640 million was almost precisely within his budget. Liu Xiao glanced once more at the layout. The villa's location was secluded, ensuring absolute tranquility, and it was surrounded by a protective wall for privacy. Upon entering, one would be greeted by a meticulously designed classical garden, complete with a small pond suitable for fish. The villa's exterior, crafted from blue-tinted glass, exuded a modern aesthetic, seamlessly blending technology with traditional culture. The garage was divided into above-ground and underground sections, with over a dozen parking spaces on the surface to accommodate guests. The subterranean level was entirely devoted to parking, boasting over 50 spaces, more than sufficient for any car collector's needs. Truly impressive for 8,000 square meters, Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. And the parking spaces and swimming pool are included in the total area. If we account for those, this property easily exceeds 10,000 square meters. All right, I'll take it, Liu Xiao declared decisively. The sales representative, who had been closely following the conversation, was momentarily taken aback. Did Liu Xiao mean to place an order on the spot? She had not yet begun her presentation, nor had she taken him to see the villa. Xiao Gu, this is over 600 million, not just 6 million, Gu Yueshi exclaimed, fearing Liu Xiao had miscalculated the price. I am aware, Liu Xiao replied, affectionately tousling Gu Yueshi's hair. He promptly handed his bank card to the sales representative. Can the paperwork be completed within half an hour? Absolutely, no problem at all. I assure you, I can have the contract and keys ready in under 20 minutes. The sales representative quivered at the sight of the bank card. Today, she had encountered a true magnate. The villas in Lichuan Garden ranged from a minimum of 1,000 square meters, with the mid-range units spanning 3 to 4,000 square meters, and this 8,000 square meter property was the only one of its kind. Selling it would yield her a considerable commission. When all the paperwork was handed over to Liu Xiao, Gu Yueshi remained in a state of bewilderment. It wasn't until Liu Xiao led her to his newly acquired villa, traversing through the landscaped gardens and into the interior of the house, that Gu Yueshi slowly began to regain her senses. Gazing at the opulent villa before her, Gu Yueshi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Xiao Gu, this place is worth over 600 million, she exclaimed, gripping Liu Xiao's hand. Her face a portrait of astonishment as she surveyed the property. The first impression it left her with was its sheer magnitude. Compared to the apartment she rented, this villa was at least 50 times larger. The outdoor garden, swimming pool, and alfresco barbecue area were all beyond anything she had ever imagined. Had she not known this was Liu Xiao's recent purchase, she would have thought she had stumbled upon a scenic resort. Chapter 91, System Upgrade. Liu Xiao was genuinely pleased with the house. Inside, every appliance and piece of furniture was already installed, all from the most prestigious brands. Of course, these items did not cost a fortune. It was evident that everything was meticulously maintained and regularly cleaned. The outdoor gardens and swimming pool were equally pristine. To acquire such a property in the capital for 600 million was indeed a remarkable bargain. Liu Xiao sprawled across the sofa, stretching comfortably. He mused that after 5 or 6 years, it would be impossible not to sell it for at least 2 billion. The most significant aspect, however, was that his spending limit had significantly increased. With a remaining balance of 90 million and a spending limit of 880 million, he was merely 20 million away from an upgrade. Xiao Gu, I seriously suspect you have a net worth in the hundreds of billions, Gu Yueshi remarked, casting an incredulous glance at the nonchalant Liu Xiao. Who had ever seen someone with a mere tens of millions in assets driving a car worth over 100 million and purchasing a villa valued at over 600 million? She had no doubt that Liu Xiao's wealth was indeed in the billions. Haha, congratulations, you're mistaken, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. I certainly do not possess over 100 billion. I only have 90 million left. Yueshi, what would you like to eat for lunch? Let's not dine out. I'll whip something up for us. Gu Yueshi pondered for a moment before responding. All right, to be honest, I've yet to taste your cooking. Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled at the thought. Although the villa was expensive, the service was impeccable. The property management provided a professional team to maintain the gardens and pool. And even for cleaning and cooking, there were dedicated personnel. Homeowners simply had to ring for assistance. Compared to the villas in Jiangxing, this one was on an entirely different level. If one wished to cook for themselves, they merely had to request the necessary ingredients, which would be delivered for a fee. Gu Yueshi compiled a list of needed ingredients and submitted it to the property management. Before long, everything she required was procured. Entering the kitchen, Gu Yueshi began her culinary preparations. By 8 in the evening, a grand spread adorned the dining table. Liu Xiao had just finished addressing a few matters regarding his companies when he arrived in the dining area, greeted by a delightful aroma. Wow, Yueshi, your culinary skills are exceptional, he exclaimed. What skills? They're just home-cooked dishes. Xiao Gu, hurry and taste. Let me know how it is. Gu Yueshi smiled as she pulled out a chair for Liu Xiao, watching him sit down with eager anticipation, her hands propping up her face, eagerly awaiting his feedback. Do I even need to taste it? Just by looking at the colors, I can tell it's absolutely delectable. Liu Xiao chuckled as he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. The fish, sautéed with fermented black beans and simmered for a few minutes, was rich in flavor without overshadowing its inherent tenderness. Liu Xiao instinctively gave a thumbs up. Although he shared a similar background with Gu Yueshi, his own cooking had always been passable at best. It paled in comparison to the feast she had prepared. In fact, the flavor surpassed even that of Chef Li's dishes. Seeing Liu Xiao's satisfaction, Gu Yueshi's eyes sparkled with joy. What could be more delightful than receiving recognition from the one she cherished? Spending the night in the villa marked their first genuine togetherness. During their customary evening routine, Gu Yueshi found herself slightly out of sorts, feeling the formality of the situation. The next morning, sensing the warmth beside him, Liu Xiao couldn't help but smile. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received cash. 43 million. The cash reward has been issued. Please collect it promptly. Ding. The host's cash assets have surpassed 1 billion. Please consume promptly to elevate the system level. Upon upgrade, a special gift package will be provided. Current upgrade progress. 88 million out of 100 million. Perfect. Liu Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He only needed to spend an additional 20 million today. What truly captivated him was the special gift package indicated in the system notification. He couldn't help but wonder what it might entail. Gu Yueshi had already awakened and blushed slightly at Liu Xiao's movements. However, Liu Xiao's mind was solely focused on completing the system upgrade. After enjoying breakfast in the villa, Liu Xiao took Gu Yueshi to the commercial street, first seeking out an advertising and media firm. Yes, let us proceed with this layout. Aiming for a grand presentation, he said, nodding in approval at the designs presented by the owner. Since the company was freshly established, a striking storefront was essential. Yueshi, please upload our hiring requirements to the job website. Let us try to establish a solid framework in the next couple of days. All right, Gu Yueshi replied, nodding. In the capital, there were plenty of finance professionals, and she had already spotted numerous resumes online. After uploading the company information, she could begin making calls. Although she had stated she wouldn't work under Liu Xiao, she meant she wouldn't take a salary from him. She certainly intended to assist him. After all, he couldn't be expected to handle everything alone. While waiting for the storefront sign to be completed, Gu Yueshi also uploaded all the information regarding Jiang Lufeng investment. Liu Xiao busied himself with matters concerning the headquarters. At the headquarters, Wu Qianqian proactively took over tasks, having already recruited the finance team. As for the financial personnel, she brought in a few of her classmates to fill in temporarily. After managing these initial tasks, Liu Xiao then took Gu Yueshi to a nearby shopping mall. 20 million in the capital was hardly a substantial amount when it came to making purchases. They ascended to the largest jade store on the upper floor, where Liu Xiao selected a premium jade pendant and 2 exquisite jade bracelets, spending over 80 million in total. Then, rather casually, he selected over 10 exquisite jade bracelets, bangles, and rings, each valued at 3 to 4 million, and acquired them all. Finally, after Liu Xiao completed the transaction, the system's notification chime resonated. Congratulations, host. Your total expenditure has reached 1 billion, qualifying for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 92, System Level 2. No. Liu Xiao silently clicked the option. Still within the shopping mall, he intended to defer the matter until he returned home. Beside him, Gu Yueshi was utterly bewildered. Leaving aside the house purchase from the previous night, today he unexpectedly ventured into a jade shop and spent over 100 million? With such a sum, he had essentially emptied the store of its high-end jade. Yueshi, let's head home first. I have a few matters to attend to. Liu Xiao loaded his acquisitions into the car, taking Gu Yueshi back to the villa. I'll be busy in the study for a while, he said. You go ahead and contact the eligible individuals. Gu Yueshi nodded, retrieving her phone to begin making calls one by one. Upon entering the study, Liu Xiao promptly locked the door and exhaled heavily. It had been nearly 20 days since his arrival in this world. System upgrade. Without hesitation, he pressed the upgrade button. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have met the upgrade requirements. System upgrading. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade was successful. System panel loaded successfully. View panel. Host, Liu Xiao unique binding. Available funds, 2 billion. Current system level, level 2. Upgrade progress, 2 billion out of 10 billion. Sign-in options, any assets, any skills. Tip, the host can sign in infinitely. The longer the intervals between sign-ins, the higher the probability of acquiring quality assets and skills. The maximum interval is 7 days. Tip, current sign-in probability, 99 for assets below 1 billion, 0, 99 for assets above 1 billion, and 0, 1 for skills. Tip, the upgrade gift package has not yet been opened. Indeed, it was tenfold. Liu Xiao felt a surge of excitement. By this logic, after ascending to level 2, the assets he signed in for each day would be at least over 3 billion. Furthermore, in addition to assets, the system's sign-in rewards now included a skill. Although the nature of this skill remained unknown, the probability of acquiring it was alarmingly low. A mere 0.01 translates to 1 in 10,000. Given the system's tendencies, it was likely that this 1 in 10,000 would be further diminished. Nevertheless, he wondered what these skills truly entailed and decided to wait until he acquired the first one to find out. Liu Xiao pondered briefly and shook his head. To be honest, he didn't particularly require any additional abilities. In modern society, possessing wealth sufficed. For any task, one could simply hire someone to do it. Of course, Liu Xiao did not entirely dismiss the notion of acquiring skills. After all, one's own capabilities surpassed those of others. What intrigued Liu Xiao the most was the upgrade gift package. System, open the upgrade gift package. Ding. The upgrade gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received cash amounting to 5 billion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the asset, a building in the Beijing Baixing complex. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, mastery of automobile driving. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, cloud stealing hands. 5 billion in cash. Liu Xiao's attention immediately fixated on the monetary reward. Did this mean that half of my level 2 upgrade task was accomplished solely through the upgrade gift package? He was astounded. The level 2 upgrade task required an expenditure of 100 billion. Yet now, he had received 50 billion in cash. Liu Xiao took out his phone and searched for information on the Beijing Baixing complex. Good heavens, a commercial building valued at over 100 billion? Liu Xiao silently marveled. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether this was merely a stroke of luck or if the upgrade gift package was inherently extraordinary. This single upgrade package had propelled Liu Xiao into a net worth of 100 billion. While this sum might not be particularly remarkable in Beijing, in Jiangxing, it would unequivocally place him among the elite. Moreover, the system also granted him 2 skills. One was mastery of automobile driving, which Liu Xiao comprehended, while the other, cloud stealing hands, left him somewhat perplexed. Next to both skills, a faint green learning icon appeared. Liu Xiao wasted no time and clicked to learn. Instantly, a warm sensation surged within his mind, circulating slowly. Liu Xiao experienced a peculiar, almost pleasurable sensation. However, before he could fully savor it, the warmth dissipated entirely. Suddenly, an abundance of knowledge flooded his mind. Various types of automobile driving, values of sports cars, military vehicle valuations, and large bus driving techniques filled his thoughts. Cornering at high speeds, drifting, executing rapid S-turns, and performing 90-degree spins, Liu Xiao was astonished. He felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned driver. Possessing an innate understanding of any vehicle's performance and handling methods, as if they sprang to mind at will. Is this the skill one can acquire? Liu Xiao incredulously absorbed the wealth of knowledge. He realized he had perhaps underestimated this ability. With this mastery of driving, he could confidently assert that even in a race, he would undoubtedly rank among the world's best. And this was merely a driving skill. What if it were a combat skill? Would that not enable him to defeat 10 adversaries single-handedly? Suddenly, Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. And then there was Cloud stealing hands. Liu Xiao eagerly searched his mind for knowledge regarding this skill. It promised unparalleled hand speed, allowing him to stealthily procure any desired item from within 2 meters of another without detection, and to discreetly place any object onto another without being noticed. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at this ability. Compared to the earlier mastery of driving, this seemed somewhat trivial. He wasn't a thief, nor did he foresee any opportunities to utilize this skill. Moreover, the notion of any item appeared a tad exaggerated. For instance, if someone were wearing tight pants, how could he possibly steal from them? Surely, he wouldn't simply snatch their underwear, would he? Yet, just as Liu Xiao contemplated this, a tutorial on how to discreetly lift pants materialized in his mind. He fell silent. Astonishing. He could even pilfer what lay beneath clothing. After absorbing all the knowledge, Liu Xiao was utterly convinced. This skill indeed lived up to its description, enabling one to acquire any desired item from another. He wondered who had conceived such a talent. They were undoubtedly ingenious. However, it seemed somewhat impractical. Liu Xiao, a model young man, surely wouldn't he resort to stealing women's South clothing on the street, would he? Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, one might fear that they could be swiftly ushered into a 7-day confinement package. Chapter 93. Shouldn't we consider hiring a secretary? Liu Xiao redirected his gaze towards the system interface. The current available cash had reached an astonishing 5 billion. As for fixed assets, the Baixing building alone surpassed an impressive 11 billion. This implies that, when combined with previous assets, Liu Xiao's total assets now hover around 125 billion, supplemented by 50 billion in cash. He required an additional 50 billion in expenditure to ascend to level 3. Indeed, this system's substantial rewards were remarkable. Liu Xiao couldn't help but commend the system. Not only had it granted him 2 skills, but it had also significantly advanced his upgrade progress. If the rewards from sign-ins were indeed tenfold as before, averaging 300 million per day, it would merely take about 15 to 16 days to amass that sum. Given this scenario, there was no need to rush into reaching level 3. He could first complete a 7-day sign-in reward and then gradually collect more. Liu Xiao pondered. Now possessing 50 billion in cash, investing this amount was not without its challenges. The company was still in its formative stages, requiring time for project assessments and finalizing agreements, which would take at least 10 days. During this period, he could fully utilize the 50 billion at hand, and then partake in a top-tier lottery after 7 days, hoping for a delightful surprise. Since acquiring the system, Liu Xiao had yet to experience a genuine top-tier lottery draw. With this thought settled, Liu Xiao left the study, feeling quite content. Outside, Gu Yueshi was busy coordinating personnel for interviews. Yes, please come to the 88th floor tomorrow morning for the interview. Rest assured, our company is in the process of establishment, not a shell corporation. You can verify our information on the business registration website. Yueshi, how did it go? Upon seeing Gu Yueshi finish her call, Liu Xiao smiled and sat beside her. Xiao Gu, you're done with your work? I've already scheduled 15 candidates for interviews. 5 in finance and 10 in the financial sector. As for logistics and administration, we'll handle that tomorrow. Gu Yueshi handed Liu Xiao the data she had just compiled in her notebook. They all expressed their willingness to come once they heard our company is located on Binhai Commercial Street. Gu Yueshi remarked with a smile. In this day and age, a company's address can significantly reflect its image and capabilities. To operate on the 88th floor of the largest office building in Binhai Commercial Street, one must possess considerable capital. Otherwise, it would be quite audacious. This serves as the company's first impression. If these 15 individuals could be secured, the foundational establishment of the company would be nearly complete. Liu Xiao glanced at the recorded personal profiles, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the capital city still harbored a wealth of talent. In just a single day, such a pool could be filtered. Although the salaries offered were relatively high, for Liu Xiao, this expenditure was negligible. According to his plans, the future branch of Jianglu Venture Capital in the capital would likely employ around 200 individuals, while the headquarters, due to fewer operations, might only require about 100. Should branches be opened in Modu and Xinjiang in the future, the headquarters numbers might further increase. Within a year, the company's workforce could expand to approximately 1,000. Even if the average salary for these 1,000 employees exceeded 10,000, the monthly total would merely amount to 10 million, a sum that Liu Xiao found rather trifling. Not to mention, even if this figure were to multiply tenfold, he could easily sustain it. Alright, let's proceed with these candidates for now. After tomorrow's interviews, we'll also assess a batch for administration and HR. And the remaining tasks can be delegated to them, Liu Xiao said with a smile as he closed Gu Yuexi's notebook. After a while, as Liu Xiao contemplated engaging in some activity with Gu Yuexi, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Gu, you should answer the call promptly, Gu Yuexi chuckled, covering her mouth as she hurriedly stepped aside to adjust her belt. Liu Xiao shot her an exasperated glance. Is it necessary to be so wary of me? Nevertheless, he picked up the phone. An unknown number from the capital? Liu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, but soon realized this was likely the representative of the Baixing building he had just drawn. However, according to the system's usual pattern, hadn't he the previous businesses all invited him to join groups? Without hesitation, Liu Xiao accepted the call. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am the general manager of Baixing building. When would you be available to receive the documents and procedures for Baixing building? The other party's tone was somewhat apprehensive. I will come by in the next couple of days. Just prepare the materials, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Understood, boss. Although he was the head of Baixing building, one could argue he was merely a property manager. The building worth over 100 billion had little to do with him. With a new owner, he felt quite anxious, fearing that he might inadvertently create a negative impression on Liu Xiao. By the way, boss, may I invite you to join our Baixing group chat? The other party added hesitantly. Liu Xiao's expression darkened immediately. He had initially thought the call was regarding the lack of a group chat, but it seemed he could not escape this fate after all. After hanging up, within 5 minutes, a group invitation notification arrived, followed by a flurry of messages about transferring group ownership and welcome speeches. When will this end? Liu Xiao sighed as he stared at the numerous work-related messages flooding his phone. The group chats had nearly exploded. There were the Wu family's shareholder group, Jianglu Real Estate, Lijiang Hotel, Fading Technology, Tiankong Building, a group for Zhang Qingwan's investment business. In addition to the Jianglu Venture Capital Business Group newly established by Wu Qianxian, and now this Baixing Building Business Group. In total, there were already 8 group chats. Moreover, almost every couple of days, there were new matters requiring his decisive attention. Liu Xiao truly felt overwhelmed. Gu Yuexi noticed Liu Xiao staring blankly at the screen, filled with group chats. Although she couldn't see the specific names, the sheer number of notifications made her chuckle. What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and I might just pull you in as my secretary. Liu Xiao retorted with a hint of annoyance. In his previous life as an employee, he had encountered over 20 internal company groups. While there were indeed numerous groups, the overall business was limited. And those 20 groups didn't require daily attention. Only a few were frequently utilized. But now, with 8 groups, there were pressing matters to address almost every day, significantly increasing the work intensity. I won't do it. I never imagined that, Xiao Gu, you would oversee so many companies, she remarked, finally understanding the confidence behind Liu Xiao's lavish spending on properties and gemstones. If it becomes too cumbersome, perhaps you should consider hiring yourself a secretary? Having someone assist would simplify these tasks considerably, Gu Yuexi suggested. Chapter 94, The Interview. It's not that simple, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head in resignation. Finding a secretary with adequate competence is indeed a straightforward task. However, finding a secretary who is not only stunningly beautiful and elegantly dressed in stockings, but also possesses exceptional work capabilities, is no simple task. Liu Xiao's aesthetic sensibilities have been refined by 2 charming young ladies, and when it comes to someone in such close proximity, he finds it somewhat disheartening to settle for an average appearance. Perhaps it is best to wait a little longer. If the right candidate emerges, he shall extend an invitation. Gu Yuexi shot Liu Xiao an exasperated glance, incredulous at his lack of sincerity even in the matter of hiring a secretary. Yuexi, if you aren't going to be the general manager, why not be my secretary? Liu Xiao suggested with a grin directed at Gu Yuexi. Dream on. I have no intention of doing that. She vehemently shook her head. If she were to become Liu Xiao's secretary, it would inevitably lead to frequent encounters with Wu Qianxian, something she would prefer to avoid. What am I to do with you, my dear girl? Liu Xiao sighed, realizing that Gu Yuexi was resolute in her refusal. Her personality was a source of both affection and frustration for him. Oh, please don't keep making me come over. I've already told you, Gu Yuexi said. Sensing Liu Xiao's irritation, she swiftly darted into his embrace, revealing that her reluctance to be by his side stemmed from her own intentions. She understood that the 800,000 he had lent her was insignificant in his eyes. especially considering that the jade pieces he purchased yesterday were all valued above 300,000 each. While this sum meant little to Liu Xiao, it was akin to a lifeline for her. In her heart, she had already wholly aligned herself with Liu Xiao. Had he remained single, she would have approached him without hesitation. However, now that he had a girlfriend, she did not wish to intrude upon his normal life. This arrangement was the best she could conceive. With Gu Yueshi's antics, Liu Xiao found himself unable to remain angry, succumbing instead to self-reassurance. The following morning, Liu Xiao first visited the Baixing building. The Baixing building is situated a mere 100 meters from the office he rented, and both share similar attributes. Nonetheless, the Baixing building is slightly lower, with a total height of only 70 stories, and it has just been completed. Businesses are moving in but still require personal renovations. Thus, Liu Xiao decided against hastily relocating the entire company, opting instead to have the top floor exquisitely renovated, with plans to transfer the company there in November. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were seated in the office, prepared for interviews. Qinhuai. Good day, Manager Gu. Upon seeing Gu Yueshi, the newcomer's eyes widened in surprise. Evidently, he had not anticipated that the person who had contacted him the previous day was such a striking beauty. Even in the capital, known for its abundance of stunning women, he had rarely encountered someone of her caliber. However, it was clear that Gu Yueshi was already taken, and the gentleman beside her must be her boyfriend. Qinhuai, 36 years old, has been in the finance industry for 15 years, having worked at several financial institutions, including a top-tier one for around 3 years, before leaving due to family circumstances. Gu Yueshi read through Qinhuai's basic information. By the way, this gentleman beside me is Liu Xiao, the owner of Jianglu Venture Capital. She promptly introduced Liu Xiao. You are the owner? Qinhuai appeared visibly astonished. Initially, he had assumed that both Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi were employees. So one is the owner, and the other is the boss's wife? What? Does it not seem fitting? Liu Xiao chuckled. Not unfitting, but you are simply too young. Qinhuai shook his head in disbelief. We are already familiar with your basic information. Since you are applying for a position here, please introduce yourself further. Liu Xiao smiled at Qinhuai. Certainly. I graduated from the Capital University of Technology with a major in finance, and have been engaged in finance ever since, specializing in venture capital. I previously invested in an internet company that generated 8-fold profits, and I have a profound understanding of the internet economy. Qinhuai succinctly outlined his professional background. A resume is merely a small piece of paper that can only encapsulate general achievements, but during a personal introduction, one can elaborate on work experiences and encounters in much greater detail. He genuinely wished to secure this position at Jianglu Company. The job is located in the capital, with hours from 9 to 5, starting salaries at 12,000 per month, plus performance bonuses. Should his capabilities be recognized, his salary could increase by at least 50% within 3 months. This offer is quite generous by the capital standards. Having worked for over a decade, he felt confident that he could earn over 20,000 monthly within 3 months. In the current economic climate of the capital, that would be considered an exceptionally high salary. Liu Xiao posed a few more questions, to which Qinhuai responded fluidly. You fit our requirements well. If you are willing, congratulations, you are hired. Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Am I truly hired? Qinhuai momentarily paused before delight washed over him. So, when can I start? He asked eagerly. After resigning from his previous job in Shanghai, he had been without income for 2 months, and with rent in the capital being steep, he was in urgent need of funds. If you wish, you can start today. Feel free to choose any workstation, and you can begin working once the computers arrive this afternoon. Liu Xiao shrugged, handing Qinhuai 3 copies of the employment contract prepared by Gu Yueshi. 1 copy was for the employee, while the other 2 would remain with the company. Since it was only early August, calculating the salary could be straightforward, as it would simply be for the entire month. Qinhuai, upon reviewing the terms, signed the contract without hesitation. Over an hour later, all 15 candidates who had come for interviews were concluded. Due to Gu Yueshi's selection of resumes, they were all impressive talents, and in truth, their professional knowledge was commendable, leading Liu Xiao to retain them all. Qinhuai, you will temporarily serve as the leader of the finance team. Among these candidates, your capabilities stand out the most. Understood, boss. Qinhuai was taken aback, but soon brimming with excitement. To enter the company as the temporary team leader was a significant opportunity. Even if someone more qualified were to replace him later, he could still secure a deputy team leader position. With his skills, he believed he could excel in this role. Chapter 95, a total investment plan of 4,500,000,000. Liu Xiao initially intended to stay in the capital for 3 days. However, it became evident that 3 days were rather insufficient. Establishing a company without assistance is far more challenging than one might anticipate. Aside from the previous 2 days, they spent an additional 3 days in the capital. It was not until the 5th day that the myriad of trivial matters was finally resolved. and the fundamental order of the company was just beginning to take shape. As he gazed upon the venture capital firm, now bustling with over 50 individuals, Liu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Each member had been meticulously selected by him and Gu Yueshi, all highly compensated and undoubtedly considered key players within the industry. Please, everyone, halt your tasks for a moment. I would like to announce some recent developments, Liu Xiao stated as he stepped out of his office and clapped his hands, signaling for a meeting. First and foremost, regarding the administrative side, please continue recruiting according to the criteria I previously provided. The administrative department is temporarily set at 10 personnel, primarily responsible for logistics and human resources. If you feel this is insufficient, feel free to expand the team. There are no restrictions on that front. The finance department is to comprise 20 members, with the financial head reporting directly to me. I will require weekly financial reports. As for our financial operations, we will provisionally establish a team of 70, divided into 10 groups. Once recruitment is complete, group leaders will have the autonomy to select their teams. By the way, Qin Huai, you will temporarily serve as the head of the finance department, directly accountable to me. Liu Xiao turned to Qin Huai, who had been performing exceptionally well in recent days. Understood, boss. Qin Huai's heart raced with excitement as he quickly agreed. With this promotion, the accompanying benefits would undoubtedly follow. Liu Xiao had already delegated the creation of a detailed performance assessment plan to the finance and administrative teams, which he anticipated would be ready in a few days. For now, the staffing level is set at 100 personnel. Although not excessive, it should suffice. We can continue hiring after this month. But the new recruits will likely be predominantly recent graduates. A company with too many veterans can lead to complications. Next, let me clarify the overarching direction of our company. As long as your initiatives align with this direction, feel free to exercise your creativity. Firstly, our initial investment total is earmarked at 4.5 billion. This capital will be dispersed gradually over the course of about a month, with no restrictions on industry. Provided that at least 70% of the investment is allocated within the internet sector, Liu Xiao elaborated. 4.5 billion? Upon hearing Liu Xiao's declaration, the room erupted with excitement. That translates to an investment of 15 billion daily. With only 7 groups, each can expect to receive 200 million each day. They had initially assumed Jiang Lu Company was a small investment firm, but it was clear now that it was a colossal entity. It was worth noting that in the capital, very few companies could muster such a sum for investment within a month, typically only the elite firms of $1 trillion scale. Please, quiet down, Liu Xiao chuckled, gesturing for calm. What I've mentioned is merely the baseline. Allocations will not be made on a daily basis, but rather by the total amount. If any of you can identify a significant investment opportunity, I would not hesitate to allocate the entirety of these funds. As for performance bonuses, allow your imaginations to run wild. Laughter erupted in the room, as everyone understood that should anyone manage to invest such a staggering sum and secure substantial returns for the company, their future would be set for life. Regarding risk management, for investments below 500,000, group leader signatures will suffice for the finance department to authorize payment. For investments under 30 million, the head's signature alongside financial review will be adequate. Investments exceeding 30 million will require signatures from both the group leader and the head, after which it will be submitted to me for approval before the finance department can disperse funds. Tasks will be assigned to each group based on the 4.5 billion total, with deadlines that must be adhered to. Of course, you must guarantee a return on investment. If any group's failure rate exceeds 50%, the leader will face demotion. If the failure rate surpasses 70%, they will be dismissed. For those whose projects have my signature and fail at a rate above 30%, they too will face demotion. Evaluations will occur every 6 months. Is everything clear? Liu Xiao articulated succinctly. Absolutely. The room resonated with the sound of affirmations. Liu Xiao's directives were straightforward, and given their extensive experience in the financial realm, everyone was well aware of the implications. In truth, Liu Xiao's performance expectations were quite lenient. Moreover, each group had the authority to make single investments of up to 500,000. In this day and age, many companies begin with investments of merely hundreds of thousands. 500,000 is already a moderate investment sum, and even 30 million is manageable for most firms. It is only the select few large corporations that necessitate investments exceeding 30 million. This level of autonomy was indeed expansive. Liu Xiao promptly transferred the 4.5 billion from his account to the company's treasury. Moving forward, whether for personal investments or company ventures, funds would primarily be drawn from this account, marking the beginning of a formalized investment process. Once these matters were settled, Liu Xiao found himself with some leisure time. He stretched languidly in his office while Gu Yueshi stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Xiao Gu, you've been quite busy these past few days, haven't you? Gu Yueshi remarked with a smile. Not too overwhelmed, Liu Xiao replied with a playful glance at her. This girl, while helpful, stubbornly refused to take on any position herself, which had been a source of frustration for Liu Xiao in recent days. However, knowing that her intentions were for his benefit softened his irritation, leaving him with a resigned sigh. Liu Xiao increasingly felt that a strong-willed personality in a girl could be a double-edged sword. Sometimes, a more demure presence might be preferable. Make sure to rest well tonight. We'll return to Jiang City tomorrow, Liu Xiao said, pulling Gu Yueshi into an embrace with a smile. Having spent 5 days in the capital, and with the system upgrade now 3 days behind them, they had nearly completed their tasks. Although the capital was more developed, it lacked the comfort of Jiang City. Gu Yueshi shyly nodded. Xiao Gu, there are still people outside, so be gentle, she whispered. It's you who should lower your voice, Liu Xiao chuckled, glancing towards the closed blinds that ensured privacy from the outside. He then gently patted Gu Yueshi's head. She shot him a playful glare but obediently nestled closer. Chapter 96, Headquarters. The following morning, Liu Xiao returned to Jiang City with Gu Yueshi. Yueshi, I have some matters to attend to at the company. You should head home first. I'll come see you in a couple of days, Liu Xiao said as he dropped her off at the hospital entrance. All right, Xiao Gu, you take care, Gu Yueshi nodded. Aware that Liu Xiao's investment firm's headquarters in Jiang City was still under construction and that he would be quite busy in the coming days, Liu Xiao first called Wu Qianqian, then made his way to the Sky Tower. The Jianglu Venture Capital headquarters was situated on the 2 floors below Zhang Qingwan's company, specifically on the 59th and 58th floors. Xiao Gu, Wu Qianqian exclaimed with delight upon seeing Liu Xiao enter, waving enthusiastically. Hello, boss. Several newly hired employees greeted Liu Xiao as he walked in. Hello, everyone, Liu Xiao replied with a warm smile, proceeding with Wu Qianqian into the office. The headquarters is operating at quite an impressive pace, isn't it? There are already over 30 people here, Liu Xiao remarked, looking at Wu Qianqian with surprise. The remarkable efficiency of the capital city can be attributed to its status as one of the epicenters of talent. Regardless of the selection pool or the sheer number of candidates, the issue of human resources becomes trivial as long as competitive salaries are offered. In contrast, the financial sector in Jiang City is relatively modest, making it quite a challenge to find such a substantial number of qualified individuals in such a short span of time. It is not my own prowess that has facilitated this. It is thanks to Sister Qingwan's assistance. Wu Qianqian chuckled, leaning against Liu Xiao. Sister Qingwan leveraged her connections to bring over 8 or 9 key personnel, and nearly each of these individuals has recruited several others, resulting in a gathering of over 30 people in just a few days. I see, Liu Xiao said, realization dawning upon him. That certainly clarifies matters. By the way, Xiao Gu, what is the primary business focus of our headquarters? The employees have been quite idle lately, Wu Qianqian remarked, playfully sticking out her tongue. The foundational staff is essentially complete, and any further recruitment would primarily serve to supplement the team. Given that Liu Xiao has yet to assign any tasks, many of these individuals have been left with little to do. For now, let's not rush. Let them first compile the financial information from Jiang City, and subsequently, we can follow up on the internet project I am collaborating on with Zhang Qingwan, Liu Xiao suggested, shaking his head with a smile. He views Jiang City as the main coordination hub and, if possible, he intends to limit the local company's engagement with excessive business ventures. After all, the city is relatively small and investment opportunities are rather scarce. Naturally, should a promising project present itself, he would certainly pursue it. All right, I'll have them follow up on the project, Wu Qianqian nodded. She was aware that Liu Xiao had invested 2 billion in Zhang Qingwan and was also informed about the ongoing collaboration between Liu Xiao's company, Fading Technology, and Zhang Qingwan's firm. As a stakeholder, while she would refrain from intervening in specific matters, she certainly had the right to be informed. Wu Qianqian presented Liu Xiao with the resumes of all personnel from the headquarters, which he reviewed meticulously, thus gaining a better understanding of the human resources at the main office. In terms of professional competence, several individuals stood out, especially since they had been recommended by Zhang Qingwan, whose capabilities are indeed quite reliable. However, they still fall short in comparison to those from the capital. Qianqian, you needn't concern yourself with these matters for the time being. Take some time to rest, Liu Xiao said affectionately, wrapping his arms around Wu Qianqian. The girl had been running between 2 companies for several days, and it was evident that her mental and physical state had begun to wane. Wu Qianqian replied, her face radiating happiness. Wasn't this what she had been pursuing? When Liu Xiao was away, she had to juggle many responsibilities, but now that he had returned, she could once again embrace her role as a delicate woman. Come, let us return home, Liu Xiao exclaimed, lifting Wu Qianqian in his arms and laughing as he headed toward the door. Xiao Gu, put me down quickly, there are employees outside, Wu Qianqian exclaimed anxiously, noticing Liu Xiao's utter disregard for the surroundings. Put you down? I am the boss, and you are the boss's wife. Who dares to object? Liu Xiao tightened his grip slightly, ensuring Wu Qianqian remained nestled in his embrace as he strode out of the general manager's office. The 30 or so employees outside could not help but fix their gaze on Liu Xiao carrying Wu Qianqian, their attention wholly captivated. Envious, are we? Better get back to work promptly, or else next year I might just find you all a sister-in-law. Liu Xiao teased, eliciting laughter from the staff. Boss, the boss's wife is still in your arms. Aren't you afraid of returning to kneel on the washboard? A bold employee quipped, provoking more laughter. It's all right. Your boss is quite capable. Your sister-in-law will understand, Liu Xiao replied with a hearty laugh. Wu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. If you keep laughing, I will deduct your wages. Honestly, both the boss and the boss's wife seemed to have delightful personalities. Some employees murmured as they observed Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian exiting. In the workforce, lofty ideals and future aspirations often pale in significance compared to two primary considerations: salary and work environment. As for salary, there is no doubt. Those capable individuals are assuredly receiving the highest wages in Jiang City. Regarding the work environment, being on the 58th and 59th floors of the tallest tower in the high-tech zone, most colleagues are young, and the work pressure is manageable. Furthermore, with the seemingly amiable demeanor of the boss, it strongly suggests that the future work environment will be quite pleasant. Whether their personalities are good or not, I cannot say. But one thing is certain. The boss and his wife exiting together does not bode well for any innocent endeavors, a female employee remarked with a giggle. Understanding the state of affairs with Wu Qianqian's alluring demeanor, get back to work, quickly. The boss and his wife are not subjects for our gossip, the supervisor interjected, clearing his throat to quell the chatter in the office. Chapter 97. Tianlai Real Estate. For the following 3 days, Liu Xiao remained at home, devotedly spending time with Wu Qianqian. The intricacies of human relationships are often the most challenging to navigate. While wealth may facilitate smoother interactions, it is the consistent nurturing of these connections that ultimately ensures mutual satisfaction. Liu Xiao was acutely aware that Wu Qianqian must have felt some discontent due to his recent trip to the capital without her. To soothe her feelings, he resolved to put in extra effort and care. Early one morning, Liu Xiao awoke with anticipation. Today marked the conclusion of the 7th day, and he was eager to discover what rewards awaited him. With his hand clasping the orb, a glimmer of excitement lit his eyes, excluding the grand prize. This was the first lottery draw following the system's upgrade to level 2, and the stakes were high. System check-in, Liu Xiao declared without hesitation, pressing the check-in button. Beep. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received assets. 100% shares in Tianlai Real Estate Company. All documents pertaining to Tianlai Real Estate have been deposited in the study of your Yulong Scenic Villa. Please retrieve them at your earliest convenience. A real estate company? Liu Xiao furrowed his brow. To be frank, his primary interest lay in internet companies, followed by light asset firms, with heavy asset companies being the least appealing. Nevertheless, as he was still in the process of diversifying his portfolio, he held no particular biases against the nature of the company. Retrieving his phone from the bedside, Liu Xiao searched for information about Tianlai Real Estate. With total assets amounting to 400 billion. Their main projects were located in Dongjiang Province, with numerous ventures within Jiang City itself. Liu Xiao gazed in astonishment at the information he had just uncovered. Is this a jackpot? He mused. It is worth noting that after the system's upgrade to level 2, the probability of receiving assets typically hovers around 10 billion or more. The Baixing building he had acquired in Jiang City was not a result of his draw, but rather a reward from the system's upgrade package. And now, to his astonishment, he had directly acquired Tianlai Real Estate, a company valued at a staggering 40 billion. To be honest, Liu Xiao initially thought that merely achieving a market value of 8 or 9 billion would be quite commendable. Within mere minutes, Liu Xiao heard the sudden chime of his phone, signaling a friend request. Habitually, he accepted it. In the next moment, he found himself added to an executive group chat of a company named Tianlai Real Estate. Following this, a series of familiar procedures ensued. Indeed, it was this very Tianlai Real Estate. Liu Xiao reconfirmed that the Tianlai Real Estate under his name was unequivocally the colossal entity he had discovered online, valued at 40 billion. Most crucially, although the company was registered in the capital, its primary operations were concentrated in Dongjiang Province. This meant that Tianlai would prove to be immensely beneficial to Liu Xiao at present. Such a vast enterprise, in many respects, represented both power and influence. Boss, our company has a significant chance of securing the North City Tourist City project we are currently bidding on, as it is a substantial undertaking that requires your final approval. Zhao Bin, the general manager of Tianlai Real Estate, tagged Liu Xiao in the group chat. Upon reading this message, Liu Xiao felt a sudden pang of headache. How was it that just after taking over a company, he was inundated with yet another heap of responsibilities. Please send over the project proposal for my review. Liu Xiao replied, tagging Zhao Bin in the chat as well. Zhao Bin promptly acknowledged and, within a few minutes, sent a PDF file directly to Liu Xiao. As Liu Xiao opened the document, he noted that the distance between North City and Jiang City was not great. After leaving the city, it was approximately only 200 kilometers, situated in the northern part of Dongjiang province, about a 1-hour drive. The Tourist City project was a landmark initiative being tendered by North City, with a total project value of around 100 billion and anticipated profits of approximately 30 billion over a construction period of 1.5 years. This translated to an annualized profit margin of 20%. While the earnings post-bank loan interest might not be substantial, the project's significance lay in its long-term returns. Once completed, the successful bidder would be responsible for the maintenance and management of the tourist city for the next decade. This profit would amount to around 5 billion annually, culminating in a total of 50 billion over the 10 years. Such a stable revenue stream naturally attracted countless contenders. Moreover, securing this project would be an exceptional opportunity to enhance his brand image. Alas, it seems I cannot escape this, Liu Xiao sighed in resignation. It was now August 10th, and by the time this project was completed, it would likely be nearing September. He had hardly enjoyed his summer vacation, and the start of school was already looming. I must hire a secretary. Continuing like this would surely lead to my demise. Liu Xiao gritted his teeth. With several companies under his belt now, it was evident that he could not manage all the affairs alone. Furthermore, the total market value of his enterprises had now reached approximately 5 to 600 billion, a level of assets sufficient to attract capable secretaries. Without hesitation, Liu Xiao sent messages to the general managers of his various companies, instructing them to post job listings for executive assistants. Boss, what are your requirements for the assistant? Qin Huai inquired somewhat apprehensively. Having spent little time with Liu Xiao, he was uncertain of his temperament and indecisively pondered the implications. If they hired someone attractive, there was already a stunning girlfriend by Liu Xiao's side. Yet, if they opted for someone less appealing, it might not be well received by the boss. Cough. I don't have any particular demands. Just someone with good looks and a strong work ethic will suffice, Liu Xiao replied. Understood, boss, Qin Huai responded, relieved. This essentially meant they were on the lookout for someone attractive and capable. After all, boss, if you're coming to North City in the next few days, I can bring the candidates along, Zhao Bin added. Finding a secretary in the capital was not particularly challenging. Liu Xiao's requirements were straightforward yet nuanced, and the probability of finding a suitable candidate in Beijing was considerably higher. If fortune favored them, securing someone within a day or two would not be a daunting task. Nearby, Wu Qianqian, awakened by Liu Xiao's flurry of activity, chimed in, Xiao Go, I heard you mention looking for a secretary? Curiously, she gazed at Liu Xiao. Yes. I'm a bit overwhelmed with tasks, Liu Xiao admitted, shrugging. Given your current status, it is indeed time to acquire a secretary, Wu Qianqian concurred with a smile. Although she was unaware of Liu Xiao's current net worth of 5 to 600 billion, she did know he was worth over 100 billion. In reality, individuals of Liu Xiao's caliber rarely operated without a personal assistant. But Xiao Gu, you mustn't use the excuse of hiring a secretary to seek companionship. Wu Qianqian expressed her concerns. A secretary would be someone intimately close, perhaps even spending more time with Liu Xiao than she did. Cough, cough. Liu Xiao awkwardly cleared his throat. Truthfully, he had not considered any ulterior motives regarding the secretary. His intention was merely to find someone aesthetically pleasing, capable of donning both black and white stockings to his delight, while also possessing commendable work skills. After all, he would be frequently accompanied by this individual, and an unattractive assistant would certainly be an eyesore. By the way, Qianqian, I might be heading to North City the day after tomorrow, if you're free. You should join me, Liu Xiao suggested after some contemplation. He intended for Wu Qianqian to handle matters related to real estate, and this trip to Jiang City pertained to a business deal worth over 100 billion, an excellent opportunity for her to gain insight and expand her capabilities. North City? She inquired. Yes, there's a project bidding happening there with a company from the capital, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. All right, Wu Qianqian responded eagerly, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Having decided to visit Jiang City the following day, Liu Xiao enjoyed breakfast at home before heading to the hospital. After several days, Gu Xiu had nearly recovered, able to move about like a normal person. However, according to the doctor, it was advisable for her to remain in the hospital for a few more days for observation. Gu Yueshi, seeing her sister's complete recovery, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xiao Gu, I plan to start looking for a job in the next couple of days, she said hesitantly to Liu Xiao. To be honest, she felt a pang of guilt for not joining Liu Xiao's newly established financial company. You're planning to look for a job? In which field? Liu Xiao inquired, momentarily taken aback but eventually nodding in affirmation. Since Gu Yueshi was willing, he saw no reason to discourage her. After all, with his current capabilities, even if Gu Yueshi were to excel dramatically in Jiang City, he could easily compensate for it. In terms of wealth, Liu Xiao is undoubtedly the foremost figure in Jiangxing, without any rivals. The only aspect in which he may fall short is in terms of influence. However, this is a fleeting concern, for with substantial wealth, the right circles will naturally gravitate towards him, and in due time, everything he requires will come to fruition. Ideally, I wish to immerse myself in the financial sector. But should that prove unfruitful, I am inclined to pursue a position in the foresight department of an internet company, Gu Yueshi articulated. Initially, her aspirations were confined to the financial realm, yet for reasons unknown, the allure of internet firms suddenly expanded her horizons. Perhaps it is because Liu Xiao's venture capital firm is particularly focused on the internet sector? Very well, commence your search. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I have a well-connected friend in Jiangcheng who can facilitate your entry into your desired company, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. He believed that if Gu Yueshi could secure a position in the foresight department of an internet company, it would be a commendable outcome. The essence of foresight work is fundamentally an assessment of future trends in the internet landscape. If such assessments prove accurate and gain widespread acceptance, the future trajectory of the internet company will undoubtedly align with these predictions. In truth, this endeavor bears resemblance to venture capital enterprises. While the financial sector may offer lucrative salaries, it is fraught with complexities that can be overwhelming, rendering the internet industry a more stable option. If given the opportunity to guide her decision, Liu Xiao would prefer Gu Yueshi to join an internet company. Gu Xiu, listening intently from the sidelines, refrained from interjecting. She was well aware of the dynamics between her sister and Liu Xiao, with the exception of certain intimate details that remained unknown to her. She understood her sister's desire for independence in her career, although she longed to advise her sister against such self-imposed hardships. As a student, she felt powerless to influence her sister's choices. Her only recourse was to wait until she could secure a job herself and repay the kindness shown by her sister and Liu Xiao with her own earnings. After discussing this matter, Gu Yueshi appeared to have released a burden. Her demeanor instantly lightened. By the way, I need to travel to Beijing in the next few days and may not be able to return for a while. I will visit you both upon my return, Liu Xiao announced, preparing to take his leave after spending some time at the hospital. He had initially wished to foster a closer connection with Gu Yueshi, yet the presence of her sister made such endeavors impossible. It was perhaps better to postpone for another occasion. Beijing, Gu Yueshi nodded, surmising that Liu Xiao had business there. Though she refrained from probing further, Liu Xiao had also contemplated visiting Zhang Qingwan but decided against it, realizing that arranging a meeting with a young woman at such an hour was less than appropriate. Thus, he resolved to postpone that call until after his return from Beijing. After some contemplation, Liu Xiao decided to call Zhao Ku. Old Zhao, are you occupied these days? Nothing at all, boss. What can I do for you? Zhao Ku's enthusiasm was palpable. I will be heading to Beijing shortly to discuss a project. If you are free, why not accompany me? Liu Xiao proposed with a smile. Initially taken aback, Zhao Ku soon erupted with joy, recognizing that this was the opportunity he had long awaited. Absolutely, boss. Rest assured, I will be ready first thing tomorrow morning, Zhao Ku exclaimed, rising from his seat and pacing around the office. At over 40 years of age, any upward mobility would greatly benefit both his career and family. Although he currently earned an annual salary of 800,000, he knew it was inflated due to Liu Xiao's generosity, as his current workload scarcely warranted such compensation. Since their last conversation, he had diligently pursued knowledge and management, even enrolling in classes to enhance his skills. His progress during this period had been substantial, all in preparation for this moment. Liu Xiao ended the call with a smile, fully confident in Zhao Ku's intelligence and capability. Most importantly, Zhao Ku was adept at navigating interpersonal dynamics and had always remained loyal, making him a prime candidate for further cultivation as a trusted aide. Given that Zhao Ku was in his 40s with familial responsibilities, Liu Xiao believed that as long as he extended his benevolence, Zhao Ku would remain steadfastly loyal. With the growing number of companies under his purview, Liu Xiao had begun contemplating the consolidation of these entities into a cohesive group, systematically integrating all subsidiaries. Zhao Ku was earmarked to serve as the general manager of one such subsidiary. Ultimately, whether Zhao Ku could ascend to this role would depend on his capabilities. If he proved inadequate, Liu Xiao would have no choice but to offer only minimal advancement opportunities. Chapter 99, Journey to Beijing. Early the next morning, Liu Xiao awoke and promptly signed in. Congratulations, host, for successful check-in. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward of 4.5 billion yuan. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please collect it at your earliest convenience. The phone beside him chimed, and upon checking, Liu Xiao saw that the 4.5 billion had indeed been credited to his account. With a total of 10 billion yuan in cash at his disposal, he felt adequately prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Satisfied, Liu Xiao nodded. Such a sum is simply insurmountable. Xiao Ge, are we ready to set off? Wu Qianqian, roused by Liu Xiao's movements, yawned involuntarily due to the early hour. No rush, sleep a little longer, Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. The bidding was scheduled for the following day, and Zhao Bin was still assisting in the search for a secretary. If all went smoothly, she would arrive that afternoon, but if not, it could be delayed until the next morning. He had decided to travel today, settle in, and take the opportunity to explore, treating it as a mini vacation. After a restful slumber until noon, Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian finally ventured out after breakfast. Are we taking your Bugatti? Wu Qianqian inquired. Let's skip the Bugatti for now. It is a formal occasion. A Maybach would be more suitable, Liu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Zhao Ke was already waiting outside, having received Liu Xiao's notification, and promptly followed behind him in his car. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Xiao had entered the realm of Beiqing. In comparison to Beiqing, Jiangxing clearly fell short. Wu Qianqian, having visited Beiqing a few times prior, had some familiarity with the city. Jiangxing was merely a second-tier city within Dongjiang province. While it was relatively close to the capital and economically developed, it could only be deemed average. In contrast, Beiqing, as the capital of Dongjiang province, was undeniably a first-tier city. This was evident from the scale of its economy. The upcoming bidding for the tourism city amounted to hundreds of billions, a scale that few companies in Jiangxing, aside from the Lin family, could hope to compete with. Shall we find a place to settle? Liu Xiao asked, smiling as he stepped out of the car alongside Wu Qianqian and Zhao Ke. Boss, there's a 5-star hotel about 10 kilometers away. Shall we head there? Zhao Ke suggested eagerly, having thoroughly researched all the attractions and hotels in Beijing the previous evening. To be honest, I've never stayed in a 5-star hotel, Liu Xiao admitted, nodding slightly. Though he had yet to experience such luxury, he had resided in a lavish mansion worth 600 million in the capital, which far surpassed any 5-star establishment. Wu Qianqian pouted from the side. Liu Xiao immediately broke into a sweat. Qianqian, if you wish to experience it, I can take you there in a couple of days. What do you think? No, I wouldn't dare intrude upon my dear Xiao Ji's sanctuary, Wu Qianqian huffed lightly. Taking a couple of sips from a bottle of water, she retrieved from the car. The journey from Jiangxing had taken over an hour, and she had snacked incessantly in the passenger seat, leaving her parched. Zhao Ke turned his head away, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was oblivious to the exchange. Old Zhao, I will send you Zhao Bin's number shortly. Please get in touch with him and have him stay here as well, to avoid unnecessary trips. Liu Xiao instructed Zhao Ke, who nodded obediently. He shot a fierce glare at Wu Qianqian, who seemed to take advantage of her familiarity with Zhao Ke to disregard his authority as the head of the household. He would see how she would fare once they were in the car. Perhaps he would have his revenge then. Zhao Ge, would it be all right if I ride with you? Wu Qianqian asked timidly, shrinking back. No. Boss lady, if you do that, the boss will surely have my head. Zhao Ke quickly dashed to his vehicle, hopping into the driver's seat and accelerating to position himself in front of the Maybach. Boss, I'll drive slowly ahead. The distance isn't far. Although he was uncertain of his employer's intentions, instinct told him it was best to keep his distance. Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Qianqian, it appears we are alone now. You may choose. Shall we indulge in the arts or the martial pursuits? Liu Xiao chuckled, pulling Wu Qianqian into the car. Xiao Ge, aren't we just about to reach the hotel? Wu Qianqian shrank back in fear. There's still 10 kilometers to go. At this pace, it will take at least half an hour, which is ample time. Liu Xiao grinned mischievously. Can I choose neither? Wu Qianqian asked weakly. And what do you think? Liu Xiao shot her a disapproving look. Then I shall opt for the literary, she replied, instinctively bending down as Liu Xiao started the vehicle. His mastery of driving was indeed impressive. Liu Xiao observed the straight road ahead, nodding in satisfaction. The moment his hands grasped the steering wheel, the car's extreme handling techniques flashed vividly in his mind, and his limbs moved instinctively, as if honed through countless repetitions. On their last trip to the capital, they had navigated numerous serpentine turns, yet this time, the vehicle glided smoothly without a hint of turbulence. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a steady halt in front of the hotel. Beside him, Wu Qianqian shot Liu Xiao an exasperated look before pulling out her lip balm to touch up her lips, then followed him out of the car. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to meet someone, or to check in? The doorman approached Liu Xiao and Zhao Ke, noticing their lack of luggage. Checking in. Please prepare 3 top-tier suites for 3 days, Liu Xiao said, glancing at the price list. The top suites were listed at 66,000 per night. Certainly, sir. May I request your identification? Please hold on a moment. The doorman's face brightened. We have a suite ready for you. We can register it once your guests arrive. Zhao Ke promptly produced his identification. Given that Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian would share a suite, and Zhao Ke would have his own, It was clear the remaining suite was reserved for Zhao Bin. Such trivial matters were certainly not something Liu Xiao needed to handle personally. Zhao Ke hurriedly made his way to settle the payment. The expenses could all be billed to the company, and it was merely a matter of issuing the invoice. Chapter 100. We must recoup our investment. Ascending to the floor with Wu Qianqian, she exclaimed, "Wow, no wonder this room is so expensive." Upon entering, her excitement was palpable. Xiao Ge, look, a moisturizing set from Estee Lauder and a classic Chanel perfume. She was thrilled to discover a collection of cosmetics by the sink, which she estimated to be worth at least 5,000. Look over there, they even have cherry blossom water, Liu Xiao remarked, rolling his eyes at Wu Qianqian. The luxurious bottled water, priced at 1,500 each, was accompanied by 6 bottles, totaling 9,000. The room was replete with various entertainment facilities, all complimentary, and they would be replenished daily. This meant that everything could be taken home. Wu Qianqian, like an inquisitive child, explored the room, ultimately realizing that, based on market prices, the items available for takeaway were worth at least 40,000. Liu Xiao was unfazed. This was a common tactic employed by premier hotels to elevate their status by featuring renowned luxury goods. Charging 65,000 for a night while offering 40,000 in consumables seemed like a good deal from a guest's perspective. However, in reality, the hotel's procurement price for those items would likely be around 20,000, and even after accounting for the costs of the lavish buffet, the hotel would still net a profit of at least 40,000 for a night. Liu Xiao spent the afternoon exploring the northern city with Wu Qianqian, without Zhao Ke accompanying them. Xiao Ge, these starch sausages are quite delicious. According to online reviews, even if there's a piece of meat inside, I wouldn't buy it. Wu Qianqian cheerfully stuffed the starch sausage into Liu Xiao's mouth. This grilled gluten is also quite good. Liu Xiao pointed at the grilling skewers nearby, smiling. Street food remained affordable, with starch sausages priced at 1 yuan and grilled gluten at 150. Other treats like rice cakes and teppanyaki tofu cost just 1 yuan each. Having spent less than 20 yuan, Wu Qianqian clutched her stomach, feeling full. I can't eat anymore. I still have to enjoy the buffet at the hotel this afternoon. She shook her head vehemently. These snacks are simply exquisite. Look at you, what a glutton. Liu Xiao teased, rolling his eyes. Given his current wealth, he could afford anything. Why would he be concerned about a mere buffet? You don't understand. If we don't eat, the over 60,000 room fee would be for naught. Wu Qianqian insisted, clenching her small fist. Xiao Ge, let's go for a walk. We need to digest this food. Liu Xiao thought to himself. You make a compelling argument. I am rendered speechless. He found it puzzling that Wu Qianqian, hailing from a wealthy family, held such views akin to those of an average person. The northern city wasn't particularly renowned for tourism. Aside from its urban development, it bore little distinction from Jiangxing. After wandering for half a day, both felt a bit bored and returned to the hotel in time for the afternoon meal. Upon entering the lobby, they spotted Zhao Ke devouring food voraciously in the dining hall. Upon noticing Liu Xiao's arrival, Zhao Ke chuckled awkwardly and hastily pushed aside the shells of lobsters that cluttered the table. He too did not desire this, yet given such an opportunity, it would be a pity not to recoup his costs. A night at a 6-star hotel costing over 60,000, even for someone like him with an annual income in the hundreds of thousands, was a source of considerable distress. All the cosmetics in the room had already been packed away, awaiting the morning when the staff would replenish the supplies. 3 days meant he could take 3 sets of items, with each set valued at 30 to 40,000. That amounted to over 100,000 in goods, right? He could take them home for his wife, and surely she would reward him generously. Wu Qianqian did not hesitate. She dashed towards the buffet, grabbing several servings of lobsters and crabs. Xiao Ge, hurry and eat. I recognize this lobster. It costs over 500 a pound. This large one must be worth at least 2,000. Let us aim to eat 5 today. With a swift motion, Wu Qianqian cracked open the lobster shell and placed a generous piece of meat onto the plate in front of Liu Xiao. Go on, eat up. Liu Xiao sighed helplessly. Why did everyone around him turn into nouveau riche as soon as they arrived here? Before long, Liu Xiao found himself devouring 6 lobsters and 2 king crabs, in addition to sharing a bottle of red wine with Zhao Ke and Wu Qianqian. The next morning, as Liu Xiao awoke, he couldn't help but shake his groggy head. Goodness, after such indulgence, his uric acid levels must be through the roof. Liu Xiao sighed again. Not that he fancied himself a nouveau riche. The king crabs were simply delectable, and with Wu Qianqian continually urging him on, he had unwittingly overindulged. As for the wine, it was entirely Wu Qianqian's doing, as she forced herself to drink to make up for the expenses. Casting a glance to the side, Liu Xiao noted that Wu Qianqian was still inebriated. With such a limited tolerance, how dare she drink so much? He shot her a disapproving look. After just 1 glass of red wine, she could hardly handle it, and by the second, she had succumbed to slumber. Yet, it must be said, Wu Qianqian appeared rather charming in her drunken state. Her cheeks flushed and her skin radiated a delicate pink hue, akin to that of a baby. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward. 9 billion. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please accept it promptly. Not bad. He was a step closer to his goal. Liu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. His assets were now nearing 14 billion. It wouldn't be long before he achieved his 100 billion consumption target. After getting up, he did not disturb Wu Qianqian and made his way to Zhao Ku's room. Chapter 101, Zheng Xiaoi. Zhao Ku was engaged in conversation with another middle-aged man when Liu Xiao knocked. He promptly welcomed Liu Xiao inside. Boss, you must be Zhao Bin, correct? Liu Xiao smiled and nodded. Indeed, boss, it is our first meeting. Zhao Bin stood and respectfully greeted Liu Xiao. When did you arrive? I flew in early this morning and just got to the hotel not long ago. Zhao Bin maintained a formal demeanor. Having just spoken with Zhao Ku, he had gleaned some insight into the character of his new boss. As long as he did not overstep, according to Zhao Ku, Liu Xiao typically would not take the initiative to reprimand anyone. This knowledge eased his anxiety considerably. There's no need to be overly tense. I am not some ferocious beast. Besides, you and Lao Zhao share the same surname, which is a stroke of fate. Liu Xiao waved his hand with a smile and settled onto a nearby sofa. He was not a difficult person to get along with. Zhao Bin had earned his position as the general manager of Tianlai Real Estate through his remarkable abilities. And unless there were significant issues, Liu Xiao had no intention of making any changes. By the way, boss, I have fulfilled the requirements you set for me the day before yesterday. I have shortlisted 3 candidates, and I have hired them all under the company's name. If you are not satisfied, I can arrange for them to be placed in the administrative department. Zhao Bin quickly pulled out several resumes from his pocket. Liu Xiao took an interest and casually flipped through them. They all seemed quite good. Upon reviewing the resumes, Liu Xiao noted that all candidates possessed solid qualifications, having graduated from prestigious institutions and accumulated some work experience. In terms of appearance, all 3 were quite appealing, scoring at least an 85 in his estimation. Boss, shall I call them in? Zhao Bin asked, noticing Liu Xiao's approval. Sure, have them come in. I'll take a look before making a decision. Liu Xiao nodded. After a few minutes, 3 young women entered the room. Upon seeing a candidate named Zheng Xiaoi, Liu Xiao's eyes lit up. While her resume had not fully conveyed her charm, in reality, Zheng Xiaoi was strikingly beautiful, easily scoring around 95, exuding a subtly sweet aura. Zhao Bin impressive. Zhao Ku remarked, momentarily taken aback by Zheng Xiaoi's presence, then looked at Zhao Bin with admiration. He had not anticipated that Zhao Bin would recruit someone of such remarkable beauty. Zheng Xiaoi certainly matched Wu Qianqian in looks, though she might be slightly older. However, age could also translate to greater maturity and care. Once inside, the 3 girls appeared noticeably nervous. This is our company's boss, Mr. Liu Xiao. I have already informed you about him during the recruitment process. Please introduce yourselves briefly, Zhao Bin said with a smile, casting a proud glance at Zhao Ku. The photo on Zheng Xiaoi's resume was merely a casual shot, and upon seeing her in person, Zhao Bin was captivated. Had it not been for Liu Xiao's request, he would have wanted to keep her for himself, even if she were unable to perform any tasks. Merely gazing upon her would elevate one's spirits. The 3 candidates took turns introducing themselves, and Liu Xiao gleaned pertinent information. All 3 were returnees with similar educational backgrounds. While the other 2 had over a year of work experience, Zheng Xiaoi only had 3 months, albeit at a Fortune 500 company. All 3 were open to long-term assignments out of town. All right, I'll choose Zheng Xiaoi. Liu Xiao made his decision without hesitation. Given their comparable qualifications, it would be foolish not to select the most attractive candidate. The other 2, despite having anticipated this outcome, felt a pang of disappointment upon Liu Xiao's final choice. Truth be told, they were both quite attractive, but in comparison to Zheng Xiaoi, they were clearly several tiers below. Boss, may I ask what my primary responsibilities will be moving forward? Zheng Xiaoi inquired, her joy palpable upon being selected. She had merely come to try her luck at Tianlai Real Estate and had not expected to succeed. The primary responsibility, as I see it, is to meticulously coordinate the documents and affairs of the companies under my purview, subsequently reporting to me based on the urgency of the matters at hand. Furthermore, you will also be tasked with handling mundane aspects of daily life. Rest assured, these are not numerous, merely the occasional procurement of tickets or similar tasks. Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. Boss, what about the salary? How much can I expect? Zheng Xiaoi inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Liu Xiao. During the initial 3 months, a monthly stipend of 20,000. If I find your performance satisfactory thereafter, the salary could range between 50,000 and 100,000. Liu Xiao replied with an affirmative nod. 20,000. Upon hearing Liu Xiao's words, Zheng Xiaoi's expression dimmed as she lowered her head. Is that insufficient? Zhao Bin, seated nearby, looked at Zheng Xiaoi in astonishment. Surely she understands that a salary of 20,000 during the probationary period and over 50,000 upon confirmation is quite significant? Before Zhao could join Liu Xiao, her annual salary was merely 400,000, which translates to a monthly figure of just over 30,000. Even in the capital, earning 20 to 30,000 as a personal assistant is considered commendable. Hence, Liu Xiao's offer of 50,000 is undoubtedly a lucrative salary. No, it's sufficient. Zheng Xiaoi hastily waved her hands, clarifying that was not her intention. If you find the salary lacking, focus on your work. Should your capabilities impress me, I will certainly consider a raise. Let us do this. I will shorten your probation to 20 days, and if you meet my expectations by September, we can discuss your official salary at the beginning of that month. What do you think? Liu Xiao suggested with a smile. In Liu Xiao's perspective, the difference between 20,000 and 50,000 was negligible. What he truly valued was capability. If one were exceptionally skilled, he would not hesitate to offer even 500,000. Thank you, boss. Zheng Xiaoi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. Liu Xiao cast a curious glance at Zheng Xiaoi, sensing perhaps she was in need of funds. Boss, what do you think of me? Perhaps I could serve as your secretary? Zhao suggested. Should Zheng Xiaoi succeed in her transition to full-time, her annual income would be no less than 600,000, nearly rivaling his own. Get lost, Liu Xiao retorted playfully. You, a grown man, wish to compete with a delicate young lady? Boss, I will now arrange for the preparations for this afternoon's bidding. With the matters here settled, Zhao Bin stood up to speak. The branch of Tianlai Real Estate lies in the North City. Previous arrangements are nearly complete. However, given the magnitude of this bidding event, he felt uneasy not overseeing it personally. Go ahead. Oh, and old Zhao, you should accompany him. It's a chance for you to learn. Liu Xiao nodded. Understood. Zhao Ke replied with a smile, while Zhao Bin subtly acknowledged him as well. Despite Zhao Ke's lesser standing in both status and position, Zhao Bin was acutely aware that they were both employees of Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao could, at any moment, promote Zhao Ke to his role. It appeared Liu Xiao held Zhao Ke in high regard, intent on nurturing her potential. Thus, Zhao Bin reasoned it would be prudent to foster goodwill, especially since they shared the same surname, which could strengthen their camaraderie. The two soon departed. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoi stood somewhat awkwardly beside Liu Xiao. Truth be told, she was well aware of the nature of this assistant role. She understood the peculiar preferences some employers possess. Initially, she had no intention of pursuing this position. However, the salary for such work was considerably higher. Opting for a conventional role would yield no more than 7,000 to 8,000, a sum inadequate for her needs. Thus, out of necessity, she chose to apply for this role, considering that many employers seek genuine assistance. Moreover, she had heard from Zhao Bin that the company's owner was a young man. In her view, a youthful individual would likely refrain from inappropriate conduct, a trait typically associated with balding middle-aged men. Nevertheless, she had firmly resolved not to allow anyone to take advantage of her. If it became intolerable, she could simply resign and return home. Xiaoi, come here for a moment. Liu Xiao beckoned Zheng Xiaoi, who was standing nearby. Please refer to my phone and add your account to these group chats. Your daily tasks will involve promptly organizing the documents I need to address. Understood, boss. Zheng Xiaoi nodded eagerly upon receiving Liu Xiao's instructions. Chapter 102. You still owe 10 million. Is there anything else? Noticing Zheng Xiaoi lingering nearby, Liu Xiao looked at her in mild surprise. Boss, is that all? Zheng Xiaoi blinked in confusion. Was her sole responsibility merely to organize documents? Have I not mentioned? First and foremost, you will coordinate work, followed by a few personal assistant duties, Liu Xiao replied, casting an exasperated glance at her. Did this girl genuinely believe such tasks were trivial? With a multitude of companies to manage, coordinating them would demand at least 3 to 4 hours daily. Additionally, compiling reports for herself would require another hour or two. I understand now. Zheng Xiaoi nodded vigorously, her face alight with excitement, as she grabbed Liu Xiao's phone and hurried to join the group chats. By noon, Wu Qianqian finally roused from her slumber. You are never to drink again, do you hear me? Liu Xiao returned to the room, chuckling as he lifted Wu Qianqian into his arms. Oh dear, I'm feeling quite embarrassed, Wu Qianqian said, shyly ruffling her hair. She had rarely indulged in alcohol, merely sipping a few drops each time. Never anticipating her tolerance would be so dismal. Let us grab a meal before we head to the bidding, Liu Xiao suggested with a smile. This project was an official endeavor, and the bidding would take place in the adjacent office building. After dining with Wu Qianqian, Zhao Bin arrived with a large entourage. Upon seeing Zheng Xiaoi approach Liu Xiao from Zhao Bin's side, Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. The girl before her was not lacking in beauty or figure. Moreover, Wu Qianqian sensed that this girl possessed a commendable aura. Boss, I have added myself to the group chats and brought the documents you requested, Zheng Xiaoi said. returning Liu Xiao's phone along with a folder of materials. Upon noticing Wu Qianqian beside Liu Xiao, Zheng Xiaoyi felt a momentary shock, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, it was not unusual for a prominent figure like Liu Xiao to have an exceptionally attractive girlfriend. Xiao Ge, is this your new assistant? Wu Qianqian whispered in Liu Xiao's ear. What do you think? Not bad, right? Liu Xiao replied with a grin. Not bad, you say? I suppose I will need to keep a closer eye on you, Wu Qianqian retorted, rolling her eyes at Liu Xiao. Though she had no qualms about him hiring an attractive female secretary, such an exquisite one was perhaps excessive. Moreover, this girl appeared to embody a charming demeanor. And while her attire was modest, it could not conceal her alluring figure. The only drawback seemed to be her slightly older age, likely around 25. However, this minor age difference seemingly has no bearing on anything at all. Ha ha ha, you cannot blame me for it. You should direct your grievances towards Zhao Bin, for he was the one who sought me out. Liu Xiao discreetly pointed towards Zhao Bin, who was standing nearby. Wu Qianqian let out a soft huff, crossing her arms over her chest as she cast a glance in Zhao Bin's direction, already contemplating how she might teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Zhao Bin was busy organizing matters, yet he suddenly felt a chill creeping along his neck, causing him to involuntarily shiver. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone entered the office building together. The large conference room on the first floor had been prepared, accommodating over 100 seats. This time, 6 enterprises were participating in the bidding, all deeply entrenched real estate developers within Donjiang province. Boss, this is Xiao Yang, the spokesperson of the Xiao family in Beijing. Zhao Bin whispered into Liu Xiao's ear upon seeing the newcomer. Zhao, what brings you here in person today? Upon spotting Zhao Bin, Xiao Yang's face lit up, and he approached with a broad smile. Our boss is here. How could I, as the manager, not attend? Zhao Bin responded with a smile. His rapport with Xiao Yang was quite favorable, and Tianlai Company's business overlapped with the Xiao family, making them good business partners. Are you the new owner of Tianlai Real Estate? Upon hearing Zhao Bin's words, Xiao Yang quickly directed his gaze towards Liu Xiao. As soon as he spoke, numerous eyes turned to them. Hello, I am Liu Xiao. Liu Xiao smiled and shook Xiao Yang's hand. Liu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Zheng from Beijing. Liu, I hear your company has projects in the capital. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. Several newly arrived bosses greeted Liu Xiao, eager to make his acquaintance. The key players from all 6 enterprises had gathered for this project. The real estate circle in Beijing is rather small. And while Tianlai Real Estate is based in the capital, its primary business focus remains in Donjiang province. Everyone had heard of Tianlai's acquisition, yet they were astonished to discover that the new owner was such a young individual. In an instant, speculations began to swirl regarding Liu Xiao's identity. It is worth noting that Tianlai Real Estate boasts a staggering market value exceeding 400 billion. The very act of acquiring such a colossal company indicates a prowess that cannot be underestimated. Xiao Yang enthusiastically positioned himself beside Liu Xiao. Liu, let us sit together later. It would facilitate the exchange of any information, Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. Noticing Xiao Yang's initiative, the other attendees, though eager to extend invitations, remained silent. The Xiao family, being the largest real estate conglomerate in Beijing with a market value nearing 1 trillion, is undoubtedly one of the most prominent families in the region. Certainly. This is my first visit to Beijing, and I hope to rely on you for guidance in the future, Mr. Xiao, Liu Xiao replied amicably. Connections are forged in this manner. As one's assets reach a certain threshold, the circle of influence naturally expands. Furthermore, relationships blossom from collaborative endeavors. As the capital of Donjiang province, forging a bond with the Xiao family signifies the opening of critical connections in the region. Liu, I am Zhang Haifeng from the Zhang family in Jiangqing. You are welcome to visit Jiangqing anytime. I would be delighted to host you. A man in his 30s, who had arrived late, approached Liu Xiao with a smile upon witnessing the lively atmosphere. You are Zhang Haifeng? Liu Xiao paused slightly. Aren't you the elder brother of Zhang Qingwan? Indeed, that is me. How did you know, Liu? Zhang Haifeng responded, taken aback by Liu Xiao's recognition. I have heard of you. I am also from Jiangqing. Zhang Haifeng's interest piqued upon learning Liu Xiao shared his hometown, prompting a warm conversation. Liu Xiao smiled and nodded, then leaned closer to Zhang Haifeng, speaking in a low voice only they could hear. You still owe my father-in-law 10 million. When will you repay it? Upon seeing Liu Xiao and catching a glimpse of Wu Qianqian beside him, Zhang Haifeng was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the next moment, Liu Xiao patted Zhang Haifeng on the shoulder and walked past him with a grin. Chapter 103. The bidding. To be frank, the 10 million debt was merely a business transaction. Since Wu Yunhai, Wu Qianqian's father, chose to invest in this venture, both profit and loss were matters for his own account. This understanding was clear to both Wu Yunhai and Wu Qianqian, which also explained why they bore no resentment towards the Zhang family despite the company's impending bankruptcy. Of course, Part of the reason for their lack of animosity stemmed from fear. In these times, many companies face bankruptcy. It is seldom an intentional act. When such unfortunate events occur, one can only accept their misfortune. However, emotionally speaking, Zhang Haifeng indeed owed the Wu family a significant debt. After all, it was his endorsement that led Wu Yunhai to invest in this endeavor, ultimately resulting in the potential downfall of the Wu family. Without Liu Xiao's assistance, the Wu family might have already faced bankruptcy. Yet, Zhang Haifeng merely experienced a company closure. He remained the young master of the Zhang family. This disparity underscores the irreconcilable conflict between them. Even if Zhang Haifeng did not act with malice, he had nonetheless caused harm, a fact that cannot be disputed. Moreover, the Wu family was merely one among many. Zhang Haifeng had simultaneously taken on 4 projects. This means that the other 3 companies had likely suffered bankruptcy as well due to his actions. Wu Qianqian's gaze towards Zhang Haifeng was laden with complexity. It wasn't that she harbored intense hatred, but she couldn't entirely dismiss her feelings either. It was precisely because of him that she had been compelled to engage in unsavory actions. Qianqian, in a few days, I will avenge you and teach him a lesson, Liu Xiao said, affectionately ruffling Wu Qianqian's hair as he seated himself beside Xiaoyang. Liu Xiao had never been one to easily forgive others. He had already orchestrated the downfall of the Li family, which served as ample evidence of his resolve, while Zhang Haifeng's actions were less severe. Providing a slight reprimand to vent Wu Qianqian's frustrations would suffice. At this juncture, Liu Xiao undoubtedly possessed the capability to do so. Zhang Haifeng observed Liu Xiao and Wu Qianqian from a distance, his thoughts swirling in complexity. His entrepreneurial venture had failed, leaving him with a mountain of debt. However, due to the nature of a limited liability company, the debts had become worthless upon bankruptcy. Yet, this did not alleviate his emotional turmoil. He was acutely aware that he had caused several companies to experience cash flow disruptions leading to their demise, yet he lacked the liquidity to rectify the situation. Liu, is there a conflict between you and him? Xiaoyang inquired with a smile, gesturing towards Zhang Haifeng in the distance. It's nothing serious, merely a business dispute. Liu Xiao replied with a shake of his head. Shall I take the liberty of undermining him in this bidding? Xiaoyang suggested with a grin. Let that idea go. Mr. Xiao, if you were to undermine him, wouldn't it inadvertently affect me as well? I am determined to secure this bid, Liu Xiao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoyang. Given Xiaoyang's petty motives, his offer to assist was transparent. It was merely an attempt to have Liu Xiao withdraw from the bidding. Ha ha, Liu, you certainly suspect me of harboring ulterior motives. Xiaoyang burst into hearty laughter, dispelling the awkwardness, and in his heart, he gained a new understanding of Liu Xiao. Despite his youthful appearance, this individual was not easily trifled with. Soon, the bidding officially commenced. A map of the Beiqing development zone was displayed on the large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, from this point to that, this area is the future plan for the tourist city we aim to construct. The facilities within this tourist city will be divided into the following categories. Our total budget stands at 11 billion. You may submit bids below this figure, with the lowest price securing the contract. Each bid reduction must not be less than 100 million. If there are no objections, we shall begin now. 10, 8 billion, 10, 2 billion, 10, 15 billion. The bidding erupted immediately. Mr. Liu, what is your base price for this bid? If your price is lower than mine, I shall refrain from bidding further. Xiaoyang observed as several others began to place their bids, glancing toward Liu Xiao. My base price is 8 billion, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Well then, if you can manage it at 8 billion, you may proceed with it. Xiaoyang nearly spat out the mineral water he had just sipped. Although the bidding had initially been fierce, everyone had done their homework prior to arriving. A price of 11 billion was certainly unfeasible, and the cost for the Xiao family, which managed well in Beiqing, along with Liu Xiao's company, was estimated to be around 5 billion, ideally aiming for about 5 billion to leave a profit of 1 billion. Other companies had costs hovering around 9 billion. To propose 8 billion would mean incurring a loss. Liu Xiao chuckled heartily. Of course, that base price was merely a jest. Then, Mr. Xiao, what is your base price? I shall withdraw if yours is lower than mine, Liu Xiao said, grinning. To be candid, my base price for this bid is around 5 billion. As long as the difference is not substantial, I intend to secure it, Xiaoyang stated. That complicates matters, as my base price is roughly similar, Liu Xiao shrugged. How about we collaborate on this? Compared to potential profits, I find interpersonal relationships far more valuable. After all, his current foundation was somewhat fragile. Despite having connections through Tianlai real estate, his network among influential individuals was still limited. A partnership with the Xiao family would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. He understood that the competition today was primarily between himself and Liu Xiao. After all, among the attendees, the Xiao family possessed the strongest capabilities, and although he was unaware of Liu Xiao's true strength, the power he exhibited was already superior to that of the other companies. Should Liu Xiao choose to oppose him, securing this project would become a formidable challenge. Xiaoyang glanced at Liu Xiao, who was chatting and laughing with Wu Qianqian nearby, seemingly unconcerned about the project. This left Xiaoyang feeling increasingly uncertain. Chapter 104. 8. 9 billion. Old Zhao, place your bid. Liu Xiao turned toward Xiaobin. His actual base price was, in truth, 2 billion. What he had shared with Xiaoyang was merely a test. Liu Xiao had never intended to profit from this project. His focus was on building connections. If he could relinquish some profit, it would undoubtedly forge ties with the leadership in Beijing. However, now that he had established a relationship with the Xiao family, the necessity of connections with the Beijing leadership had diminished. Securing a partnership with the Xiao family was equally advantageous. Xiaobin nodded and promptly announced a bid of 8 billion. Old Xiao, if I secure this tender, how about we split it 50-50? Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. He had no desire to engage in a fierce battle with Liu Xiao today. In his view, fostering a good relationship with Liu Xiao would also be a favorable choice for the Xiao family. Deal. You may bid as you please. I only require a profit of 500 million. Anything beyond that is yours. Should it fall short, I shall still settle for that amount. Liu Xiao replied cheerfully, readily relinquishing a portion of the remaining profits. Xiaobin astutely lowered the bidding card. Xiaoyang felt a sense of assurance wash over him. Since Liu Xiao had stated this, any profit exceeding 5 billion would entirely belong to the Xiao family. He raised the bidding card, decisively reducing the price to 7 billion. This price significantly compressed the profits of other companies. After all, the Xiao family held home field advantage in Beijing, allowing them to save considerable funds. However, aside from Liu Xiao, no other company could afford such savings. Silence enveloped the room for over 30 seconds. Just when Xiaoyang believed he had it in the bag, Zhang Haifeng suddenly raised his card. 68 billion. Ha ha ha. It seems, Mr. Xiao, you have encountered a rival. Liu Xiao laughed heartily. 65 billion. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang immediately lowered his bid by another 30 million. I shall decrease my bid by another 10 million. On the other side, Zhang Haifeng gritted his teeth, but raised his card once more. This was not merely a matter of opposing Xiaoyang. He was compelled to act. Having just faced a setback, he needed to demonstrate some capability, or his standing within the family could become precarious. He was eager to secure this project, even if it meant settling for a lower profit. 6 billion. Xiaoyang silently repriced, his heart aching. Who knew where this brash newcomer had come from? It seemed he was truly avenging Liu Xiao. A billion in profit has vanished just like that. Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. Initially, he had casually mentioned assisting Liu Xiao in countering the Zhang family, but he hadn't anticipated it would materialize into reality. This is not assistance. This is Mr. Xiao striving for your profit. Liu Xiao stifled a laugh. 58 billion. Just when Xiaoyang thought he had secured the deal, Zhang Haifeng raised his card once more. Damn it. Xiaoyang couldn't help but curse. Isn't 20 million a trivial sum? Does Zhang Haifeng truly believe he can compete with me in Beijing? 57 billion. Xiaoyang grumbled as he repriced again, feeling a headache coming on. If this continued, he would gain nothing from Liu Xiao. 53 billion. On the other side, Zhang Haifeng directly slashed the price by 40 million. Are you still in this? Liu Xiao chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. He hadn't expected Zhang Haifeng to be so stubborn. Now he understood the thought process behind this individual, who had previously incurred significant losses in business. The brave are fearless. I'm in. 5 billion. Xiaoyang, without a moment's hesitation, revealed his bottom line, 94 billion. On the other side, Zhang Haifeng gritted his teeth and submitted another bid. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned electric. 94 billion. It was tantamount to not making any profit at all. Such costs could only yield some returns for the Xiao family, which had deep roots in Beijing, and for Tianlai. Goodness, where did this audacious newcomer come from? Xiaoyang was equally taken aback. Was this sheer foolishness? He had lowered his bid by 30 million, and this fellow had the audacity to slash a billion? Mr. Xiao, shall we call it a day? No, that was not an option. Rest assured, I will reserve that 5 billion in profit for you. Xiaoyang shook his head resolutely. Today he was determined. 92 billion. He would leave 7 billion in profit, 5 billion for Liu Xiao, and take 2 billion for himself. Convinced that Zhang Haifeng would not dare to continue bidding. 90 billion. If you wish to continue bidding, I will no longer participate. Zhang Haifeng, on the other side, gritted his teeth and announced his final price. Liu Xiao was also momentarily stunned and carefully examined the bid sheet that Zheng Xiaoi had just handed him. Indeed, at 90 billion, the Zhang family would earn not a single cent, would they? Was this an act of charity? Even Liu Xiao found himself perplexed. His initial budget had only been 92 billion. Xiaoyang was equally bewildered. If he granted Liu Xiao 5 billion in profit, then at this bid of 90 billion, he would not only earn nothing, but would also have to compensate Liu Xiao. Was this not absurd? Mr. Liu, I'm afraid I cannot proceed. How about you take over while I withdraw? Xiaoyang chuckled ruefully, shaking his head at Liu Xiao. Fine, I will take it from here. Liu Xiao replied with a smile. For him, the profit mattered little. He was already raking in billions daily, so this amount was trivial. Given the circumstances, it was better to forge good relations with the leadership in Beijing. In the future, no matter the situation, he would have support in Dongjiang province. Liu Xiao gestured to Zhao Bin beside him to place a bid. 89,900 million. Behind him, Zhang Haifeng, who had been actively bidding, suddenly appeared dejected. He realized that this price was absolutely untenable to reduce further. After more than a year of investment, with substantial capital tied up, it would be difficult to explain to his family if he did not turn a profit. If he were to incur losses, he might very well face severe repercussions. Seeing Liu Xiao press down his price, Zhang Haifeng could only let out a resigned sigh. I concede. Zhang Haifeng lowered his hand. Let us congratulate Tianlai Real Estate on acquiring the tourism city. The room erupted into applause. Liu Xiao stood up at an opportune moment and inscribed his name on the cooperation documents. Mr. Liu, I wonder if you are free tonight for a casual dinner? The leading officials looked at Liu Xiao with beaming smiles. Such a low price was indeed a remarkable achievement. It would undoubtedly be a significant contribution to their future development. Xiaoyang, witnessing Liu Xiao successfully secure the bid, could only sigh in resignation. He began to suspect that he had been outmaneuvered by both Liu Xiao and Zhang Haifeng. By the way, you are Mr. Liu's assistant, right? Xiaoyang addressed Zheng Xiaoi, who had not accompanied him to the stage. Zheng Xiaoi nodded, seemingly confused. Here is my business card. Please hand it to Mr. Liu later. After he finishes his social engagements, have him call me. I would like to invite him to dinner. Xiaoyang promptly handed his gilded business card to Zheng Xiaoi and hurriedly exited the venue. Chapter 105, Relations in Beijing. Later that night, as Liu Xiao emerged from the hotel lobby, he found himself clutching a thick stack of phone numbers. Brother Xiao, are these all contacts from Beijing? Wu Qianqian asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, with close to 100 billion in investment, could I expect any less? Liu Xiao replied, shaking his phone with a grin. Well, doesn't that mean you can walk freely here? Wu Qianqian laughed, covering her mouth. Connections, while often invisible, grant one confidence in any endeavor. This was precisely why Xiaoyang was willing to settle for a mere 2 billion in profit. Yet, he was left frustrated as Zhang Haifeng relentlessly drove the price down. And with his agreement with Liu Xiao, he realized that continuing the deal would lead to losses, naturally prompting him to withdraw. Moreover, he was apprehensive about his relationship with Liu Xiao. After all, Liu Xiao's attitude today had made it clear that he intended to be involved. Boss, this is the business card that Mr. Xiao wanted to give you this afternoon. He said to contact him when you have time. Zheng Xiaoi also took the opportunity to update Liu Xiao on the afternoon's events. Additionally, boss, here are the matters you need to address today. First is the progress report from Fading Technology. The software development is proceeding smoothly, and this segment is expected to be completed by the end of September. Next is the third quarter financial report from Lijiang Hotel, which requires your signature for approval. Lastly, I reviewed several projects from Jingxing Investment Company, and there are quite a few investments in internet enterprises, 2 of which exceed 30 million, requiring your personal approval. Zheng Xiaoi promptly presented all the matters at hand. For any documents that require my signature offline, please have them mailed to Jiangxing. Liu Xiao took the documents, somewhat surprised by Zheng Xiaoi's efficiency. This young woman truly possessed remarkable capabilities. It was only her first day, yet she had organized so many company matters. Moreover, the time taken was relatively brief. He had merely attended 2 social events. Understood, boss. Zheng Xiaoi nodded, recording Liu Xiao's requests. Xiaoi, you can drive, right? Yes, boss. All right. You drive. We'll head back to the hotel, and I'll take care of some matters along the way. By the way, consider this afternoon as overtime. I'll arrange for your overtime pay by the end of the month. Liu Xiao smiled as he handed the keys to the Maybach to Zheng Xiaoi. Overtime pay? Zheng Xiaoi's eyes lit up instantly. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at Zheng Xiaoi's suddenly eager expression. She now realized that, although Zheng Xiaoi was slightly older, she had an endearing quality. With Zheng Xiaoi managing the logistics, Liu Xiao found his workload significantly eased. His primary task was merely to provide affirmations or rejections. Within 20 minutes, all the company matters had been resolved. What a delight. This was the true enjoyment of life. Upon returning to the hotel, Liu Xiao couldn't help but stretch languidly. Being shackled by company affairs daily would surely turn one into a mere slave to money. Brother Xiao, you'll still be in Beijing for a few days, Wu Qianqian remarked, smiling at Liu Xiao. The new project has just been initiated, and there will undoubtedly be a plethora of matters to address, particularly in liaising with the leadership. While Liu Xiao may not have to handle everything, he will certainly need to manage a portion of it. This was also Liu Xiao's strategic move to lay the groundwork for his business empire. After all, with so many companies under his wing, it was about time to establish a group. If the group's headquarters were situated in Dongjiang province, then all necessary connections would need to be meticulously managed. Once the group was truly established, any future asset reallocations could be seamlessly delegated to the personnel within the group, enabling him to achieve complete liberation. In pursuit of a more splendid future, Liu Xiao was quite willing to endure a few days of fatigue. Secretary Wu, shouldn't we take a break now? Liu Xiao remarked with a mischievous grin, directing his gaze towards Wu Qianqian, who had just changed into her pajamas. Who is your little secretary, Wu? Your real secretary resides downstairs, Wu Qianqian huffed lightly. I am merely an assistant. You are the true secretary. Liu Xiao chuckled heartily and leaped towards Wu Qianqian. By the way, Xiaogu, I might have to return to Jiangxing tomorrow. My parents mentioned they want to visit my grandparents. They go just once a year and want me to accompany them. Liu Xiao was somewhat surprised. Aren't your grandparents in Jiangxing? My father is from Xinjiang. He only develops his career in Jiangxing. He usually returns once a year. Don't worry, Xiaogu. I expect to be back in about a week. The flights are quite convenient, Wu Qianqian replied with a smile. All right then, remember to buy some souvenirs, Liu Xiao nodded. Given that there was little pressing matter at hand, he felt it was inconsequential whether Wu Qianqian was by his side or not during his stay in Beijing. The following morning, Liu Xiao first escorted Wu Qianqian back to Jiangxing before driving back to the Tianlai real estate office in the area. Good morning, boss. Zheng Xiaoi greeted Liu Xiao with a smile as he entered. Where has Zhao been? Zhao has already gone to the project site early this morning, Zheng Xiaoi replied. Since Liu Xiao had mentioned that work attire was not strictly necessary, Zheng Xiaoi had dressed casually that day, sporting a black camisole and a short skirt. Standing beside Liu Xiao, her fair thighs were almost fully in his line of sight. This girl must be at least a C-cup, Liu Xiao mused internally. He had not had the chance to observe her closely a few days prior, but today he was struck by her natural beauty. Her figure was almost breathtakingly perfect. Her skin exceptionally smooth, as if she regularly bathed in milk or some other silky substance. Her face was abundant with collagen, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, radiating vitality. Today, clad in such refreshing attire, all that should be accentuated indeed was on full display, undeniably alluring. Perhaps the only drawback was the absence of stockings. Please prepare yourself. We are heading out shortly to meet Xiaoyang. Liu Xiao quickly averted his gaze. Although Zheng Xiaoi was beautiful, Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi were equally captivating. He maintained a certain level of resistance. Oh, all right. I'll arrange the itinerary. Zheng Xiaoi nodded repeatedly. Having taken over the job for just over a day, she had already grasped the situation at Tianlai Real Estate thoroughly. As a company valued at over 40 billion, it naturally provided dedicated transportation and drivers. Chapter 106, Car Enthusiasts. At 11 in the morning, Liu Xiao brought Zheng Xiaoi into Xiaoyang's office. Mr. Xiao, you truly are fortunate, Xiaoyang teased as he glanced at Liu Xiao and Zheng Xiaoi. Although Xiaoyang also had a female secretary, in terms of looks, he could not quite compare to Zheng Xiaoi. Let's not get carried away, she's my work assistant, Liu Xiao chuckled, taking a seat opposite Xiaoyang. I think we should drop the formalities. If you hold me in regard, just call me Xiaoyang, he suggested. I'll stick to calling you Yang Go. Liu Xiao replied with a smile, shaking his head. Xiaoyang was already in his 30s. Calling him by his first name felt somewhat awkward. Then I shall address you by your name directly? Xiaoyang laughed. Liu Xiao, this afternoon I am organizing a gathering. A good portion of the wealthy elite from Beijing will be attending. It's essentially a car enthusiast club. Would you like to join us? Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A car enthusiast club? Yes, it's merely a luxury car club. In Beijing, any car priced above 5 million can join. However, this time I am inviting members who are at least intermediate level. Those who can attend typically own cars worth tens of millions and have net worths exceeding 5 billion. Xiaoyang chuckled. Liu Xiao's Maybach had been seen by Xiaoyang the previous day. The Maybach Supreme version, currently a concept car, had been produced in very limited quantities, with a price tag of at least 20 to 30 million, certainly qualifying him for membership. Moreover, considering Tianlai Real Estate's valuation, if Liu Xiao couldn't gain entry, few others in Beijing would. Sounds good, Liu Xiao contemplated briefly before agreeing. He was intrigued to observe the elite circle of wealth in Beijing. Just as Xiaoyang had surmised, with his current financial standing, while he might not be at the very top tier in Beijing, he was certainly among the elite, thus meeting the qualifications without question. By the way, Yang what car do you plan to take? Liu Xiao inquired with curiosity. Oh, I just acquired a Koenigsegg a few days ago. I intend to showcase it, Xiaoyang replied with a hearty laugh. Although he was already in his 30s, he still belonged to the younger generation, merely acting as a big brother among them. He certainly had a passion for cars. That car must be quite expensive. Liu Xiao remarked, surprised. The Koenigsegg was indeed a high-end sports car, and limited editions could easily reach prices of 70 to 80 million. Actually, it's nothing too extravagant. It's just a Koenigsegg 1, a limited edition, around 80 million, Xiao Yang replied, attempting modesty, though his expression revealed pride. He had put considerable effort into acquiring this vehicle, and 80 million was no trivial sum for him. Despite the Xiao family controlling a trillion-dollar company, his annual shareholder dividends amounted to only 3 to 4 billion. To acquire such a large sum of cash, he would have to sell a portion of his shares. Thus, purchasing this car consumed a quarter of his annual income. Moreover, limited edition sports cars could not simply be bought with money. Connections were essential. He had spent 4 to 5 months securing this vehicle through a top domestic dealer. By the way, Liu Xiao, if you have a better car, feel free to bring it. If you can make a grand entrance, it would certainly benefit you, Xiao Yang remarked with a smile. In a luxury car club, the primary focus was indeed the vehicles. Demonstrating one's prowess was more about the car than wealth. It was not as direct. The sheer presence of a remarkable car spoke volumes about the owner. Perhaps I should switch cars, Liu Xiao pondered. All right, I'll take out my sports car then. He nodded in agreement. Although the Maybach was indeed luxurious, being an SUV, it felt somewhat out of place. Thus, he decided to fetch his Bugatti. As Jiangxing was not far from Beijing and the event would not commence until the afternoon, Liu Xiao pondered for a moment before dialing Zhao Ke, instructing him to make a trip to Jiangxing to retrieve his sports car. Xiao Yi, if you are unwilling to join this afternoon, you may simply compile the data and leave for the day, he remarked, casting a glance at Zheng Xiao Yi, who stood nearby. Is there food at the car club? Zheng Xiao Yi inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Liu Xiao. Well, there should be, I suppose. Liu Xiao responded, slightly taken aback by the question. However, at an event of this caliber, it was generally understood that provisions would be provided. There will certainly be food, not only that, but also an array of snacks and gifts, Xiao Yang chimed in with a hearty laugh. He has even invited a chef from a 5-star hotel. The cuisine will undoubtedly be exquisite. Then I shall go. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiao Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she nodded eagerly. While she had little interest in the car club itself, the prospect of a good meal was quite appealing, especially since her funds were dwindling. Having indulged in 2 sumptuous buffets at a 5-star hotel the previous day, she was determined to accompany Liu Xiao for lunch, but dinner plans were still uncertain. With merely a few hundred yuan left in her pocket and over 10 days until the end of the month, frugality was essential. Liu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Had he inadvertently recruited a freeloader? Chapter 107. The Circle of Beijing. Zhao Ke was remarkably swift. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he had driven Liu Xiao's Bugatti over. Boss, is this your car? Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Liu Xiao's Bugatti. She recognized it instantly as the Bugatti Vision, one of only 10 in the world, currently valued at around 100 million yuan. Although not exorbitantly priced, this vehicle was fundamentally distinct from the Koenigsegg one she had heard about at noon. While the Koenigsegg was limited in production, it could still be obtained with sufficient funds and a touch of influence. In contrast, acquiring this Bugatti was an entirely different matter. It required profound connections rather than mere wealth. Given the pristine condition of Liu Xiao's vehicle, it appeared to be brand new rather than second-hand. Such a car could not be acquired with a mere few hundred billion. One would need a fortune exceeding 1 trillion yuan for a chance. She knew of one individual, a CEO of a company valued at around 200 billion, who owned a similar vehicle. Zheng Xiaoyi's curiosity was piqued as she regarded Liu Xiao. She had not anticipated that her employer held such a distinguished status. Well, if it's not mine, whose could it possibly be? Liu Xiao shot her a bemused glance. All right, get in. He opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Xiao Yang had already taken his place, but graciously relinquished it to Liu Xiao. The car club was scheduled to commence at 5 o'clock, located at a resort on the outskirts of the city, with a journey of over an hour ahead. They were right on time. Zheng Xiao Yi offered a sheepish smile and joined him in the car, wishing to keep her knowledge of such matters under wraps. She didn't want to return without having experienced something worthwhile. Taking her seat in the passenger side, she fastened her seatbelt and casually extended her legs. Ahem, Liu Xiao coughed, taken aback by her provocative pose. Did she not realize there was a man beside her? The sight of her long, fair legs was rather distracting. Noticing Liu Xiao's gaze, Zheng Xiaoyi's face flushed, and she hastily drew her legs back. Driving along the main road, it wasn't long before the Bugatti exited the urban area of Beijing. By 5 o'clock, Liu Xiao turned onto a smaller road. This had to be the place. He meticulously checked the name. He was unfamiliar with this part of Beijing and was entirely reliant on the navigation system. As they ventured further in, Liu Xiao spotted a row of luxury cars parked to the side. Porsches, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, as well as Mercedes and Bentleys. Zheng Xiao counted the various high-end vehicles lining the road. Well, you seem rather knowledgeable, Liu Xiao remarked with a hint of surprise. Generally, girls showed little interest in cars, and it was quite rare to find one like Zheng Xiao who could identify so many. He occasionally encountered such enthusiasts in the capital. Zheng Xiao chuckled, pride evident in her demeanor as she lifted her chin. She could name nearly every vehicle in its respective series. With ample parking spaces available, Liu Xiao found a spot and parked the car. There had been relatively few vehicles on the road, perhaps around 30 or 40, suggesting that the owners were indeed part of Beijing's affluent elite. Xiaoyang mentioned they are in the banquet hall. Let us go take a look, Liu Xiao said, turning to Zheng Xiao with a smile. The banquet hall. Zheng Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. Although she said nothing, her eager gaze clearly urged Liu Xiao to hurry. Liu Xiao chuckled lightly. All right, let us go. He scanned the parking lot, but did not see the Koenigsegg Xiaoyang had mentioned, which left him somewhat puzzled. They followed the signs leading to the banquet hall. Wow, so much food, Zheng Xiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the sumptuous spread inside the banquet hall. Liu Xiao, over here. Not far away. Xiaoyang waved at Liu Xiao. Go ahead. Take whatever you like, Liu Xiao said, observing Zheng Xiao's eyes lingering on the array of delicacies, prompting a smile to escape his lips. Wow, thank you, boss. Zheng Xiao cheered, quickly snatching a few snacks and darting to an unoccupied corner to sit down. To her delight, the food was indeed quite delectable. Liu Xiao also grabbed a small piece of bread and popped it into his mouth, musing to himself. Despite his fortune in the thousands of billions, he could hardly match the indulgence of these gatherings, where a plethora of five-star chefs were summoned for a simple assembly. Scanning the room, Liu Xiao noticed that nearly everyone had a companion by their side. Not far off, several attractive women swayed gracefully, seemingly awaiting someone to approach them. This was, after all, the norm within such circles. Although Liu Xiao recognized that these women could easily be won over if desired, his interest lay elsewhere. Spotting Xiaoyang engaged in conversation with a group of individuals, Liu Xiao made his way over. Finally, you've arrived, Liu Xiao. I thought you had gotten lost. Xiaoyang laughed heartily upon seeing Liu Xiao approach. Come, let me introduce you. This is Liu Xiao, the new owner of Tianlai Real Estate, who is also the developer of that tourism city. With a smile, Xiaoyang proudly presented Liu Xiao to the group. The owner of Tianlai Real Estate. The mention of Liu Xiao's name sparked immediate interest among the surrounding individuals. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Li Zhe, currently engaged in the processing of aerospace equipment. A man in his late 20s quickly offered his business card. Li Zhe is renowned as a prominent second-generation wealthy heir in our northern city, hailing from a family business. Xiaoyang jested. Oh, come on, don't tease me about this. With over 10 billion in assets, you make me sound like the richest person in northern city. Li Zhe replied, scratching his head awkwardly and chuckling. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Let us keep in touch. Liu Xiao said with a smile, accepting Li Zhe's business card. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am in the clothing business. Should you ever find yourself in need of attire, feel free to reach out directly, Li Zhe offered. Oh, give me a break. Who would want to wear your short-sleeve shirts that cost just 2 yuan each? Someone nearby chimed in with laughter. You're talking nonsense. My company has high-end brands too. Li Zhe retorted. Yes, they are high-end, but aren't they just private labels? The cost is still 2 yuan each. Several in the know laughed again. Liu Xiao's clothing venture ranks among the top in Northern City, with a fortune of around 70 to 80 billion, Xiaoyang reminded. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile, somewhat taken aback by the harmonious atmosphere present. He also accepted a few business cards. I propose that since Mr. Liu is visiting us for the first time, we should raise a toast in his honor. Xiaoyang suggested as Liu Xiao gathered the cards. Indeed, a toast to Mr. Liu. The crowd concurred. Everyone was aware of Liu Xiao's wealth, attributed to Tianlai Real Estate, which boasted over 400 billion. Most attendees had fortunes around 10 billion or less, with a few reaching 50 to 100 billion, while only Xiaoyang approached nearly 1,000 billion, followed by others in the 2 to 300 billion range. This made Liu Xiao's wealth undoubtedly the highest in the room, aside from Xiaoyang. Consequently, several business owners in the real estate sector were instantly envious. After all, Liu Xiao had just acquired the tourism city project, and if he could allocate some work, they could profit as well. Naturally, if Liu Xiao were to develop this project, he would need to engage the local construction teams in Northern City. Come, since everyone is driving, let us toast with tea instead of wine, Xiaoyang proposed, raising his glass. Thank you all, Liu Xiao replied, also raising his glass with a smile. Chapter 108. Racing Xiaoyang. Didn't you drive a Koenigsegg one here today? How come I didn't see it when I arrived? Someone inquired. It's parked in the garage. If you wish, we can take a look in a bit. Xiaoyang laughed. He cherished that car dearly and rushed to the indoor garage as soon as he arrived, wary of any mishaps outside. The Koenigsegg one? The onlookers suddenly showed great interest. Most were aware that this was a limited edition, with a starting price of at least 70 to 80 million. No one expected Xiao Yang would drive one here today. What Koenigsegg? Didn't you see that the boss is driving a Bugatti Vision? Zheng Xiaoi, seated in a corner, elegantly took a spoonful of cake and rolled her eyes as she murmured. Liu Xiao's Bugatti indeed eclipsed the Koenigsegg one. Furthermore, having recently become Liu Xiao's personal assistant, she had also learned the extent of his assets over the past few days. At just 21, he managed a company valued at nearly 700 billion, spanning real estate, hotels, and the internet, along with an investment company. Although the Xiao family's valuation was over 900 billion, close to 1,000, she believed Liu Xiao's assets surpassed that. After all, the valuation of a real estate enterprise at 1,000 billion is not comparable to that of light or mixed assets. In terms of cash flow, Liu Xiao undoubtedly had far more than Xiao Yang. Clearly, the most distinguished individual in attendance was her own boss. Xiaoi, what are you mumbling about? Liu Xiao chuckled, patting Zheng Xiaoi on the shoulder. Truth be told, he found a peculiar elegance in the way she enjoyed her food. This was the first time he observed someone eat with such grace. Oh, it's nothing. Boss, the blueberry cake here is quite delicious. Would you like a piece? Zheng Xiaoi replied bashfully, realizing Liu Xiao had approached without her noticing, as she quickly offered him a piece of cake. I heard there's a grand dinner planned for tonight. If you eat so much now, what will you have later? Liu Xiao asked with a grin. There's a late-night snack too? Zheng Xiaoi's eyes brightened, and she thought, if she filled up tonight, she could skip breakfast tomorrow and just join Liu Xiao for lunch. That would likely take care of her meals until payday. Don't worry, boss. I can manage to eat tonight. You glutton, Liu Xiao teased, rolling his eyes at Zheng Xiaoi. Once you've had enough, come along with me to check something out. All right. Zheng Xiaoi beamed, quickly rising to follow Liu Xiao. As they exited the main hall and arrived at the back courtyard, Liu Xiao finally spotted Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg one, truly deserving of its 80 million price tag. Just look at the interior, far superior to my Ferrari, he remarked. Goodness, the aerodynamics. This car is genuinely worth its price. Old Yang, how about we race and see how your car performs? Several people gathered around Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg, showering it with compliments. The value of this car exceeded a third of many attendees' fortunes. Moreover, it's essential to note that purchasing such a vehicle requires cash, not merely assets. To be able to produce 80 million without breaking a sweat, a company's valuation must be at least 30 to 40 billion. All the men present shared a passion for cars, and given that most had brought their partners, the disparity was glaring. While others drove extravagant vehicles worth 80 million, they were stuck with their million-level cars, which, although still impressive, paled in comparison. They understood that envy was futile in such matters. Xiao Yang, at the center, was proudly showcasing his car's capabilities, grinning from ear to ear. With several billion in dividends annually, he was hardly lacking in funds. In his lavish lifestyle, how much could he possibly spend? Spending 200,000 a day would total just 6 million a month and hardly reach 80 million a year. Even if he dated someone, a monthly allowance of several 100,000 would suffice to keep her grateful after a few months. He could easily gift her a flat to part ways. His expenses were minimal. Over the years, his dividends had accumulated, and by now, he had amassed over 10 billion in cash. Those dividends just kept piling up. Aside from buying property, his greatest passion was purchasing cars. Being the center of attention in the circle naturally reflected his capabilities, and he genuinely reveled in the experience. Additionally, racing was another of his major hobbies. After all, he was only in his 30s, still part of the vigorous youth demographic, with the drive to challenge himself unabated. All right then. Shall we head to the racetrack for some fun? Recently, my prowess in racing has reached new heights, especially with my Koenigsegg. I truly cannot fathom who might defeat me. Xiao Yang let out a hearty laugh. All right, let us go have some fun now. We can make it back just in time for dinner. The crowd echoed his enthusiasm. Among the 40 to 50 individuals present, not everyone would participate, yet about a quarter, around 14 or 15, could form a competitive group. The resort is equipped with various facilities, including a racetrack, albeit at a rather steep price. However, for them, such costs are negligible. Xiao Yang promptly made a phone call to reserve the venue. Liu Xiao, I'll send you the address. You can either go on your own or follow me, he said cheerfully as he approached Liu Xiao. I haven't seen the car you drove here yet. You must join in later. No worries about me. I have navigation. I'll manage to get there myself. Liu Xiao replied with a smile and a nod. After giving a few more instructions, Xiao Yang hurried off to entertain others. Mr. Liu, would you like to join us on the track later? A few nearby individuals invited. Given Liu Xiao's status, no one dared to overlook his presence. Certainly, that sounds delightful. Liu Xiao agreed readily. He was there to forge connections and lay the groundwork for friendships, and such opportunities were not to be dismissed lightly. Racing. Upon hearing the mention of it, Zheng Xiaoi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Racing was one of her passions. and she made a point to indulge in it at least once or twice a month. Do you know how to race? Liu Xiao inquired, noticing her eager demeanor. Oh, no, not really. I only dabble in go-karting. Zheng Xiaoyi quickly shook her head. By the way, boss, do you race? Liu Xiao touched his nose thoughtfully. In his estimation, his driving skills were at least on par with those of a professional racer, if not superior. Competing against professional drivers might be a challenge. But against amateur affluent participants like Xiao Yang, he felt quite confident. Let us head out. It's about a 30-minute drive, and we wouldn't want to be late. Liu Xiao remarked after glancing at the navigation, noting it was roughly 40 kilometers away. On regular roads, one couldn't drive too swiftly. And 30 minutes seemed about right for that distance. Boss, wait for me a moment, Zheng Xiaoyi said, rushing into the nearby lounge to grab several packets of snacks. Stuffing them into her skirt. Sister, how long has it been since you last ate? Liu Xiao sighed, exasperated. Oh, come on, let us go, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed deeply, pushing Liu Xiao towards the exit. Liu Xiao's demeanor was quite easygoing. Initially, Zheng Xiaoyi had felt a bit reserved, but soon she relaxed. Her cheerful and slightly mischievous personality shone through, and since this was not her first visit to such a luxurious locale, she felt no constraints. Now that work hours were over, she naturally considered Liu Xiao a friend. As for the snacks, it was merely a practical choice. She could leave them in Liu Xiao's car and enjoy them later. Upon returning to the parking lot, the others had yet to depart. So Liu Xiao drove his Bugatti directly towards the racetrack. The journey was smooth, with no wrong turns this time. Half an hour later, he entered the gates of the racetrack. To be honest, this was Liu Xiao's first time seeing a racetrack in person. Upon entry, he found a vast parking area, accompanied by a lounge and refreshment area capable of accommodating at least 300 to 400 people. Above, 2 large screens were mounted, alongside a collection of drones likely intended for tracking footage. Approximately 300 to 400 meters away lay the professional-grade racetrack. Due to the track's slightly lower elevation, Liu Xiao had a decent view. The track was about 5 kilometers long, featuring various curves and obstacles, a testament to its professional design. Greetings. Liu Xiao had barely stepped out of the car when a slightly portly middle-aged man hurried over. Hello, I'm the owner of the racetrack. Today was not supposed to be a business day, but I was just contacting the staff. My apologies. The owner was taken aback upon seeing Liu Xiao's Bugatti Vision. As someone deeply immersed in the racing world, he recognized the vehicle instantly. Xiao Yang had just called to inform him that a friend would be visiting, prompting the owner's hasty arrival. Someone who could drive such a car certainly held a status comparable to Xiao Yang. No worries, please continue with your work. I can wait. Liu Xiao replied with a smile. He noticed that the lights in the lounge and tea area had only just been turned on, and a few individuals were busily tidying up. Xiaoli, please serve tea to our guests. The owner called out. Preparations were underway for the track, and it would be ready for use in about half an hour. All right, you go ahead. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. This racetrack was not particularly large. Its investment likely hovered around 100 million yuan. Liu Xiao had seen some upscale racetracks online in his previous life. Beyond basic facilities, those venues boasted KTVs, hotels, entertainment rooms, and game rooms, often featuring multiple tracks and even a number of women. Compared to those, this establishment could only be deemed quite modest, suitable for casual enjoyment. Nonetheless, for Liu Xiao, who was visiting a racetrack for the first time, size was of little consequence. He was simply seeking novelty. Before long, Xiao Yang's entourage arrived at the parking lot. Wow, good heavens, is that a Bugatti Vision? I'm willing to bet this is Mr. Liu's car. Li Zhe exclaimed, eyes wide as he stood beside the Bugatti. Liu Xiao had mentioned earlier that he would be switching cars, yet he had unveiled this magnificent Bugatti Vision, which was certainly a blow to Xiao Yang's ego. Xiao Yang chuckled in disbelief as he regarded Liu Xiao, realizing that if Liu Xiao was the one driving this car, his previous bravado at the resort seemed rather misplaced. Liu Xiao, you're quite the trickster, Xiao Yang teased. Yet internally, he reassessed Liu Xiao's standing. The atmosphere among the attendees shifted, their attitudes towards Liu Xiao warming significantly. The notion that a car represents a man's pride holds a grain of truth. Moreover, a car signifies status. The difficulty in acquiring a limited edition luxury vehicle like Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg one is evident. Yet Liu Xiao's Bugatti surpassed Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg by several tiers. Coupled with Liu Xiao's youth, the crowd swiftly re-evaluated their perceptions of his identity. Previously, many believed that Liu Xiao's status, though not insignificant, paled in comparison to that of the Xiao family. However, perceptions have dramatically shifted. Now, nearly everyone acknowledges that Liu Xiao's standing undoubtedly surpasses that of the Xiao family. Such immense power at such a young age must surely be a characteristic of the scions of superfamilies, correct? I didn't want to embarrass you. Which is precisely why I brought the finest car from the garage. Liu Xiao smiled as he approached. Well, it's not that you're embarrassing me. Rather, it puts me in a position of utter shame. Alas, it seems my purchase of this Koenigsegg today was in vain. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoyang. That's not the way to phrase it. Just win against General Liu on the racetrack later. Someone teased from the back. It's easy to say. But my Koenigsegg's power is a notch below Liu Xiao's Bugatti. How can I possibly win? Stop making excuses. Your car has a top speed of at least 450 km/h. As an amateur, you won't be driving it to that speed, will you? Going at 170 to 180 km/h doesn't significantly relate to the car's performance. Don't look for reasons. Lize laughed heartily from the side, directly exposing Xiaoyang's excuse. If it were a professional-level rally race, the car's performance would indeed be paramount. Even a slight difference in acceleration could lead to varying outcomes. After all, the speeds in rally racing typically exceed 250 km/h, with extremes reaching heights of 280 or even 300 km/h. Yet, for these wealthy young heirs, racing is merely a source of entertainment, not a death wish. Consequently, their speeds generally hover around 170 to 180 km/h. Any faster, and they risk losing control. At this speed, regardless of whether it's a Bugatti or a Koenigsegg, even a modest sedan worth over 100,000 can achieve it in a short time. With so many people present, nearly all their cars valued over 10 million, the acceleration difference from 0 to 170 to 180 is negligible. What truly matters is the individual's skill level. Chapter 110, Mentos and Cola. Liu Xiao, why don't we set a wager? Hearing the crowd, Xiaoyang smiled at Liu Xiao. Sure, Yangge, what do you propose? In today's race, disregarding everyone else's performance. Just between the two of us. Whoever comes in last must cover all expenses for the night. How does that sound? Absolutely no problem. Liu Xiao readily agreed. Considering that with 40 to 50 people, the expenses wouldn't amount to much. Even if everyone indulged in some fun, it would probably total a few $100,000 at most. Adding the costs for the racetrack and the resort, it would barely reach $1 million. For Liu Xiao, that was merely a drop in the ocean. Moreover, to be frank, he didn't believe he would lose. Splendid. Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Wait a moment. That's not right. Yangge, you're supposed to be paying for tonight's expenses anyway. How did it turn into me needing to win for you to pay? While if I lose, it becomes my responsibility. Liu Xiao chuckled as he pondered. Yes, old Xiao, that's not fair. You were supposed to treat us today. The onlookers quickly caught on and burst into laughter. Old Xiao is indeed quite cunning. Had it not been for General Liu's quick wit, he might have been ensnared in a trap today. Lize joked from the side. Xiaoyang found himself momentarily speechless. In that case, Liu Xiao, you propose the stakes. Tonight's expenses shall still be on me. Xiaoyang boldly thumped his chest. He hadn't noticed that detail when he first made his bet. Indeed, General Liu, you're the guest today. Perhaps you should suggest something thrilling. This guy Xiaoyang is not easy to beat. His driving skills are among the best in our group. So don't let him lead General Liu astray. What is there to fear? General Liu drives a Bugatti. Can that car perform poorly? As Liu Xiao listened to the commotion, he contemplated what wager would be suitable. A small stake would lack excitement, while a large one would strip the contest of its playful nature, making it overly formal. How about this? Whoever loses must drink Mentos with cola in front of everyone. The crowd erupted in laughter at Liu Xiao's suggestion. I think that works. All right, Liu Xiao, just don't regret it later. Xiaoyang readily agreed. However, let us make it a bit more interesting. There are about 50 of us here, all with partners, so it'll be 100 people. We can place bets on either me or Liu Xiao. The losers must drink Mentos and a large bucket of cola with their partners. And they can only stop once the cola goes flat. What do you think? That sounds fun. Lize laughed heartily. This is entertaining. I'll bet on General Liu to win. No problem. It's just drinking cola. When have we ever shied away from a challenge? The crowd nodded in agreement. Boss, can you handle this? Upon hearing the requirement for partners, Zheng Xiaoi immediately felt apprehensive and quietly turned to Liu Xiao, whispering. She had no say in the matter. If Liu Xiao lost, she would have to partake as well. Mentos and cola stuffed in her mouth might even make her nostrils burst. As a stunning beauty, her image was of utmost importance. I'll teach you a lesson. Never tell a man he can't do something. Only by trying will you know. Liu Xiao shot Zheng Xiaoi a sidelong glance. I accept this wager. Trust that I'll stand firm. Liu Xiao stated confidently beside his Bugatti. I'll join in. Lize eagerly rushed over. General Liu, my reputation and that of my girlfriend rest entirely on you. Lize's girlfriend was a petite beauty, around an 85 in looks, exuding an alluring charm. As Lize cast a glance at Liu Xiao, his girlfriend looked at Liu Xiao with eager eyes, her face filled with anxiety. These women, referred to as girlfriends, truly wield no power in front of these wealthy men. If they lost, it would be utterly embarrassing. If they revealed their shortcomings, it would jeopardize whether Lize would still find her appealing afterward. Don't worry, I won't lose. Liu Xiao smiled, patting Lize on the shoulder. Lize was not far from his age, and they shared plenty in common. Trust me, everyone's on my side. You all know Xiao Yang's racing skills. Don't follow Lize into misfortune. Xiao Yang chimed in from the side. Old Xiao, I genuinely want to believe in you, but this time I'm siding with General Liu. Someone chuckled, yet still aligned with Liu Xiao. I'll choose Yanggu. I know his level of skill. I'll back Yanggu too. Naturally, I must choose General Liu. If he dares to propose, he must have confidence in his abilities. The crowd quickly divided into two teams. Approximately 60 stood with Xiao Yang, while around 40 rallied behind Liu Xiao. Of course, while those supporting Liu Xiao claimed to trust his skills, it was evident that most were of average ability, with fortunes ranging from 10 to 50 billion. Furthermore, there are several individuals akin to Lize, each possessing fortunes in the hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, the middle tier, with assets ranging from 6 to 70 billion, predominantly aligns with Xiao Yang, while numerous individuals with fortunes exceeding 10 billion also find themselves on Xiao Yang's side. Although this engagement is somewhat playful, it subtly reveals the astuteness of these business magnates. Aligning oneself with Liu Xiao signifies an endorsement of this emerging talent from Beijing, as well as an attempt to curry favor with the scion of an extraordinary family. Conversely, those who support Xiao Yang do so partly out of faith in his technological prowess, but more significantly due to the Xiao family's formidable influence in Beijing. Alright, I've taken note of all your names. Don't get too cocky. You might regret it when you're chugging down cola later. Xiao Yang chuckled heartily. Despite recognizing the underlying motives of these individuals, he remained unfazed. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in such carefree enjoyment. Chapter 111. The limit speed of the Bugatti boss. I don't want to drink cola. On the racetrack, Zheng Xiaoyi sat beside Liu Xiao, her face contorted in dismay. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, you absolutely won't get any today. If we lose, I'll double your salary, Liu Xiao said with a playful wave of his hand. Double my salary? Then you must lose, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes lit up with excitement. Liu Xiao's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean I must lose? Fasten your seatbelt. We're about to begin. Liu Xiao glanced at the race officials beckoning him and gently accelerated, smoothly guiding the car onto the track. Liu Xiao, 1 lap is 5 kilometers. We'll race 5 laps, and the first to cross the finish line wins. Xiao Yang's vehicle pulled alongside Liu Xiao's. Sounds good, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, lightly pressing the accelerator, causing the Bugatti to roar to life. Boss, should we give them a minute's head start? Zheng Xiaoyi suggested. Do you want to drink cola? Liu Xiao shot her a sidelong glance. Compared to cola, I much prefer a race. Zheng Xiaoyi laughed playfully. With a bit of money, I could buy myself a couple of outfits and bags. I've decided, if I win, I'll deduct 1/3 of your salary, Liu Xiao said, not mincing words. Please, boss, I was only joking. Zheng Xiaoyi pleaded, looking at him with wide, innocent eyes as she tugged at his arm. Let go, it's starting. Liu Xiao initially relished the moment, but as he noticed the countdown on the big screen had concluded, he realized Zheng Xiaoyi's intentions. Xiao Yang had already surged ahead, leading by at least 30 or 40 meters. Though Liu Xiao possessed considerable skill, the racers in this league were no slouches. He couldn't afford to let his guard down for too long, or he risked faltering. Neither Zheng Xiaoyi nor Liu Xiao had any desire for cola. Moreover, lingering too long at the start could tarnish his victory, as others might perceive it as mockery. With a decisive push on the accelerator, the Bugatti shot forward. The track spanned 5 kilometers, with a straight stretch of approximately 3 kilometers and the remaining 2 kilometers consisting of various curves. Thus, the total distance of 5 laps included 15 kilometers of straight distance and 10 kilometers of curves. The initial segment was entirely straight, allowing Liu Xiao to push his speed to the limit. The Bugatti's acceleration from 0 to 100 was among the best in the industry. In less than 2 seconds, Liu Xiao's speed soared to 200 kilometers per hour, the scenery along the roadside blurring into obscurity. Yet, Liu Xiao showed no signs of slowing down, pressing the accelerator once more and propelling his speed to 250 kilometers per hour. Slow down, Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with fright. That speed is akin to an F1 race. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it's all under control, Liu Xiao reassured her, easing on the brakes and watching the Bugatti's speed decrease. He then deftly turned the steering wheel, executing a perfect drift around the first curve. The 3-kilometer straight stretch seemed lengthy, but at 200 kilometers per hour, it would be traversed in just about a minute. On the curves, Liu Xiao's speed slowed considerably, yet remained impressively above 160. I told you Liu is incredible, Lize, who was not participating, exclaimed with excitement. Liu Xiao had started slightly slower by 5 or 6 seconds, but at this speed, he had already overtaken 6 or 7 cars, with only Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg and a couple of others in front. During that straight sprint, Liu's speed exceeded 200, didn't he? Not just that. I saw on the big screen that his speed reached 255. That is practically flying. Goodness, I was on edge during that turn, fearing he'd veer off the track, but it's evident that Liu's driving skills are exceptional. We're guaranteed a win. Li Zhe and the others laughed heartily. Calm down. Our Xiao Yang hasn't even broken a sweat yet, another remarked, spotting Xiao Yang accelerating ahead, prompting laughter among the group. Xiao Yang had entered the straight of the second lap, and within a mere 5 seconds, the Koenigsegg's speed surged to 230. Liu Xiao turned to the now visibly exhilarated Zheng Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, would you like to experience speed and excitement? Zheng Xiaoyi nodded vigorously, initially unaware of Liu Xiao's prowess. She now recognized just how formidable his driving skills were. Having spent considerable time in the capital, she had yet to encounter anyone who could rival Liu Xiao's abilities. Hold on tight. We're about to accelerate. Liu Xiao laughed heartily. In the past, while Liu Xiao's driving was commendable, it lacked the edge of racing prowess, merely marking him as a skilled driver. However, the current Liu Xiao had mastered every aspect of the car's performance, intuitively knowing the limits of speed on the road ahead. After one lap, he had assessed the maximum speed achievable around the curves. With another push of the accelerator, the rear of the Bugatti swung out, successfully transitioning from the curve to the straightaway. A thunderous roar erupted as the vehicle's speed surged from 180, rapidly climbing past 250. Eventually reaching 280, Liu Xiao pressed down on the accelerator once more, propelling the speed to 300. As a limited edition of Bugatti, this particular model's ultimate speed is an astonishing 584 kilometers per hour, comparable to the takeoff speed of an aircraft. Of course, that is merely the theoretical limit. Achieving such velocity in reality would indeed result in flight. Yet, surpassing 300 is comfortably within reach. At a speed of at least 300, Liu Xiao still felt the car remarkably stable, entirely under his control. However, such velocity was only sustainable in a straight line. Beside him, Zheng Xiaoyi was already shouting in excitement. In the third second of Liu Xiao's acceleration, Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg was overtaken with ease. After pushing the limit of 300 for over 20 seconds, Liu Xiao gradually began to ease off the throttle. As he decelerated to 200, the Bugatti reached the entrance of the second turn perfectly timed. Liu Xiao executed a graceful drift, seamlessly entering the bend, maintaining his speed and maneuvering effortlessly within it. Chapter 112, A Professional? My goodness, is Liu the professional racing driver? The spectators were utterly astonished. Even in professional F1 races, few could achieve speeds exceeding 300, let alone navigate a corner at 200. For most, achieving a speed of 150 during a turn would be commendable. Many only reached around 140. Though it may appear to be a mere 50 difference, in the realm of racing, it signifies an insurmountable gap. This indicated that Liu Xiao's cornering speed surpassed that of most drivers on the straightaway. In fact, he could already glimpse the taillights of the first racer who had just completed a lap. Haha, it seems we shall not partake in the Mentos and Coke today. Li Zhe, holding his partner, couldn't help but laugh heartily. His allegiance to Liu Xiao was primarily to bolster Liu's reputation. After all, many in Bay City were meeting Liu for the first time. If the prominent individuals from their circles sided with Xiao Yang, who would dare support Liu Xiao? Though Liu might be an heir to a prestigious family, he was not a local. Choosing not to side with Liu would not offend him. But if the majority rallied behind Xiao Yang, those few who supported Liu would surely incur the ire of a significant faction of influential families in Bay City. In a place like Bay City, facing collective sanctions from these families would spell doom for the lesser houses. His decision to stand with Liu was a subtle declaration that the elite of Bay City welcomed Liu, encouraging others to feel free to rally behind him. Thus, everyone could enjoy the competition without reservations. Initially, he had anticipated a certain defeat, but Liu Xiao's racing prowess exceeded all expectations. At that moment, he was nearly a full lap ahead of Xiao Yang. Li Zhe's companion was equally elated. She had not contemplated much. If Liu Xiao triumphed, she would escape the fate of drinking Mentos and Coke. Oh dear, it appears there's no hope left for Xiao Yang. By the third lap, Xiao Yang was on the verge of being lapped entirely by Liu Xiao, prompting the supporters of Xiao Yang to express their dismay. Such a gap made it nearly impossible to reclaim the lead. Upon reaching the fourth lap, Liu Xiao had indeed lapped Xiao Yang. By the time Liu Xiao finished his 5 laps and brought his vehicle to a halt, Xiao Yang had only completed 3.5 laps. Others fared even worse, with the better ones managing 3 laps and the lesser ones barely reaching 2.5. This meant Liu Xiao's speed was almost double that of the others. Had Liu started concurrently and accelerated in the first lap, the word almost might have been entirely unnecessary. Boss, you're incredibly fast. Once parked, Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Cough, mind your words. Liu Xiao interjected. How could this girl, who had just claimed she was inadequate, suddenly declare him fast? Boss, you truly are quite swift. Zheng Xiaoyi pouted, grinning at Liu Xiao. Her racing skills were decent, but when compared to Liu Xiao, the disparity was beyond description. To her, Liu Xiao's prowess undoubtedly placed him at the level of a professional racer. If only Liu Xiao could get his hands on the finest Bugatti GT. He might even surpass his current speed. However, the Bugatti GT was not only worth 800 million, it was also seemingly unattainable without the right connections. As only 3 units existed worldwide. Well, I've won. Your salary for this month will be reduced by a third, Liu Xiao stated, giving Zheng Xiaoyi a pointed look. No, boss. You merely mentioned it. I never agreed. Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. With her monthly earnings barely exceeding 10,000. A third being deducted would leave her with a meager sum. While it might suffice for meals, it would prevent her from purchasing anything she desired. If you wish to avoid a salary deduction, then rephrase your words for me, Liu Xiao quipped, smirking. Boss, you're not fast. Rather, you're impressive. Zheng Xiaoyi blurted out without hesitation. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, her face flushed with embarrassment. It felt as though there was an unintended implication. As if she had experienced it firsthand. That's more like it. Should you dare utter anything similar next time, the salary reduction will persist, Liu Xiao chuckled, pleased with his newfound strategy for dealing with her. It seemed all it took was the threat of salary cuts to keep her in check. After a moment, Xiao Yang's Koenigsegg pulled up alongside Liu Xiao. Impressive, impressive. I concede defeat. Xiao Yang stepped out of his car, shaking his head in resignation as he looked at Liu Xiao. Haha, it's all luck, Liu Xiao replied, descending from his vehicle with a smile directed at Xiao Yang. No way. If that is luck, then we are nothing. Xiao Yang shot Liu a glance of disbelief. It was no wonder Liu had agreed so readily. He had been waiting for this moment. Xiao Yang had just reached a straight-line speed of 230, only to witness Liu Xiao's car zip past him like a bullet. The astonishment he felt was beyond description, akin to sitting in a rocket and witnessing another rocket soar past. He had considered accelerating, but recognized that pushing beyond 230 could lead to disaster. At such speeds, control was nearly impossible. Although he pursued speed, he valued his life far more. Yet, why was there such a vast difference, despite both being in cars? Haha, Yang Gu, don't forget about the Coke and Mentos. Liu Xiao reminded him with a grin. There were about 60 individuals on Xiao Yang's side. Just imagining 60 people participating in a dragon-sucking water stunt was a spectacle in itself, especially considering that half of them were various beautiful women. Chapter 113, Dragon-Sucking Water. Alright, the race isn't even over yet, and already the creditors are knocking, Xiao Yang remarked, bemused, as he glanced at Liu Xiao. Go over there and tell the boss to prepare the Coke and Mentos, he instructed, patting his female companion on the shoulder. She, too, wore a look of resignation but nodded in agreement. While Coke was readily available at the racetrack, Mentos would require a trip to a nearby supermarket. Fortunately, not far away. There is one available. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Old Xiao, you have caused quite a stir. Several of Xiao Yang's close friends looked at him with pained expressions. Ahem, can you blame me? How could I possibly win against a monster? Xiao Yang's face darkened. The cola bottles were 1.5 liters each, and each contained 2 Mentos. How about you demonstrate for us first, Old Xiao? This sounds splendid. Since Brother Xiao is the one placing the bet, he should go first. Li Zhe and the others began to cheer. What is the big deal? Bring it over. I'll go first. Xiao Yang struck a heroic pose and stood next to the table. Over there. Li Zhe cheerfully opened a bottle of cola and handed 2 Mentos to Xiao Yang. Just you wait, Li Zhe. I'll tell your dad on you later. Xiao Yang shot Li Zhe a glare. Brother Xiao, you shouldn't say that. Li Zhe chuckled and then retrieved a packet of Mentos from the side. Well then, I must fill you up. Get lost. Xiao Yang laughed and scolded. If I take that whole pack, I might just get blasted away. Liu Xiao watched with great interest from the side, while Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but giggle. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and tossed the Mentos into the cola, sealing the bottle's opening with his mouth. I say, this doesn't seem too bad. Uffed. Just as Xiao Yang thought nothing was happening and was about to show off, the cola erupted from the bottle. Before he was ready, the cola sprayed out dramatically, shooting from his nostrils. Don't let go. If you do, we'll have to start over. Li Zhe roared with laughter from the side. This is too funny, ha 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 ha. Zheng Xiaoyi clapped her hands in delight upon seeing the cola spraying from Xiao Yang's nostrils. After more than 30 seconds, just when Xiao Yang could no longer hold on, the cola finally settled down. Ahem, ahem. Xiao Yang couldn't help but cough violently. Liu Xiao looked over and burst into laughter. Indeed, this dragon drinking water is something that most people simply cannot handle. Alright, I'm done. It's your turn now. Today, none of you can escape. Xiao Yang grabbed a towel and wiped his face, chuckling as he glanced at those who had voted for him. Xiao Yang, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to at home. Should I head back first? Nonsense. Even if you're being green today, you must drink the cola before leaving. Xiao Yang was now indifferent. He had lost all face today, and once everyone returned home, the news would surely spread throughout the entire North City circle. Since that's the case, he might as well make most of them as ridiculous as himself. If they dared to speak about him, he could retaliate. After all, over 60 people had voted for him, most of whom were on his side. The female companions nearby were nearly dumbfounded. Many had never witnessed dragon drinking water before and initially thought they could endure it, but after watching Xiao Yang's performance, they realized they simply could not withstand it. Most of them had meticulously done their makeup. Wouldn't this ruin their appearance? Liu Xiao, however, was unconcerned and continued to watch the commotion. Under Xiao Yang's strong pressure, soon over 60 people stood neatly by the table, each with a bottle of cola, commencing a collective dragon drinking water. Don't film this. Liu Xiao noticed a girl attempting to record and playfully pressed down her hand. It's fine to have fun together, but this is definitely not something to be documented. Boss, look at those girls. They're absolutely hilarious. Zheng Xiaoyi remarked, laughing so hard she could hardly stand upright. Compared to the boys' lung capacity, the girls were clearly at a disadvantage. Moreover, most of these female companions were physically delicate. Almost immediately, they could not hold on. Liu Xiao looked over, unable to suppress her amusement. However, to be fair, these wealthy individuals truly know how to choose their companions. In terms of both figure and beauty, they are undoubtedly top-tier selections. Although they may look a bit disheveled now, none could be considered unattractive. The least among them would still rank as a top model. In fact, they even had a slightly alluring appeal. Wealthy people certainly know how to have fun. Liu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Zheng Xiaoyi glanced at Liu Xiao with a strange expression. Are you saying that wealthy people know how to play? Have you not indulged in the same? If we're talking about companions, she wasn't boasting. She should be the one with the highest looks and best figure on the scene, right? However, since Liu Xiao hired her, it seemed she hadn't allowed her to do anything outrageous. Just regular work interactions. And they hadn't even had the most basic physical contact. Moreover, in their interactions, Liu Xiao hadn't made her do anything she was unwilling to do. If that's the case, her boss truly is a bit special. Who knows if it's because he has a beautiful girlfriend or simply because he doesn't care about such things. Soon, all the punishments were completed. Li Zhe was beside himself with laughter as he clapped his hands. However, once everyone had undergone their punishments, the first to grab a hammer was Li Zhe. President Li, save me. I'm your number one paparazzi. Seeing that he was being chased, Li Zhe hurriedly ran to Liu Xiao's side. President Liu, please step aside. We must educate this fellow today. I'm sorry, but you've offended too many people. I can't protect you. Liu Xiao smiled as she stepped aside. President Liu. You. Li Zhe was taken aback by Liu Xiao's quick betrayal, exclaiming as he hurriedly fled. But within minutes, several people had captured him and brought him back. Brothers, how about we give Li a cola bath? Xiao Yang proposed with a hearty laugh. I think that sounds great. A group of them fetched several boxes of cola, and Xiao Yang, along with a few others, twisted open the bottles and poured them over Li Zhe's head. Of course, only a few dared to actually pour, considering Li Zhe's family was a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Most wouldn't dare to offend him. However, Xiao Yang and a few others, also billionaires, didn't mind, and their camaraderie with Li Zhe allowed them to play freely. President Liu, save me. Li Zhe cried out from the side. You'd better fend for yourself. Liu Xiao quickly moved to a safe distance. If I get dragged into this, today will be disastrous. It seems these individuals in the North City circle have quite a good rapport. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim. What? Have you seen other circles? Liu Xiao asked with a smile. I've seen the one in the capital once. It's mostly filled with internal strife and schemes. Zheng Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue. The capital S circle, huh? Hearing Zheng Xiaoyi mention it, Liu Xiao recalled the investment company he established in the capital. Once he finished with matters in North City, it would be time to pay a visit to the capital. Chapter 114, Return to Jiangqing. In the evening, a group of individuals made their way back to the resort. Mr. Liu, I currently have a project in the preliminary stages, and the profit potential is quite promising. Would you be interested in learning more? Mr. Liu, do you have any interest in hotel assets? I have 2 hotels that I am planning to sell. During the banquet, countless guests approached Liu Xiao to extend their greetings. The previous entertainment and merriment were, in fact, merely a prelude to future collaborations. Once relationships were established, discussions became significantly more amiable. In no time, several individuals had already approached Liu Xiao seeking partnership opportunities. This was hardly surprising. Liu Xiao's reputation, both in terms of his company's strength and his personal prowess, positioned him as the undeniable leader of Beijing, surpassing even Xiao Yang. For those who could forge a partnership with Liu Xiao, financial apprehensions would be a thing of the past. However, Liu Xiao declined nearly all propositions presented to him. Although Tianlai Company operated in real estate, Liu Xiao was reluctant to further expand the scale of the enterprise. The real estate business entails a plethora of considerations. From intricate relationships to the quality of construction, an endless source of concern. Yet, concerning the tourism city project, Liu Xiao had effectively subcontracted the entirety of it during the banquet. An endeavor worth 8 billion, even if divided among partners, would yield each a sum of 1 to 2 billion, with profits expected to reach a minimum of 10 to 20 million. Such a colossal investment instantly garnered Liu Xiao a significant following. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I will promptly mobilize the construction team. I guarantee your project will be completed in the shortest time possible. Mr. Liu, how generous of you to entrust us with such a substantial project. What matters is that we all profit together. Liu Xiao replied with a smile, engaging in polite banter. The purpose of Liu Xiao's visit to Beijing was effectively accomplished at this banquet. In truth, he had not anticipated it to be so effortless. Casting a glance at Xiao Yang, who had been closely following him, Liu Xiao met his gaze and received a nod and smile in return. Beside them, Zheng Xiaoyi nibbled delicately on her food, while surreptitiously stuffing her skirt pockets with various easily portable snacks. Liu Xiao merely shot her an exasperated glance, pondering the nature of her skirt pockets, as he watched her successfully conceal 2 large bags of treats without a hint of bulge. Even as the clock approached 10 and attendees began to depart, Zheng Xiaoyi continued her covert operation. All right, enough already, we need to leave. Liu Xiao gently tapped her on the head. Ouch, boss, that hurt. Zheng Xiaoyi protested, rubbing her head. Once in the car, Zheng Xiaoyi, noticing they were alone, hurriedly retrieved her hidden treasures from her pockets. Goodness, did you rob the banquet? Liu Xiao exclaimed, astonished at the near-full shopping bag of snacks she had amassed, including a large lobster wrapped in plastic. Liu Xiao glanced from the bounty to the pockets of Zheng Xiaoyi's skirt. Is that truly capable of holding all of this? Boss, you don't understand. A child from a poor family needs to save money, Zheng Xiaoyi replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush, though she maintained her defiance. You? In need of money? Liu Xiao scoffed. He was unaware of her financial status, but the Chanel outfit she wore, regardless of whether it was a limited edition, must have cost at least a couple of thousand, indicating she came from a well-off background. Even in dire circumstances, one wouldn't fuss over such trivialities. And there was an air of affluence about her when she indulged in food. Really, boss, shouldn't you consider giving me a raise? Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with hope. Already asking for a raise after just 2 days? How ambitious. If you truly desire a salary increase, at least show me some commitment first, Liu Xiao chuckled. Perverted boss. If you won't raise my pay, then I won't ask. Zheng Xiaoyi huffed. Huh. Liu Xiao touched his nose, momentarily taken aback. Had he truly done anything inappropriate to earn such a label? Surely, to warrant a raise, she had to demonstrate her capabilities, right? That reasoning seemed sound. However, seeing Zheng Xiaoyi turn her head away, he decided not to press further, shrugged, and started the car toward the hotel. Over the following days, Liu Xiao primarily remained in Beijing. The specifics of the project were handled by Zhao Bin, requiring Liu Xiao's presence only for engagements with the leadership. After 4 days, he had successfully completed the initial phases of the work. During this time, Liu Xiao's fortuitous streak dwindled in the absence of Wu Qianqian. By today, he found himself with merely 20 billion in cash. However, the investment firm had already disbursed 10 billion. Liu Xiao perused the financial reports Zheng Xiaoyi handed him, nodding in satisfaction. At this pace, he estimated that the 45 billion allocated to the investment firm would be fully invested by early September. By then, he anticipated having retained the remaining 55 billion, which he could invest in a significant project, thereby allowing the system to upgrade once more. Today, Liu Xiao intended to return to Jiangqing. Xiaoyi, gather your things. We're heading back to Jiangqing. He called out to Zheng Xiaoyi, who was busy at her desk. Oh, okay, boss, I'll wrap it up right away. Zheng Xiaoyi was momentarily surprised, but quickly nodded in agreement. She had initially thought Liu Xiao might linger longer in Beijing. However, it mattered little. She had been staying in a hotel, with expenses covered by the company, and had no personal matters to attend to. For her, the destination was inconsequential. By the way, boss, could you wait half an hour? I need to grab my clothes, Zheng Xiaoyi added after a moment's thought. No need to go alone. Let us leave together and pick them up on the way, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, assuring her that they would be traveling in a spacious Maybach, eliminating any concerns about space. His Bugatti had already been driven back days prior. After all, it would draw too much attention in Beijing, and he had no intention of purchasing property or a villa there, nor any place to park it. Chapter 115, Living Off Others? Is this Jiangqing? Zheng Xiaoyi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings upon entering Jiangqing's territory. In comparison to the bustling capital and the first-tier city of Beijing, Jiangqing's development was noticeably less advanced, with a population of just under 2 million. It was not exactly sparse, yet one would not encounter the congestion typical of larger cities. Given that it was not rush hour, the streets were notably clear of traffic. While it may not measure up to the grandeur of Beijing, it certainly boasted a more relaxed lifestyle. Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. Given the environment of Jiangqing, Despite all my efforts in my past life, I ultimately failed to establish myself here. From now on, your permanent residence will be in Jiangxing. If I require your company during outings, I will inform you in advance. For the time being, you should stay in a hotel, and in a few days, you can rent a place nearby. Liu Xiao drove directly into the parking lot of Lijiang Hotel. Rent a place? The mention of renting instantly soured Zheng Xiaoyi's expression. It was still not even August 20th, and her salary would not be dispersed until the 1st of next month. If she ventured out to rent a place during this period, the few hundred yuan she had left would hardly suffice. Of course, we need to rent a place. Do you expect to live in a hotel indefinitely? Even though the hotel is mine, the rental costs are quite steep, Liu Xiao teased with a smile. Moreover, to be frank, while living in a hotel is manageable in the short term, it becomes quite uncomfortable over time. It can never compare to a proper residential home. A 3-bedroom apartment in Jiangxing currently rents for just over 2,000 yuan, and the internship salary I provide Zheng Xiaoyi is over 10,000, which should not pose a problem for her. Boss, do you have any vacant rooms at home? Zheng Xiaoyi shyly glanced at Liu Xiao. Don't even think about it. Liu Xiao replied tersely. Oh, come on, boss. How about I stay in the hotel a few more days and rent a place after next month's salary? Zheng Xiaoyi quickly grasped Liu Xiao's arm. You don't have any money? Liu Xiao asked in surprise, looking at Zheng Xiaoyi. Before joining my company, wasn't she an employee at a Fortune 500 company? Did she not save even a little? No, I've spent it all. I only have 300 left. Zheng Xiaoyi shyly ran her fingers through her hair. When she left, her bank accounts were frozen, leaving her with just over 10,000 in cash. Initially, unaware of how ordinary people manage their finances, she tried to stretch that 10,000, but after 7 or 8 days, she was down to just a few hundred. It was only when she realized she had so little left that she felt the urgency to apply for jobs, without even daring to seek a better position. During these days, she had hardly spent any money. Liu Xiao covered her accommodation, and she mostly dined with him, only occasionally eating out in the afternoons. Frugality had left her with just 300 yuan. If you were short on funds, you should have said so earlier, Liu Xiao chuckled. Suddenly understanding why Zheng Xiaoyi had been eyeing the snacks at the banquet, stuffing them into her pockets. The poor girl must have been hungry. How about this? I'll advance you next month's salary, every bit of 20,000 yuan. That should resolve your housing situation, right? Really, boss? Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I'm quite reliable when it comes to such matters, Liu Xiao rolled his eyes. Currently, Zheng Xiaoyi was under Tianlai Real Estate. So Liu Xiao promptly messaged the finance department to arrange an advance on her August salary. The response was swift, and within 5 minutes, Zheng Xiaoyi's phone lit up, showing that after deducting over 2,000 in taxes, her remaining balance of over 17,000 had been credited to her account. Wow, thank you, boss. You're so kind. Zheng Xiaoyi cheered. Initially, she had no idea how to spend 1,000 yuan, but now that she had the funds, she realized how to manage her life. However, after a moment's hesitation, Zheng Xiaoyi remembered another issue. By the way, boss, do you know how to rent a place? She asked, awkwardly fiddling with her fingers. Great. Are you my assistant, or am I yours? Liu Xiao sighed in exasperation. Zheng Xiaoyi was like a fairy descended to earth. Her work capabilities were indisputable. She managed affairs exceptionally well, and even had her own insights, some of which Liu Xiao found quite avant-garde. Yet, when it came to life skills, she was completely naive. She lacked even the most basic concepts surrounding renting a place. All right, enough of the hotel. Come with me. I'll take you to find a rental. With a resigned sigh, he stepped out of the car and led Zheng Xiaoyi to a nearby residential complex. If Liu Xiao had come alone, he would have certainly sought the help of a real estate agent, but agents take commissions, and with Zheng Xiaoyi's cash being just over 10,000, deducting a month's rent as a fee would leave her struggling. Therefore, Liu Xiao opted for a newer complex, where he found a flyer posted by the owner in the community bulletin board. In the Water One community, beautifully renovated and ready for immediate move-in, utilities included, with all essential appliances like a refrigerator and television. This looks great, boss, Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed upon seeing a spacious apartment of over 140 square meters. While she had no strong feelings about the size, the phrase ready for immediate move-in caught her attention. The rent is 2,004, which seems reasonable. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. He called the landlord, and upon finding out she was a middle-aged woman, Liu Xiao felt relieved. Given Zheng Xiaoyi's beauty, it was best to avoid a male landlord living alone, as it could lead to potential complications. The landlord lived in another unit within the complex and came downstairs shortly. Liu Xiao took Zheng Xiaoyi to view the apartment. Miss, would it be possible to pay monthly? Rest assured, I will transfer the rent to you promptly each month, Zheng Xiaoyi said, her face paling at the thought of paying an entire year's rent up front. Monthly payments? The landlord frowned at the suggestion and glanced at Liu Xiao, clearly questioning why such a beautiful young woman couldn't afford a year's rent. Liu Xiao sensed the scrutiny and quickly interjected, yes. She just started working and doesn't have much money. Don't worry, we can provide 2 months' rent as a deposit. If we need to vacate early, we will give you at least 2 months' notice. Observing the landlord's peculiar gaze, Liu Xiao rubbed his nose awkwardly. All right, I'll make an exception for this young lady. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't fly, the landlord sighed, glancing between Liu Xiao and Zheng Xiaoyi. She appeared to be slightly older than Liu Xiao, leading her to assume he was somewhat dependent on her. It can't be easy for a young girl to support a man. I might as well help a little. Chapter 116, Rent Waived. Really? Thank you so much. Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the landlord's approval. Soon, they signed a contract, and with reluctance, Zheng Xiaoyi transferred 7,200 yuan from her recently credited salary to the landlord, receiving the keys in return. As the landlord departed, she noticed Liu Xiao showing no intention of contributing financially, prompting a resigned sigh from her. Oh no, I'm left with just 10,000 yuan. After the landlord left, Zheng Xiaoyi stared at her bank balance, feeling increasingly anxious. With over 10 days until early September and 40 days until her next salary in October, the situation was dire. Although the apartment was advertised as ready for immediate move-in, in reality, it merely meant that she wouldn't need to buy large furniture. To settle in, one must procure bed linens and such essentials, as well as sofa cushions. If cooking is to be undertaken, pots, dishes, and utensils are also required. This could easily amount to a sum of 1 to 2,000 yuan. Most critically, the portable cosmetics she brought along are nearly depleted, necessitating a fresh purchase, the cost of which remains uncertain. With 10,000 yuan needing to last for quite some time, she truly finds herself at a loss regarding expenditure. Well, there's still 10,000 left, and even with some purchases of daily necessities, 40 days should be manageable. Liu Xiao shot a glance at Zheng Xiaoyi. This girl truly hasn't endured hardship. If he were in dire straits, Liu Xiao believed he could stretch 10,000 yuan for an entire year. After all, it's merely 40 days. But my cosmetics are all used up, Zheng Xiaoyi protested, her face full of grievance. Once they're gone, just buy a new set. How expensive can cosmetics be? Liu Xiao replied. My essence cream costs over 170,000 for a bottle, and even the smaller size is around 60,000. Not to mention moisturizer, foundation, sunscreen. Zheng Xiaoyi counted on her fingers. Stop right there. What kind of circumstances are you in that you're even working? Liu Xiao exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. The items Zheng Xiaoyi had listed seemed to total at least over 1 million yuan. I was just joking. Zheng Xiaoyi quickly realized her slip, laughing awkwardly and covering her mouth to say no more. By the way, the office address is on the 57th floor of the Sky Tower in the high-tech zone. But you needn't go every day. If I'm not going, then you can accompany me. If I am, you can follow later. The Sky Tower is where the investment company is located, and he would undoubtedly be visiting frequently. Understood, boss, Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, jotting down the address. After giving her the necessary instructions, Liu Xiao departed. This neighborhood is relatively new and the environment is quite agreeable. Moreover, since the landlord is a woman, there is less to worry about. Although Zheng Xiaoyi is somewhat naive about life, she is quite astute, alleviating concerns about safety. He drove back towards the hotel, first stopping by the hospital. See you, where's your sister? Upon entering the hospital room, Liu Xiao found Gu Yueshi absent. Brother Xiao, you're back? Gu Siyu exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. My sister went to work. She probably won't return until the afternoon. I heard she got a job at a rather good internet company. Liu Xiao paid little heed to the fact that Gu Yueshi was working. Given her capabilities, securing a job would be effortless for her, and he was not surprised, since she was reluctant to join his company. He thought it best to let her explore opportunities elsewhere. I'm doing quite well, basically back to normal. I should be discharged the day after tomorrow. Gu Siyu beamed with joy. After spending some time with her, Liu Xiao didn't linger. With Wu Qianqian not returning for another 2 days, there was little to do at home. Zheng Xiaoyi needed to tidy up her living space, and with Liu Xiao granting her the day off, he drove alone to the Sky Tower. Last time, Zhang Qingwan had assisted in establishing the company, and he had intended to express his gratitude. However, his trip to Beijing had delayed that, making this a perfect opportunity to invite her to a meal. Qingwan. As Liu Xiao stepped into the elevator, he spotted Zhang Qingwan approaching and instantly brightened, promptly pausing the elevator to wave at her. Liu Xiao? Zhang Qingwan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but her surprise quickly turned to delight as she walked over. Didn't you say you had matters to attend to? How come you're back so soon? She asked with a smile. Things went smoothly, and I wrapped up early. I was just about to come by your office to treat you to lunch when I ran into you here, Liu Xiao replied with a grin. By the way, thank you for your help last time, and for recruiting so many talents for me. Oh, it's nothing, just a small favor. Compared to your 2 billion investment in me, what I did is truly negligible. There's no need for such formal gratitude. Zhang Qingwan brushed it off with a smile. To her, it was indeed a trivial matter. The wounds on her arm had begun to heal, and the sandbags had been removed, though the appearance was still somewhat unsightly, prompting her to wear long sleeves. The abrasions on her face had completely healed, leaving her looking no different from others. That's a different matter entirely, Liu Xiao chuckled. He followed Zhang Qingyuan to the top floor. Over the days, she had organized the 60th floor quite impressively, with the company's size increasing 2 to 3-fold. Workstations had been remodeled. Except for a few specialized departments with partitions, the rest were standard office cubicles. On the far right, Zhang Qingyuan had created a coffee and snack area along with a fitness zone for employees to relax and unwind. The entire floor was decorated with a refreshing, natural ambience. You've done a splendid job, Liu Xiao remarked, admiring the office. Let us make it so that the rent doubles next year. Oh no, not that, Liu the landlord. Surely you wouldn't want your invested company to go bankrupt over rent, would you? Zhang Qingyuan burst into laughter upon hearing Liu Xiao's words. The entire building was Liu Xiao's private property, so she understood he was merely jesting. Ha ha, I'm just kidding. Starting next year, you won't need to pay rent at all. Considering I'm the largest shareholder of the company, Liu Xiao laughed heartily. He had invested 2 billion. And with previous collaborations with Fading Technology, he owned 70% of the shares. However, he only received dividends and had no decision-making power. Nevertheless, it must be said that the company indeed belonged largely to Liu Xiao. Really? I'm the major shareholder? Zhang Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. I've invested in you. What is there to hesitate over? Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. Thanks to the generous support of our major shareholder, shall I invite Mr. Liu to my office for tea? Indeed. Chapter 117. Major shareholder Liu Xiao. Major shareholder, how about trying this Dahong Pao? Zhang Qingyuan presented the tea set and brewed a cup for Liu Xiao. Very delightful. With a subtle sweetness, Liu Xiao nodded approvingly after taking a sip. This is the second-generation Dahong Pao, costing over 10,000 per gram, Zhang Qingyuan explained with a smile. Each brewing doesn't require much, but it should be around 3 to 5 grams, meaning each cup costs about 50,000. Furthermore, it's not just expensive, its rarity is what makes it truly precious. Most Dahong Pao available on the market are counterfeit, and even the authentic ones are often several generations removed. The second-generation Dahong Pao is directly grafted from the mother tree and prepared using a specialized secret method, yielding only a limited quantity each year. As for the first-generation Dahong Pao, there are only a few kilograms produced annually, primarily reserved for high-ranking officials. Even with some connections, it remains unattainable. Zhang Qingyuan had only about 1 or 2 grams of the second-generation Dahong Pao left, enough for 10 brews at most. Indeed, it's exquisite tea. I should stock up on some when I get the chance, Liu Xiao remarked. The tea in question is a coveted delicacy, typically requiring one to wait for the annual harvest before attempting to procure it, and often necessitating special connections to secure a purchase. With September fast approaching, any hope of acquiring it must be deferred until next year. By the way, Qingyuan, when did you mention your family's assessment would take place? It begins in early October. With just 1 month remaining, Zhang Qingyuan replied, her eyes alight with joy. She was confident about her performance in this assessment, feeling assured of her success. Moreover, the results she was achieving would only amplify her voice once she ascended to become the heir of the Zhang family. It could be said that after October, she would fully represent the Zhang family in various matters. Indeed, it is not far off. Liu Xiao lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Once Zhang Qingyuan became the legitimate heir of the Zhang family, he could initiate collaborations between his companies and theirs. At that point, he would also wield influence in Jiangxing. In Dongjiang province, the largest cities are Beiqing and Jiangcheng. As long as he manages these two well, a prosperous future awaits. Furthermore, Liu Xiao had prospects in the capital as well. As he was about to speak, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. Please come in. Zhang Qingyuan called out without hesitation, indicating no desire to conceal Liu Xiao's presence. Mr. Zhang, the Internet Industry Research Report for Jiangxing that you requested yesterday is ready for your review. The newcomer hurriedly entered, clutching a stack of reports, and was about to hand them to Zhang Qingyuan when they suddenly froze upon noticing Liu Xiao seated beside her. Liu Xiao was equally taken aback. Yueshi, you work quickly, Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed, rising with a smile to accept the report from Gu Yueshi's hands. As Gu Yueshi stood there, still speaking, she had not been overly conscious of her own expression, but Zhang Qingyuan, who had been observing Liu Xiao, suddenly noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. Mr. Liu, did you just see my Yueshi drool? Zhang Qingyuan teased, delighting in the moment. A few days prior, during Gu Yueshi's interview, she had been taken aback by her stunning beauty. Such a paragon of allure was a rarity in Jiangxing. She had initially thought that Wu Qianqian was exceptional. Yet here was another striking beauty. Additionally, after the interview, she recognized Gu Yueshi's formidable capabilities and her insightful ideas regarding company formation and development, leading to her intention to nurture her talents. The Internet Research Report was merely the beginning of this endeavor. Indeed, there was a bit of drooling, quite a bit, actually. Little sister, would you like to come into your brother's embrace? Liu Xiao said, a playful smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms toward Gu Yueshi. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. Previously, Gu Yueshi had expressed her desire to work in the internet sector, but he had not expected her to find a position with Zhang Qingwan. Boss, could you refrain from being such a lecher, considering she is still quite young? Zhang Qingwan shot Liu Xiao a disapproving glance. Yet, to her surprise, Gu Yueshi hesitated only briefly before obediently moving to Liu Xiao's side, allowing him to take her delicate hand. Yueshi, what is this? Zhang Qingwan was momentarily speechless with astonishment. Throughout her few days at the company, Gu Yueshi had exuded an icy demeanor, ignoring many employees who attempted to engage her. She had assumed her to be an aloof beauty. How was it that she suddenly sought Liu Xiao's embrace? Mr. Zhang, Liu Xiao is my boyfriend, Gu Yueshi explained, blushing as she turned to Zhang Qingwan. Boyfriend? Zhang Qingwan was taken aback. What about Wu Qianqian? She intended to inquire further, but suddenly recalled that such matters were not unusual in the upper echelons. The words she had prepared to voice were immediately swallowed back down. I say, you two aren't teasing me by coming to the company as employees, are you? Zhang Qingwan observed them with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What's this? I had no idea you and Liu Xiao were acquainted, Gu Yueshi said, embarrassedly brushing her hair back. When searching for a job, she had instinctively thought of Jiangxing's largest internet company. She had absolute confidence in her ability to establish herself there. Zhang Qingwan recognized her capabilities and offered her a salary of 15,000 a month, an exceptionally high wage in Jiangxing. Moreover, she was only just starting, and as she achieved results, there would be opportunities for further salary increases. Most importantly, Zhang Qingwan was a woman, which meant no potential for any office politics, a fact that appealed to her greatly. Thus, after a brief consideration, she had decided to accept the position. Yet, she had not anticipated encountering Liu Xiao here. What do you mean, you and Liu Xiao are acquainted? Liu Xiao is the largest shareholder of the company, though he has kept it undisclosed, Zhang Qingwan remarked. Half amused and half annoyed, she pondered whether Liu Xiao was playing a charade of being a wealthy heir pretending to be humble. However, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely, for Liu Xiao's presence here seemed to elicit no confusion from Gu Yueshi. Liu, you are the largest shareholder? Gu Yueshi asked, astonished. Yes. I invested 200 million recently, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Gu Yueshi felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. She had vowed not to work under Liu Xiao, yet here she was, having inadvertently accepted a position beneath him. Yueshi, it seems you couldn't escape after all. Liu Xiao chuckled, teasing her. How about this? My investment company is located on the 2 lower floors. Why not work there and oversee it for me? That's not feasible. Yueshi is my employee now, Zhang Qingwan interjected protectively before Gu Yueshi could respond. Your employee? You're merely a boss. I am the rightful partner here. Liu Xiao retorted with a roll of his eyes. Be careful, or I might withdraw my investment. Liu Xiao shot a warning glare at Zhang Qingwan, who immediately fell silent. You are impressive, aloof, and remarkable, I suppose, Zhang Qingwan huffed, sulking as she sipped her tea. After all, it had been difficult to find someone as capable as Gu Yueshi, only to have Liu Xiao snatch her away. Even if she wished to keep her, there was no chance against the two of them as a couple. Gu Yueshi, too, felt a tinge of frustration. They had discussed her desire for independent development, yet she had somehow ended up working under Liu Xiao again. I was also considering Fading Technology, Gu Yueshi hesitated, still attempting to assert herself. Fading Technology was one of the top 3 internet companies in Jiangxing, with promising prospects. Liu Xiao had yet to utter a word when Zhang Qingwan, who was sipping tea nearby, suddenly spewed her drink. Yueshi, don't be foolish. I still possess some shares in my company, but Fading Technology is wholly owned by Liu Xiao. Are you certain you want to go there? Huh. Gu Yueshi was taken aback. So, my dear girl, you might as well resign yourself to fate, Liu Xiao chuckled heartily. When Gu Yueshi had expressed her desire to work in the internet sector, he had never contemplated this aspect. After all, the top 2 internet companies in Jiangxing were both his. Qingwan, I shall be taking her with me. You can find someone else for your internet planning department. Liu Xiao stood up, smiling as he took Gu Yueshi's hand. Why take her away? If she goes to your investment company, she will still need to oversee my work here. Why not let Yueshi take on a part-time role? I genuinely recognize her capabilities. Zhang Qingwan replied, shaking her head. Although the 200 million was invested under the name of Fading Technology, after the establishment of Liu Xiao's investment firm, these funds had already been transferred to Jianglu Venture Capital. If Gu Yueshi were to continue working at Jianglu Venture Capital, she would undoubtedly need to be involved in matters here. Given this, it would be more prudent to keep her responsible for these affairs, albeit without the necessity of drafting reports, simply overseeing the broader direction. What do you think, Yueshi? Liu Xiao inquired, looking at her. I suppose that could work. Gu Yueshi hesitated but eventually nodded in resignation. She had truly run out of arguments. She understood that to forge a future in Jiangqing, it seemed Liu Xiao was an unavoidable obstacle. Given that, why resist any further? Accepting the situation outright seemed the wisest choice. If Liu Xiao's company could earn more under her stewardship, it would also serve to repay his kindness. Descending 2 floors, they arrived at the office of the investment company on the 57th floor. Come, everyone gather around. Liu Xiao clapped his hands to assemble the staff. Having visited with Wu Qianqian a few days prior, he could recognize most of the management. Upon seeing Liu Xiao enter with a stunning beauty, the atmosphere erupted in murmurs. Why does she seem so close to the boss? Isn't he already married? Could it be he has found us another sister-in-law? My goodness. I thought the boss was joking last time. I can't believe it's true. The crowd buzzed with speculation, most astonished by Gu Yueshi's beauty and the nature of her relationship with Liu Xiao. Everyone, quiet down, Liu Xiao commanded, tapping the table. I have an announcement. From today onward, Gu Yueshi will be the general manager of Jianglu Investment Company. Henceforth, any investments below 500 million can proceed directly with her approval, without needing to come to me. She will also be responsible for all regular business affairs of Jianglu Investment Company. Is that understood? Understood. Hello, General Manager. The moment Liu Xiao made this announcement, the room erupted once more. Everyone was aware of the authority given to the person in charge in the capital branch, which was merely 30 million. Yet now, Gu Yueshi was granted an astonishing 500 million. This level of trust was truly unprecedented. Should Gu Yueshi ever wish to engage in any ventures, she could easily destabilize the investment company. Surely, their boss wasn't foolish? Despite his youth, Liu Xiao's shrewdness was on par with the seasoned veterans of the industry, as everyone had come to recognize through their days of working together. The sheer magnitude of the authority bestowed upon Gu Yueshi left no doubt regarding their relationship. Many silently praised their boss's astuteness. However, while Liu Xiao and the others were all too aware of the reality, they refrained from vocalizing it, especially Liu Xiao, who recognized the need to maintain discretion. Thus, with Wu Qianqian's presence, he had skillfully managed the distance with Gu Yueshi at the company, avoiding any questionable behavior. All right, everyone disperse. The appointment of General Manager Gu has been officially announced. I will add her to the group shortly. From now on, any matters should be reported directly to her. Liu Xiao organized a few final details before leading Gu Yueshi into the General Manager's office. Yueshi, this office will be yours from now on. You are welcome to visit the chairman's office whenever you wish, Liu Xiao said with a smile, closing the door behind them. Can I refuse? Gu Yueshi looked at Liu Xiao with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Being appointed general manager right upon her arrival at the company was a testament to his high regard for her. According to Zhang Qingwan, while Gu Yueshi was indeed capable, she was still merely a junior in college, not having grown up in a corporate environment like Zhang Qingwan. To be truly independent, she would need further development. Yet Liu Xiao had elevated her directly to the position of general manager. To be honest, though she felt quite confident, a hint of anxiety lingered in her heart. Moreover, she had just been informed of her authority. 500 million. What if she mismanaged an investment and lost several hundred million? Don't worry, no one is born a general manager. You'll gradually become familiar with it through practice, Liu Xiao reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. As for the potential gains or losses from investments, he was even less concerned. After all, investment inherently involves both wins and losses. Even if the losses were substantial, it was not a significant issue for Liu Xiao. With the system he possessed, wealth would undoubtedly accumulate over time, making it unnecessary to fret over the minutiae. Since Gu Yueshi needed to grow, what better way than through hands-on experience? Very well. I shall give it a try. Gu Yueshi, warmed by Liu Xiao's attitude, finally nodded in agreement. Liu Xiao discreetly approached and drew the blinds in the general manager's office. Xiao Gu, what are you planning? A sudden wave of unease washed over Gu Yueshi, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. I'm not planning anything. I merely wish to show genuine concern for you. Considering we haven't seen each other in several days, Liu Xiao replied with a mischievous grin, advancing toward her. Spending the afternoon at the company, Liu Xiao helped Gu Yueshi organize matters until he felt refreshed and content, and then they left together. Can you guess why the blinds in the general manager's office are always drawn? Several female employees exchanged knowing smiles as they watched Liu Xiao and Gu Yueshi depart. In this scorching heat, the sunlight is glaring. Keeping the blinds closed helps block it out. One girl rolled her eyes at the others. Oh please. Are we about to catch a pure little bunny? The group gasped in response. In this day and age, are there really such innocent girls? I think you're the innocent little bunny. Another girl chuckled, looking at the one who had spoken. Do you really think sunlight is just sunlight and sunblock is just sunblock? Ha. The laughter echoed. Huh. Isn't it? Liu Xiao followed Gu Yueshi all the way to the hospital. Yueshi, Isn't it time for CU to be discharged in the next couple of days? Yes. The doctor is doing one last check, and if there are no issues, we can proceed with the paperwork. Upon mentioning this, Gu Yueshi's face radiated with ease. In truth, during these past few days, apart from spending a brief afternoon at the hospital, she had been returning home to sleep at night. After all, the hospital environment was rather mundane. Even in a premium ward, the accompanying bed was somewhat uncomfortable. Having brought a meal for Gu Siyu, she delivered it to the hospital, leaving her with nothing else to attend to. Xiao Gu, why don't you come back to my place? Gu Yueshi suggested, noticing Liu Xiao sitting beside her, looking rather distressed. A smile broke across her face as she spoke. She was well aware of Liu Xiao's intentions. The oppressive atmosphere at the company during lunchtime was palpable, with so many people around, making it difficult to accomplish anything meaningful. Will it affect CU? Liu Xiao's eyes brightened with hope. Rest assured, I've been staying at home these days. CU is doing much better, and the nurses will come frequently. Gu Yueshi chuckled lightly. Liu Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him and followed Gu Yueshi back home. Although they referred to it as home, it was merely a rented apartment. The house left by her parents was in the neighboring county, lacking significant value, and Gu Siyu's condition necessitated treatment in Jiangxing. To save costs, Gu Yueshi had rented a modest space, approximately 40 square meters. Despite its compact size, it was well equipped with a kitchen and bathroom, featuring a single bedroom furnished with 2 beds, one for each sister. I usually reside here, though I spend most of my time in the dormitory. The room may be small, but it suffices, Gu Yueshi said, casting a somewhat bashful glance at Liu Xiao. It's quite clean, Liu Xiao observed, taking in the cozy little abode the sisters had created. The living space was impeccably organized, reflecting their shared appreciation for cleanliness. In the innermost part of the bedroom stood a drying rack adorned with the sisters' clothes, evoking a sense of homeliness. Yueshi, now that you're working and CU will be attending school next year, it might not be suitable to continue living here, Liu Xiao remarked. Yes, I've been contemplating moving to a different place, Gu Yueshi nodded with a smile. With her salary of 15,000 yuan from Jiangxing Yuan, securing another apartment in Jiangxing would be quite manageable. After all, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit could be rented for merely 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Upon Liu Xiao's employment, the company stipulated that the general manager would receive an annual salary, with performance assessed based on investment profits at year-end. The highest tier was 10 million a year, while the mid-tier was 5 million. Even at the lowest tier, an annual salary of 2 million yuan would suffice for purchasing a home in Jiangxing, or even a small villa. However, having decided to follow Liu Xiao, financial considerations had become secondary for her. Her primary concern was to generate profit for him. How about we just buy a place outright? Liu Xiao suggested, glancing at Gu Yueshi. His intention in bringing it up was due to Gu Yueshi's previous refusals of his assistance, and he had not anticipated her acquiescence this time. To his astonishment, she nodded in agreement almost immediately. Sounds good, Gu Yueshi beamed at him. Since she had decided to be with Liu Xiao, such matters were no longer of concern. As far as she knew, Liu Xiao's investment company had an initial funding of 4.5 billion, alongside numerous other affiliated companies. Collectively, the assets exceeded 100 billion. The cost of a single property paled in comparison to the interest accrued on Liu Xiao's assets in a day. What was the point in refusing further? Liu Xiao was overcome with joy. He realized that Gu Yueshi, once hesitant, had now completely embraced her role in their partnership, wholeheartedly considering his needs. This was a positive development. Where once her acceptance was tinged with reluctance, she now willingly engaged in discussions of their future together. In Jiangxing, purchasing a house or even a villa would amount to merely 5 to 6 million yuan, an endeavor that was exceedingly simple for Liu Xiao. Gu Yueshi's eyes shimmered with affection as she regarded Liu Xiao, who was fully invested in her well-being. Xiao Gu, she called, and Liu Xiao understood her unspoken desires. The following morning, Liu Xiao first signed in. Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 700 million. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please collect it promptly. What remarkable luck! Liu Xiao exclaimed in delight, never expecting Gu Yueshi to possess such fortune. Typically, his own draws yielded around 200 to 300 million, and after several days in Beijing, he had only amassed 2 billion. Yet now, in a single day, he had received 700 million. System, open the data panel. Host, Liu Xiao, solely bound. Available funds, 7 billion yuan. Company account balance, 1 billion yuan. Current system level, level 2. Upgrade progress, 24. 5 billion of 100 billion. Sign-in available. Any asset, any skill. Note, the host can sign in indefinitely. The longer the interval between 2 sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining premium assets or skills, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Current sign-in probability. Assets below 1 billion. 99. Assets above 1 billion, 0. 9. Skill acquisition probability, 0. 01. Current assets, Jianglu Venture Capital, Baixing Building, Tianlai Real Estate. Sky Tower, Lijiang Hotel, Jianglu Real Estate, underground parking lot near Jiangxing University, Bugatti Chiron, Ferrari 488. The upgrade progress appeared satisfactory, and Liu Xiao nodded in approval. It had been a while since he last reviewed the system panel, and it was evident that he now possessed an abundance of assets and enterprises. At present, his enterprises were beginning to take shape. The investment company was led by Gu Yueshi, while the real estate company was undoubtedly under Wu Qianqian's purview. The deputy heads for the real estate and hotel divisions were tentatively set as Zhao Bin and Zhao Ku, with Zhao Ke holding a higher priority. Several towering buildings and property management companies were provisionally assigned to Huang Shi. As for the internet sector, it was solely represented by Wang Lei from Fading Technology. With Gu Yueshi serving in a part-time capacity, Gu Yueshi had indeed contributed significantly yesterday and was still resting. Liu Xiao chose not to disturb her and began to take stock of his current assets. If he were to establish a conglomerate, it would likely consist of 4 subsidiaries. He mused. The largest subsidiary would undoubtedly be real estate. Furthermore, the investment companies follow, then the internet enterprises, and finally the realm of property management. As for real estate, the foremost entity is the colossal Tianlai Real Estate, with a market capitalization of approximately 45 billion. Next in line is the Baixing Building in the capital city, valued at around 10 billion, followed by the Sky Tower in Jiangxing, estimated at 1.2 billion, the Lijiang Hotel valued at 30 million, Jianglu Real Estate at 10 million, and the shares held by Wu Qianqian's family, roughly worth 12 million, along with the 5 to 6 million in assets acquired from Li Tian. In total, the current market capitalization of the real estate sector stands at approximately 56.3 billion. Liu Xiao nodded. Next are the investment companies, which need no further elaboration. Liu Xiao's current investment amounts to 4.5 billion, and coupled with the previous 200 million investment from Zhongqing Yuan, the current valuation reaches 4.7 billion. Moving on to the internet companies, their market value is around 70 million. Regarding property management, the property company for the Sky Tower is relatively small, valued at about 10 million, while the property company for the Baixing Building is worth 30 million. Additionally, the property for the Yulong Jingyuan community, previously acquired, is valued at 12 million, and the parking lot purchased adjacent to Jiangxing University adds another 2 million. Altogether, this amounts to 54 million. Liu Xiao took a piece of paper and a pen to make a simple calculation, finally clarifying his current assets. Yueshi, I will head to the company for a while. You should rest well, and when I return this afternoon, I will take you to view some properties. Liu Xiao gently woke Gu Yueshi and after giving her a brief reminder, proceeded to the investment company. On the way, he also called Zheng Xiaoi, instructing her to meet him there. At 9:30, Liu Xiao addressed Zheng Xiaoi. Xiaoi, listen closely, and later inform everyone accordingly. Understood, boss, Zheng Xiaoi nodded, retrieving her laptop to create a new document. Firstly, for the properties under my command, we will designate Jianglu Real Estate as the principal company. Subsequently, the Baixing Building, Lijiang Hotel, and Sky Tower shall be integrated into Jianglu Real Estate before September. If renaming is feasible, we will complete the name changes. Liu Xiao articulated. Renaming? Zheng Xiaoi was momentarily taken aback. This is for convenience's sake. The Sky Tower will be renamed Jianglu Tower, and the Lijiang Hotel will be changed to Jianglu Hotel. However, this is not mandatory. If anyone finds the original name satisfactory, they may remain unchanged, Liu Xiao added with a smile, waving his hand. His intent was merely for convenience. After all, as the number of properties under his management continues to grow, it is manageable to remember the names of the current entities, but should additional properties emerge, he would undoubtedly struggle to keep track. Thus, Liu Xiao must define these principal entities. As for the subsidiaries, whether or not to rename them is of lesser importance. Understood. Boss, Zheng Xiaoi nodded, signifying her comprehension. She realized that Liu Xiao was planning to consolidate the companies. Regarding the real estate company, I temporarily appoint Wu Qianqian as the general manager, with Zhao Bin and Zhao Ku as deputy general managers. For the internet company, I provisionally designate Wang Lei as the general manager. Furthermore, inform Huang Shi to establish Jianglu Property Management Company, integrating all current property assets under Jianglu Property. Liu Xiao detailed. Jianglu Venture Capital Company remains unchanged. Finally, we shall establish Jianglu Group, incorporating the aforementioned 4 enterprises as subsidiaries. Liu Xiao expounded all remaining arrangements in one breath. So, boss, has a location for the group been determined? It shall be situated in Jiangxing, with the Sky Tower being quite convenient, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Once the next round of tenants' leases expire, the Sky Tower can cease external rentals and serve as the group's office building. After all, There are few buildings in Jiangcheng that can rival the Sky Tower. Understood, boss. Zheng Xiaoi nodded, pressing the return key. Chapter 121, 648 billion. As it stands, Jianglu Real Estate's market value is projected to reach 57.3 billion. Jianglu Venture Capital's valuation is 4.7 billion. Jianglu Network is valued at 70 million. Jianglu Property is appraised at 54 million. Coupled with the cash on hand amounting to 2.7 billion, the total assets sum up to approximately 648 billion. Such a level of assets places Liu Xiao among the upper echelons, not only in Jiangcheng but also in Beijing, where the largest conglomerate barely reaches the trillion mark. In Jiangcheng, the most substantial enterprise is the Zhang family, associated with Zhang Qingyuan, valued at around 30 billion, followed closely by the Lin family, engaged in the energy sector, with a valuation slightly above 20 billion. Liu Xiao's family assets can entirely overshadow the two prominent families in Jiangcheng. Moreover, connections in the capital have been established, and Liu Xiao has already integrated into the circles of Beijing. Although he may not be well acquainted with the individuals in Jiangcheng, the overwhelming strength renders familiarity irrelevant. Boss, after the company merger, you will undoubtedly become the largest landlord in Jiangcheng, Zheng Xiaoi chuckled, covering her mouth. Previously, without the merger, operations were scattered, and without any significant enterprises in Jiangcheng, Liu Xiao had not attracted much attention in the local circles. If anyone were to take notice of Liu Xiao, it would first be Zhang Qingyuan from the Zhang family, followed by her elder brother, Zhang Haifeng, who was aware of Liu Xiao's Jiangcheng roots during the bidding in Beijing. This is just the beginning, Liu Xiao laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. His motivation for establishing the group and consolidating the companies was not to elevate his status, but rather to alleviate his workload. The influx of assets from the system was always abrupt. Running a company entails a myriad of daily responsibilities. From inception until now, every new company invariably brings a plethora of tasks. The situation had been manageable until he acquired Tianlai Real Estate, after which responsibilities multiplied daily. To alter this reality, he must increase his workforce, rather than establishing the group to become a superpower in Jiangcheng. It would be more accurate to say that Liu Xiao sought to assemble a team to assist him in his endeavors. With the establishment of the group, the subsidiary companies will have individuals to evaluate and audit their operations, thereby liberating Liu Xiao entirely. Even as new industries emerge, he can simply delegate them to the group and let others handle the consolidation. However, the only pressing issue remains: who will assume the role of general manager for the group? Contemplating this, Liu Xiao felt a wave of frustration. Such positions cannot be filled merely with generous salaries. Although Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi possess commendable abilities, their prior experience was quite limited. Placing them directly in charge of the group would undoubtedly overwhelm them. Such talents are not easily acquired. While Zhang Qingyuan is indeed impressive, her impending inheritance of the Zhang family fortune precludes her from joining Liu Xiao. With a resigned shake of his head, Liu Xiao acknowledged the challenge ahead. Zhang Qingyuan's capabilities are undeniably evident. She has managed to elevate an internet company to its current stature with a mere 10 million, all while concurrently overseeing a plethora of Zhang family enterprises. Despite being only a sophomore, she can undoubtedly be considered an exceptionally talented individual. For the time being, the role of general manager must be assumed by Liu Xiao. Seated beside him, Zheng Xiaoi noticed that Liu Xiao was lost in thought and neglecting her, prompting her to pout slightly. To be frank, her curiosity regarding her boss had grown immensely. Handsome, affluent, and remarkably skilled, Liu Xiao also possessed racing abilities that rivaled those of professional drivers, which made her almost worship him in a fervent manner. Moreover, he appeared to have a genial temperament, never exhibiting any airs. His insights into various industries, particularly finance, are undoubtedly among the finest in the country. In fact, some of the predecessors she had encountered displayed less clarity of thought than Liu Xiao. It is worth noting that those individuals were certainly among the elite in the nation, and their perspectives on developments in the field were often exceedingly intricate. For a young man to hold his own against such figures is commendable. Yet Liu Xiao's ideas utterly overshadow them. In Liu Xiao, she saw none of the typical vices associated with scions of affluent families. Instead, he radiated remarkable virtues. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of distinguished family could nurture such an exceptional young man. If Liu Xiao were unattached, or if she were a couple of years younger, she would undoubtedly consider him as a potential romantic pursuit. Alas, neither of those conditions held true. Please relay the current matters. Aim to establish the general framework by September, Liu Xiao instructed. Recruit where necessary and expand as needed. Understood. Boss, Zheng Xiaoi replied, rising to nod at him before hastily exiting to make a phone call. Liu Xiao remained at the office for a considerable time. At noon, Gu Yueshi arrived at the office. Yueshi, didn't I say to wait for me at home? Liu Xiao exclaimed, pulling Gu Yueshi into an embrace upon her entrance. I've just taken over the company. I can't simply abandon my responsibilities, Gu Yueshi said bashfully, scratching her head. Had it not been for the exhaustion of the previous day, she would have certainly arrived much earlier. By the way, Xiao Gu, I just saw a notice in the group about the company restructuring, Gu Yueshi inquired. Yes. We are merging some companies, but the investment firm will remain unaffected. It will simply be incorporated into the group when the time comes. Liu Xiao nodded in affirmation. The investment firm would continue its regular operations, as there were no other industries available for consolidation. Gu Yueshi curiously glanced at the company distribution Liu Xiao had written on paper. Over 600 billion? She exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. She was aware of Liu Xiao's considerable assets, but had merely anticipated around 100 billion. She never imagined his wealth to be so staggering. Over 600 billion. If successfully established, Zhang family's dominance in Jiangxing may very well be challenged, she mused. Simultaneously, she understood why it was nearly impossible to find a job in Jiangxing without encountering Liu Xiao. Such an extensive industrial chain meant that anyone involved in the internet or finance sectors would inevitably have some connection to him. Chapter 122, Panjin Garden. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Liu Xiao chuckled heartily. You're astonishing. Back in school, you deceived me into thinking you had only inherited a few million. Gu Yueshi retorted playfully. She had initially thought Liu Xiao had inherited merely 10 million or so, and was touched when he offered 80,000 to assist her. Yet, she was astounded to discover the true extent of his wealth. Ha ha ha, Liu Xiao smiled warmly. Initially, he intended to enjoy some leisure in the office, but Gu Yueshi, unable to withstand the workload, soon slipped away to familiarize herself with investment company affairs. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that Gu Yueshi finally wrapped up her tasks. Yueshi, let's go, Liu Xiao said, noticing her intent to continue working. He grasped her hand and led her outside the company. Xiaoyi, when the time comes, you can leave work on your own. Remember, we still have work here tomorrow morning. Liu Xiao called toward the office. All right, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi responded, but within 10 seconds, her lips began to pout like a jar of soy sauce. What a terrible boss. Always out chasing girls while leaving me to work overtime. She lamented, glaring at the thick stack of documents beside her. Establishing a group was no simple feat. A multitude of documents needed to be dispatched, and vast amounts of information required registration. Moreover, with so many companies merging, even if others were tasked with the work, the overarching guidelines still had to originate from Liu Xiao's secretary. How frustrating. At this rate, I might as well return home and inherit my family wealth. Zheng Xiaoyi thought bitterly. Damn that skinflint of a boss. Can't he hire a few more secretaries? Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, come in here and help me out. Zheng Xiaoyi yelled as she flung open the office door. Huh, but we have other work to do, they stammered. Their faces paling at the prospect of being roped into her demands. Which is more important, other work or the boss's tasks? Do you want to keep your jobs? Zheng Xiaoyi shot them a fierce glare. If you don't come, I'll report you to the boss tomorrow, she threatened as they hesitated. At the mere mention of a report, the two immediately caved. Working at Jianglu Venture Capital was quite favorable. In Jiangxing, earning over 8,000 to 10,000 a month surpassed many of their peers. The working environment was also pleasant, with minimal overtime. Zheng Xiaoyi, already positioned higher in the company hierarchy and being Liu Xiao's confidant, knew that a negative report could jeopardize their positions. Consequently, the office soon saw two reluctant yet compliant workers diligently organizing documents under Zheng Xiaoyi's watchful eye. Settling into her secretary chair, Zheng Xiaoyi emulated Liu Xiao's demeanor, brewing herself a cup of tea and sipping it while reviewing documents. Being a boss is quite delightful, she mused, savoring her tea. By the way, Xiao Wang, I'm hungry. Could you order some takeout and get some spicy snacks? I haven't had any in ages. Sure thing. Sister, Xiao Wang replied, begrudgingly smiling. Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, don't be too upset. Consider this. If you help me today, I will surely remember your kindness. In the future, if I mention your hard work to the boss, promotions and raises could be within reach. Zheng Xiaoyi seemed to detect their reluctance and proceeded to feed them some motivational platitudes. Really? They exclaimed, suddenly invigorated by the prospect of Zheng Xiaoyi advocating for them before the boss. Zheng Xiaoyi's beauty is undeniable, and within the company, speculation about her identity has long been rife. After all, such an enchanting woman spends her days in the same office as the boss. When the blinds are drawn, who knows what transpires behind them? They certainly do not believe that their esteemed boss has employed such a stunning secretary merely for her appearance. Given this, it is evident that Zheng Xiaoyi holds considerable significance in the boss's eyes. If she could advocate for them, their future prospects would undoubtedly be bright. Of course it's true. My relationship with the boss is such that wherever he goes, I accompany him. Speaking a few words on your behalf would be a trivial matter. Zheng Xiaoyi chuckled as she playfully patted the shoulders of her two colleagues. Rest assured, my dear friends, we shall handle these documents. Little Wang and Little Li were instantly invigorated. Xiao Gu, I believe you ought to establish a secretary department. There is simply too much work for a young lady like Zheng Xiaoyi to manage alone, Gu Yueshi suggested to Liu Xiao as they walked. Indeed, we should consider hiring additional personnel. Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. Even if she could manage, we cannot expect Zheng Xiaoyi to forego holidays throughout the year. A rotation is essential. He concluded that in a few days, they would recruit more staff, especially since the establishment of the group was imminent. In the meantime, they decided to offer Zheng Xiaoyi a raise to compensate for her extra efforts. Liu Xiao chuckled heartily, knowing that Zheng Xiaoyi could use the extra funds and would likely be thrilled to hear the news. However, one must admit, Zheng Xiaoyi's capabilities are truly commendable. Amidst numerous companies, she has managed to organize everything with remarkable efficiency, a rare talent indeed. I'll lend her a hand tomorrow morning. I have few pressing matters at the moment, Gu Yueshi remarked with a smile. Liu Xiao had no intention of purchasing a property in Yulong Jingyuan. Although Gu Yueshi was aware of Wu Qianqian, and Wu Qianqian knew Gu Yueshi, it was prudent to keep matters separate. Thus, Liu Xiao drove directly to another villa district, Panjin Garden, adjacent to Jiangxing University. The houses in this area were slightly smaller than those in Yulong Jingyuan, but not significantly so. Liu Xiao selected a spacious 400 square meter unit. Xiao Gu, why not opt for a 200 square meter place? Gu Yueshi inquired, knowing Liu Xiao was affluent but concerned about the cost of such a large property, which would amount to over 2 million. A house of this size would be impractical for me. Wasting over 100,000 is nonsensical. Let us go with this one. The basement has exceptional soundproofing. We can purchase various props later, Liu Xiao whispered playfully into Gu Yueshi's ear. Xiao Gu. Gu Yueshi's face flushed instantly. What do you mean by exceptional soundproofing? Wouldn't T1 need to send their younger sister away first? Liu Xiao laughed heartily, observing Gu Yueshi's embarrassment, and chose not to tease further. After this exchange, Gu Yueshi no longer raised concerns about the size of the house, blushing as she stood beside Liu Xiao, tacitly accepting his payment process. The property was also exquisitely furnished, with essential furniture already included, so there was no need for additional purchases. Once they acquired basic living necessities like sheets and blankets, they could move in right away. Of course, merely moving in would not suffice for comfort. Some decorative items would still be necessary. Liu Xiao transferred 20 million to Gu Yueshi. Take this. Use it for anything the house might lack. Xiao Gu. That's far too much. I can't accept it. Gu Yueshi exclaimed, alarmed by the sudden influx of money, attempting to return it to Liu Xiao. It's not a significant amount for me. Keep it. With such a large house, the expenses will add up quickly. If you wish to show gratitude, how about we explore the basement together? Liu Xiao teased with a grin. The following morning, Liu Xiao first visited the office. Boss, I have prepared the primary data. Here are the documents ready to be dispatched to various companies. Zheng Xiaoyi greeted him with a bright smile, carrying a hefty stack of files. So soon? Liu Xiao was taken aback. He had left the previous day around 5 o'clock. The office closed at 6, and Zheng Xiaoyi had only completed a portion of her work. It seemed improbable that she had finished the remainder in just 1 hour. Could it be that she had stayed late? Upon glancing at the meticulously organized documents, he was impressed. Well done. You must have put in extra hours yesterday, he observed, noticing a hint of puffiness on Zheng Xiaoyi's otherwise flawless face and a small blemish at the corner of her mouth. Not for long, just until around 9. She replied with a sheepish grin, having indulged in spicy snacks the previous evening, which led to her skin flaring up. I'll add 5,000 to your bonus at the end of the month, Liu Xiao stated with a smile. Really, boss? Zheng Xiaoyi, initially contemplating how to discuss Little Wang and Little Li with Liu Xiao, found herself momentarily speechless by his sudden declaration. Of course, I never jest, Liu Xiao chuckled, lightly patting her arm. However, you needn't work overtime regularly. My company does not endorse such practices. Understood, boss. Also, please contact a headhunting firm to establish a secretary department and recruit a few more individuals. Should they all be female? Zheng Xiaoyi inquired curiously. Well, if they are women, that would be preferable, Liu Xiao admitted, scratching his nose. While male secretaries do exist, there is often a peculiar feeling associated with it. Women tend to create a more pleasant atmosphere. Then who will be the manager of the secretary department? Zheng Xiaoyi asked eagerly, barely able to contain her excitement. It's you, of course, Liu Xiao replied with a playful eye roll. Yay, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi cheered. If they brought in more personnel, her workload would significantly lighten. She could sit back and enjoy a few leisurely moments while still earning a handsome monthly salary. As Zheng Xiaoyi busied herself, Liu Xiao took a moment to glance at the system. This morning, he had accrued 70,000, bringing his total to 34 billion. The investment company was at 45 billion. And with just 21 billion remaining, the system could be upgraded to level 3. If this pace continued, The upgrade could be achieved within 5 to 6 days. Skills are undoubtedly beneficial. However, it seems the probability of drawing them peaks at 7 days. Should I take this opportunity to accumulate a few 7-day sign-in chances and acquire some skills? The odds of obtaining skills are indeed quite low. He had already received 2 skills from the system's upgrade gift package, one in driving proficiency and another in cloud exploration, with no additional skills. Never mind. I should focus on upgrading first. Once I reach level 3, the chances of drawing skills should improve, Liu Xiao mused, shaking his head. For him, skills were not of paramount importance. Liu Xiao currently yearns to acquire 2 skills, one pertaining to martial arts and the other to languages. The martial arts skill is self-explanatory, aimed at enhancing physical fitness. Should he manage to obtain a martial arts ability, it is likely that the system would concurrently augment his physique, reminiscent of the enhancement he experienced with his driving skills. As for the language skill, its value is undeniable. It would liberate him from the constraints of subtitles while watching films. It is worth noting that while blurred visuals can be somewhat tolerable, the absence of subtitles is truly exasperating. Nevertheless, the feasibility of acquiring either skill remains uncertain, and even if he were to succeed, their immediate utility for him might be limited. After another day at the company, he went to the villa in the afternoon to assist Gu Yueshi in purchasing some decorative items, engaging in a modest renovation of the house. The following morning, the two arose early and made their way to the hospital. On the way, Liu Xiao seized the opportunity to click the sign-in button. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash. 2 billion. Sign-in rewards have been distributed. Please collect them promptly. 12 billion? That is splendid. This would bring his total to 46 billion, leaving him just 9 billion short of the next upgrade. Liu Xiao felt a surge of delight within. The second-level system had already bestowed upon him such a significant enhancement. If the third level were indeed tenfold, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. Presently, in Dongjiang province, Liu Xiao, while not necessarily the foremost, certainly ranks within the top 10. However, with a market value of 6 to 700 billion, establishing a foothold in the capital remains a challenge, especially considering the multitude of enterprises valued in the trillions there. Indeed, the capital is home to numerous colossal groups with valuations exceeding 1 trillion, primarily in heavy assets and the electronics industry. In contrast, the titans of internet enterprises predominantly reside in the Shenzhen market. Investment firms and energy companies, for the most part, are concentrated in Shanghai. At present, Liu Xiao's endeavors are twofold, one in real estate, which involves heavy assets, and the other in investment firms and internet ventures. Therefore, it is imperative for him to develop in these 3 cities. It appears he must expedite the investment of the substantial cash reserves at his disposal, 46 billion in cash and 20 billion in company assets, totaling 66 billion. Liu Xiao contemplated this as he parked in the hospital lot. You go ahead and fetch CU. I'll take care of the discharge procedures. Liu Xiao informed Gu Yueshi beside him. Perhaps I should go instead. Gu Yueshi hesitated. Come now, no need to be so polite. It's merely a matter of paperwork and won't take long at all, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, shaking his head. It was merely just past 7 in the morning. While the payment counters and registration lines were bustling, other windows were relatively unoccupied. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, Liu Xiao successfully completed the procedures with the medical card and doctor's signature, receiving a full refund of the remaining funds, thus marking Gu Siyu's complete discharge. Chapter 124, Substantial Investment. Upon Liu Xiao's return to the ward, he found Gu Siyu already changed out of her hospital gown, now donned in a charming beige JK outfit. Brother-in-law, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Gu Siyu beamed as she twirled playfully before him. It is indeed appealing. Although the wearer could use a bit more charm, Liu Xiao replied with a chuckle, nodding his head. Gu Siyu was still a young girl, her body yet to fully develop, compounded by her recent illness, leaving her weight below 80 pounds, a mere wisp of a frame. However, her time spent recuperating in the hospital had yielded a decent recovery, and her complexion appeared notably healthier. How could you be so discouraging, brother-in-law? Gu Siyu's spirits visibly deflated upon hearing Liu Xiao's words. The outfit was a gift from Gu Yueshi, an adorable sisterly JK ensemble. While it was indeed aesthetically pleasing, it lacked the fullness that Gu Yueshi exuded when wearing similar attire. If Gu Yueshi embodied a blend of sexiness and cuteness, Gu Siyu could only claim the latter. Sis, do you have any padding? Maybe a few pieces would enhance the look, she inquired. Get out of here. I don't have such things. Gu Yueshi replied with a bemused smile, playfully tapping Gu Siyu on the head. I refuse to believe you. You must have some. If not, how could you look so good in it? Gu Siyu insisted, approaching Gu Yueshi as if to unveil her secret. Your brother-in-law is right here. Gu Yueshi blushed, pushing Gu Siyu away. Come on, don't think I don't know. Brother-in-law has seen everything. Gu Xiu teased, sticking her tongue out at Gu Yueshi. During their stay in the hospital, she had already discerned the nature of her sister's relationship with Liu Xiao. Moreover, Gu Yueshi had previously been reluctant to allow her to refer to Liu Xiao as brother-in-law, but it seemed that in recent days, her sister's emotional barriers had softened, allowing the title to be reclaimed. Ahem. Liu Xiao cleared his throat, attempting to regain composure. Today's youth are remarkably astute. All right, see you. I can assure you that your sister has not utilized any padding. If she had, the dimensions you see would be quite different, he remarked with a smile. Having taken the liberty to inspect earlier that morning. Xiao Gu, Gu Yueshi exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her feet. Ha ha. Let us head back and discuss further, Liu Xiao said, taking one of each girl's hands as they exited. Liu Xiao genuinely regarded Gu Xiu as a younger sister, appreciating her amiable nature and the ease with which she interacted with him. Arriving at the villa in Panjin Garden, he continued, Xiu, the second floor is the master bedroom. Feel free to choose any room to stay in. From today onwards, this will be your home. The villa was quite spacious, comprising 2 floors, the first floor housing guest rooms, and the second floor featuring the master bedroom, with 5 rooms on each level. Gu Yueshi resided in the room adjacent to the main balcony on the left side of the second floor. What a grand house. Gu Xiu gasped as she beheld the villa, her mouth agape. Having previously lived in a modest 40-square-meter apartment with Gu Yueshi in Jiangxing, she had never imagined the size of such a residence. While she had always known Liu Xiao to be affluent, she had struggled to envision the lifestyle he led until witnessing this expansive house. It dawned on her that her previous imaginings had been rather narrow in scope. By the way, Xiu, there's a swimming pool behind the villa. You can swim there whenever you like. Swimming is an excellent form of exercise that won't place excessive strain on your joints, aiding in your recovery, Liu Xiao added cheerfully. The private swimming pool was maintained by dedicated staff, ensuring cleanliness was never a concern. Liu Xiao rarely utilized it, primarily due to his lack of interest in swimming. I'll choose that room, Gu Xiu declared, pointing enthusiastically at the room adjacent to Gu Yueshi's. All right, we can bring up the bed linens and other essentials. And you can move in right away, Liu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Yueshi, please help Xiu get settled. I need to swing by the office for a bit, he said as he prepared to leave. Liu Xiao offered a few words of advice. All right, once I've settled Xiu, I will join you. Gu Yueshi nodded in agreement. By the way, there are still a few days until school starts. During this time, you should learn to drive and aim to obtain your driver's license soon, Liu Xiao said with a smile. During her university years, Gu Yueshi had not learned to drive and was still a novice behind the wheel. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Xiu was still a year younger, she could have joined Gu Yueshi in her lessons. Gu Yueshi obediently nodded. In modern society, not knowing how to drive can indeed be quite troublesome. If she acquires her license, she would be able to drive herself to work in the future. The company's office was already nearly set up. It looks good, Liu Xiao said, nodding with satisfaction. By the way, Xiao Yi, please call Qin Huai and request that he send me all the projects that have yet to receive investments. Understood, boss, Zheng Xiao Yi replied, nodding. Qin Huai was currently responsible for all investment matters in the capital. Liu Xiao had spent a few days with him during his last visit and was certain of his capabilities. Initially, it was fine for Qin Huai to take his time selecting investment projects, but now there was a staggering 66 billion that needed to be invested. And Qin Huai's authority was quite limited. If left to him alone, it would take at least a month or 2. However, Liu Xiao had no intention of waiting that long. Half an hour later, Zheng Xiao Yi approached with a folder. Boss, there are 40 projects pending examination, each meticulously compiled. Good, Liu Xiao nodded, accepting the folder. As he opened the first document, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was a novel IP development project. The development of novel IPs was undoubtedly one of the future's promising ventures. Moreover, this company was seeking a substantial investment, 51% equity for 300 million. Liu Xiao examined the details closely. The first reason for this high valuation was that the company had been established for over 3 years and had developed several IP projects that inherently carried commercial value. The second reason was the current market retention rate of 15%, which is considered remarkably high in the industry, second only to a few major players. Furthermore, the company was negotiating several significant IP projects, with promising prospects for success. Not bad. It's worth the price, Liu Xiao nodded. Although further negotiation could yield better terms, he estimated any reduction would be minimal, rendering it unnecessary. Xiao Yi, respond in the investment group to approve the funding for the novel company and expedite the contract signing. No problem, boss, Zheng Xiao Yi replied. Liu Xiao flipped to the second project, which was also an internet enterprise focused on animation. After merely glancing at it, he dismissed it outright. It was not that animation was unprofitable. On the contrary, it was highly lucrative. However, in the 21st century, most animation copyrights had already been claimed. making further investments in this area yield limited returns. Unlike novels, which could be adapted into films or animations once they gained popularity, animation companies were restricted to either original works or merchandise sales. Well, Qin Huai certainly has a good grasp of things. Liu Xiao opened another folder, revealing yet another internet company. This aligned perfectly with Liu Xiao's initial investment objectives since he was not keen on delving deeply into the physical industry. This particular company was developing a ride-hailing application. Liu Xiao had not heard of its name, indicating it was likely not very popular. Nevertheless, investing in this sector was plausible. Even if the application was ultimately acquired by a larger platform, it could still yield considerable profits. The investment request was 100 million. Approved. Liu Xiao handed the documents to Zheng Xiaoyi. He continued reviewing several more projects, generally approving those that were similar. As for the amount of investment, he did not scrutinize it too closely. As long as it fell within a reasonable range, he considered it a favor. By noon, Liu Xiao had approved over 10 projects, with a total outflow of 13 billion. Boss, shouldn't we examine these projects before proceeding? Zheng Xiaoyi observed Liu Xiao spending money with abandon and was inwardly astonished. To invest such sums based solely on an abstract forecast without any investigation? Even with a top-tier market analysis team, one could not be so certain about the future market. What is there to investigate? Are you going or am I? Liu Xiao shot Zheng Xiaoyi a glance. Go downstairs and bring me some lunch, he instructed, then turned his attention back to the documents. He intended to expend all the funds in the account within the next few days. What kind of boss makes me go fetch lunch? Zheng Xiaoyi felt displeased upon realizing that Liu Xiao not only disregarded her suggestion, but also expected her to buy lunch, which meant spending money. Even if she could get reimbursed next month, what if she starved this month? Liu Xiao's meal standards certainly exceeded that of a mere boxed lunch. Ordering from a fine restaurant would cost at least 3,000 to 4,000. With her current petite frame, would she not simply collapse? Zheng Xiao's mind whirled, and she turned back upstairs to the investment company. Xiaoli, Xiaowang, come here for a moment. Oh, isn't this Sister Xiaoyi? The two of them ran over, grinning broadly at the sight of Zheng Xiaoyi. Sister Xiaoyi, what can we do for you? Indeed, sister. We are your #1 informants. Just give us your orders. They patted their chests, eager to demonstrate their loyalty. What mountain or sea of fire? Am I that kind of person? Zheng Xiaoyi rolled her eyes at them. I'm planning to give you a chance to shine. The boss is currently working in the group office downstairs and hasn't had lunch yet. I was going to buy him a meal from the hotel downstairs. But then I thought of you too. If you take the initiative to bring him lunch, and I say a few words, you'll be sure to impress him. Zheng Xiaoyi spoke earnestly as she patted their shoulders. The two of them's eyes lit up. If they could take the initiative to buy lunch for the boss, it would indeed be a chance to make an impression. Sister Xiaoyi, but wouldn't that take away your credit? Moreover, the boss's meal standard must be quite high. We might not be able to afford it. The two hesitated. What high meal standard? With me around, how could I not get you reimbursed? And as for credit, I've been around the boss longer and will have plenty of chances to shine in the future. You guys have fewer opportunities. Shouldn't I look out for you? All right. Sister Xiaoyi, we'll go right away. They exchanged glances, both eager. If they spent money now and got reimbursed next month, it was essentially free. And they would also have the boss know that they were the ones who bought the meal. Such a good deal was certainly something they were willing to seize. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you both perform splendidly, Zheng Xiaoyi declared with a cheerful nod, her confidence in their potential evident. By the way, please order enough for two. The proprietress might join us. Let us set the budget at 5,000 yuan and remember to issue an invoice. I will reimburse you next month. Don't worry, sis, we've got it covered. The two affirmed, nodding earnestly as they made their way downstairs to the nearby Grand Hotel. Before long, they returned, laden with a bounty of food. Sister, here's the invoice for the items we just purchased. I leave the reimbursement in your capable hands, they said with ingratiating smiles, handing the receipt to Zheng Xiaoyi. Fear not, I shall ensure you are reimbursed next month, she reassured them. I'll take the food over shortly and mention this to the owner. As she gazed at the abundant feast spread before her, her mouth watered in anticipation. We understand. We understand, the two replied, their eyes narrowing into delighted crescents as they envisioned a bright future ahead. Upon entering the office, Zheng Xiaoyi spotted Liu Xiao engrossed in documents. She cautiously placed the food on the desk. Boss, the meal is here. Let us not waste any time and enjoy it while it's hot, she exclaimed, wiping away the drool that had escaped her. She hurried over to Liu Xiao's side. That was quick, Liu Xiao remarked, taken aback, then nodded as he approached the table, noticing the spread of dishes Zheng Xiaoyi had just unveiled. Thanks to Xiao Li and Xiao Wang for helping me carry everything. I could never have managed this alone. Zheng Xiaoyi chuckled, gratefully acknowledging her colleagues. Indeed, there is a substantial amount here. Shall we share? Liu Xiao regarded her suggestion with indifference. After all, it was quite normal for colleagues to assist one another. Moreover, given the generous quantity of food, which seemed to cater to 2 or 3 people, it was clear he wouldn't be able to finish it all alone. Is that really appropriate? Zheng Xiaoi hesitated momentarily. During her time in Jiangxing, though she had accumulated some savings, it was still challenging to indulge in the lavish dining experiences she once took for granted. The thought of the delicious spread before her made her swallow hard. What is inappropriate about it? There is far too much food for me to consume alone. Let us eat together, Liu Xiao said with a smile, offering her a pair of chopsticks. Well then, I shan't be polite, Zheng Xiaoi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she swiftly settled beside Liu Xiao, immediately diving into the succulent lobster before her. By the way, boss, yesterday afternoon, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang willingly took on many tasks for me. Most of those documents were completed by them last night, she mentioned, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her voice as they enjoyed their meal. To be honest, she was still getting accustomed to accepting help, never intending to claim credit for others' efforts. Money had never been a primary concern for her, and she had no thoughts of embezzling others' accolades. The reason she refrained from mentioning this earlier was to avoid Liu Xiao scolding her for having indulged in spicy snacks all evening in the office. However, now that they were sharing a meal, she felt a pang of guilt. After some contemplation, she decided to acknowledge their contributions. They helped you? Liu Xiao asked. Momentarily taken aback, he recognized Xiao Li and Xiao Wang as 2 diligent young men brimming with enthusiasm. All right, I understand, he nodded. Boss, shouldn't we offer them a reward? Zheng Xiaoi ventured cautiously, noticing Liu Xiao's lack of reaction. They assisted you. What reward should I give them? I never insisted that you complete all that work last night, Liu Xiao replied, casting a disapproving glance at her as he took a bite of his food. If you wish to express gratitude, it's up to you to thank them. Perhaps you could treat them to a meal after work? Liu Xiao suggested with a chuckle. Over time, Liu Xiao had discerned both the strengths and weaknesses of Zheng Xiaoi. Her myriad virtues included a delightful personality and striking appearance, alongside a commendable work ethic that allowed her to manage her responsibilities with remarkable efficiency. Liu Xiao believed she had yet to reach her full potential. However, her flaws included an innate tendency to be somewhat mischievous, treating interpersonal relationships as a game, reminiscent of a privileged young lady navigating life. Instances of her seeking assistance from others, as well as her whimsical demeanor during social gatherings, illustrated this. Nonetheless, Zheng Xiaoi's heart remained fundamentally kind, and in Liu Xiao's eyes, her innocence was endearing. Therefore, he considered nurturing her talents should she choose to remain with the company. When Liu Xiao articulated his thoughts, Zheng Xiaoi was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that mentioning the contributions of her colleagues would result in a reward akin to the monetary bonuses he typically bestowed upon her. Yet, she was taken aback by his apparent indifference. Upon reflection, she recognized the validity of his perspective, while they had indeed aided her. It was unnecessary for the boss to bear the cost. I understand, boss, she replied, nodding thoughtfully. Then, boss, may I request that we include 2 males in the newly established secretary department? She asked playfully, leaning closer to Liu Xiao. As the secretary department was a prestigious division within the corporation, it naturally held a higher status than the investment company. All right, go ahead and arrange it. Liu Xiao relented, shaking his head in exasperation. Woohoo, you're the best, boss. I adore you, Zheng Xiaoi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she dashed out. Hey, you have 20 minutes. I still have a mountain of tasks to tackle, Liu Xiao called after her, chuckling at her exuberance. Don't worry, boss. I'll be back in 10 minutes, she shouted back. 10 minutes later, Liu Xiao resumed his position at the desk, poring over investment project summaries. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Zheng Xiaoi re-entering with 2 visibly nervous young men in tow. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, tidy up the desk, but be mindful of the noise. Once the company stamps the documents tomorrow, you'll be transferred here, Zheng Xiaoi said with a beaming smile, casting a glance at Liu Xiao before speaking softly to her companions. Understood, sister, they replied, nodding vigorously as they hurriedly set about organizing the workspace, careful not to disturb Liu Xiao. Yet, excitement sparkled in their eyes. The secretary department was a direct line to the boss, and although upward mobility might be challenging, simply being part of the group would ensure they were held in high regard. It was worth noting that their company aimed to become a colossal enterprise worth over 70 billion yuan, making it a formidable player in Jiangxing, rivaled only by a couple of others. Moreover, their rapport with the current head of the secretary department, Zheng Xiaoi, could pave the way for their future success. In that moment, both young men felt a genuine sense of gratitude toward Zheng Xiaoi. Without the assistance of Zheng Xiaoi, they would still be uncertain about how long they would toil on the front lines of the investment company before achieving any significant success. Although the salary was not insubstantial, human nature inherently yearns for advancement, does it not? Xiaoi, secure complete ownership of this media company as much as possible, Liu Xiao instructed. He had noticed movements from that direction but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he placed a document on the edge of the desk. Understood, boss, Xiao replied, hastily jogging over to retrieve the file. In truth, upon seeing the investment intentions for the media company, Liu Xiao felt a surge of excitement. The term media company essentially referred to a hub for cultivating internet celebrities. Many of the hugely popular influencers with tens of millions of followers in future times were primarily nurtured by such companies. Some fortunate individuals, having achieved success independently, would even establish their own media firms to foster new talents. In the past 2 years, live streaming had begun to gain significant traction. Currently, the largest streaming platform remained YT, and the predominant content did not resemble the female influencers of later years. Rather, it encompassed talent showcases in the form of rap battles or sports. Female influencers, too, possessed genuine skills, whether in music or dance. This media company, which had made a bid of 50 million, had already signed several influencers from various streaming platforms. As for Liu Xiao's excitement, he did not regard the sum of 50 million as particularly noteworthy. However, the prospect of engaging with female influencers was undeniably appealing. Yet, he pondered, why was there no entertainment company? If there were, signing even one would be advantageous, as that sector was notoriously costly. Liu Xiao skimmed through the document, muttering to himself. Compared to internet celebrities, stars were indeed more extravagant. A film project would typically start at several million, and a blockbuster could require an investment of 300 to 400 million. Acquiring an entertainment company would also slightly expedite his system upgrade progress. Of course, Liu Xiao's motivation for considering such investments was certainly not due to any particular interest in female stars. Absolutely not. Chapter 127, The Jiangxing Project. After spending another afternoon in the office, Liu Xiao had reviewed approximately 40 documents. These files had already undergone preliminary selection, with most being viable for immediate or future profitability. Liu Xiao had a general sense of the venture capital enterprises poised for growth and had marked them accordingly. Those currently trending but destined to become sunset industries were unceremoniously discarded by him. After all, the future prospects for such enterprises were nearly non-existent. While they might yield some profit now, the losses would only deepen over time. For the uncertain cases, Liu Xiao chose to invest wholeheartedly. With risk comes the duality of potential gain and loss, and Liu Xiao's objective was simply to expend more funds. Consequently, he selected 28 projects from the 40 documents, totaling an investment of 3.5 billion. This proportion was already quite substantial. Presently, there remained 3 billion yet to be utilized, with about 4 billion still needed for an upgrade. Liu Xiao nodded to himself, acknowledging that this pace was commendably swift. Xiao Gu, are you still busy? Gu Yueshi inquired cheerfully as she pushed open the door. Hello, Director Gu. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang greeted promptly upon her entrance. Director Gu, it seems a bit unscrupulous of you to poach my key personnel from my company, Gu Yueshi teased as she spotted Zheng Xiaoi. Zheng Xiaoi scratched her head and offered a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang instinctively lowered their heads, glancing awkwardly at their computer screens. Please wait a moment. I'll finish up shortly, Liu Xiao replied with a smile. By the way, Yueshi, are there any investment projects available from the Jiangxing Investment Company? Yes. While we primarily handle overall business coordination, we have been developing a few projects recently, though there aren't many, Gu Yueshi nodded. She had familiarized herself with the company's operations since taking over, but she had yet to commence formal operations. Originally, she intended to address the investment matters in Jiangxing today, but unexpectedly, Liu Xiao had transferred all those responsibilities to himself early in the day. Let us do this. Have someone bring me those materials. I'd like to take a look, Liu Xiao suggested after some contemplation. Jiangxing was the location of the headquarters, yet its foundational investments were rather feeble. The most valuable asset was the building they occupied, worth 12 billion. Following that were various hotels and real estate, which collectively amounted to less than 1 billion. The internet company was valued at 270 million, totaling less than 15 billion. It was somewhat humorous that a 700 billion super conglomerate had such meager investments at its headquarters. Given their current lack of investment projects, Liu Xiao contemplated initiating more local projects as a means of contributing to his hometown's development. Sure, I'll get right on it, Gu Yueshi replied, her eyes lighting up as she promptly headed downstairs to find the materials. They remained in the office until 8 o'clock that evening, at which point they had delineated all the projects in Jiangxing. Xiao Gu, there are currently 20 enterprises available for investment, with a total investment amounting to 15 billion. The challenge is that real estate companies are somewhat more prevalent, as Jiangxing still lacks many light asset enterprises, she reported. That's quite acceptable. We can gradually expand later. Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. In Jiangxing, most large-scale projects had already been monopolized by the Zhang and Lin families. Attempting to expand infinitely in a single day was evidently unrealistic. However, surpassing the assets of the two families in Jiangcheng was merely a matter of time. After all, Liu Xiao possessed nearly unlimited funds for investment, whereas they did not. Time to clock out. Liu Xiao stretched languidly, due to the absence of a dedicated secretary's office. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, and Zheng Xiaoyi were currently sharing the same office with Liu Xiao. Upon hearing his voice, the three felt a sudden jolt of energy. Zheng Xiaoyi, in particular, was nearly ready to cheer aloud if Liu Xiao were not present. Xiaoyi, thank you for your hard work today. For overtime pay, please consult the finance department. You'll receive the highest internal reward, Liu Xiao said, smiling at the trio. Wow, thank you, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully. Her current internship salary was 20,000. And for a night of overtime, she could expect at least 500 to 600. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang were equally elated, as they had a plethora of policy documents to complete, and simply working overtime would earn them several hundred. Xiao Gu, what about my overtime pay? Gu Yueshi pouted at Liu Xiao, playfully leaning against him. Of course, you will receive it, but yours will be a bit more substantial. I can only give it to you at home. Liu Xiao chuckled as he pulled Gu Yueshi into his embrace. Boss. I just remembered that I might have left the gas on at home. I should head out now, Xiao Li remarked hastily, sensing that the ensuing scene might be somewhat inappropriate. He quickly stood, bidding farewell while discreetly ushering the still excited Xiao Wang out with him. Hey, don't forget about me, Zheng Xiaoyi exclaimed as she hurriedly dashed out after noticing the two fleeing figures. Xiao Gu, you've gone too far. You scared them all away. Gu Yueshi blushed as she turned to Liu Xiao. We're still at the office, you know. Consider it a blessing they had the sense to leave. If they had been any more oblivious, they'd best resign tomorrow. Liu Xiao chuckled, tightening his embrace around her. As for your overtime pay today, let us say it's a modest 300 million? My dear little beauty, will this sum be settled on the spot? Or shall we reconcile it after you return home? Let us settle it after I get home, Gu Yueshi replied, her cheeks flushed. Though the office was sparsely populated at the moment, a few investment company representatives still wandered about, attending to business. Moreover, the chairman's office was adorned with transparent glass. If the soundproofing was inadequate, it would be utterly embarrassing. How was the journey? Liu Xiao teased. In the next instant, he barely caught a whisper of agreement from Gu Yueshi. By the time Liu Xiao returned home, Gu Xiu had prepared an extravagant feast. Sister, why are you two back so late? You promised it would only take half an hour. Gu Xiu shot a glare at the pair, clearly annoyed. They had agreed to return in half an hour, yet she had finished cooking ages ago and still hadn't seen them. Surely, an hour had passed by now. Oh, there was traffic on the road, Gu Yueshi said, her face still red. She noticed Liu Xiao laughing carefreely and couldn't help but shoot him an irritated glance. Today, she had almost not made it back at all. Remembering the state of the roads, she marveled at how Liu Xiao had managed to drive so steadily. Chapter 128, Preparing for School. All right, let us eat, Liu Xiao said with a smile as he took a seat at the dining table. Gu Yueshi followed suit and sat next to him. See you, you've outdone yourself. This food looks divine, Liu Xiao exclaimed, glancing at the spread. Of course. I can cook anything. I'm quite the chef, Gu Xiu replied, raising her eyebrows playfully as she settled down beside Liu Xiao. Over the years, she had cooked more times than she could count. Brother-in-law, you must try these cola chicken wings. I just learned to make them online. And this beef, I marinated it all day, Gu Xiu said eagerly, using her chopsticks to serve him a variety of dishes, her face alight with anticipation for his feedback. This beef is delicious. Is this shank meat? Yes. I bought high-quality beef. It's incredibly tasty. Gu Xiu beamed as she saw Liu Xiao give her a thumbs up, her eyes narrowing with delight. See you, Gu Yueshi interjected, clearly displeased. She had nurtured Gu Xiu with great effort, and now, after only a few days of acquaintance, her little sister was completely smitten with Liu Xiao. Eat your food, Yueshi. Quit talking so much, Gu Xiu retorted with a roll of her eyes. Gu Yueshi fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Yueshi, you should eat as well, Liu Xiao said, waving his chopsticks and serving her a generous portion of food. After a long day from noon until nearly 9 o'clock, he was indeed famished. Seeing Liu Xiao serve her food, Gu Yueshi raised an eyebrow at Gu Xiu and then boldly linked her arm with Liu Xiao's. Witnessing this display, Gu Xiu felt a wave of defeat wash over her. Ah, my little sister, my affection for you is now evident, Gu Yueshi teased, shaking her head knowingly. It was clear to her that Gu Xiu harbored no special feelings for Liu Xiao. It resembled more of a sibling affection. Gu Xiu understood this truth as well. After all, her sister was already with Liu Xiao, and she would never engage in anything inappropriate. Her interactions with Liu Xiao had become so familial that she felt no other intentions, which allowed her to be so casual around him in front of her sister. Moreover, to be frank, she was still underage. The meal was filled with warmth and laughter, a rare moment of coziness for Liu Xiao. Having someone lively at home was indeed a blessing. Gu Xiu was like a bundle of joy, capable of bringing smiles with her mere words. See you. School starts in a couple of days. Do you want me to find you a tutor to catch up on your studies? Gu Yueshi inquired. A tutor? No need. I feel like I've grasped everything already, Gu Xiu replied, sticking her tongue out playfully. Have you completed the end-of-term exam papers? I have. I checked against the scores released by the school, and I should place in the top 10 of my grade, Gu Xiu said, grinning and making a silly face at Gu Yueshi. The sisters' academic prowess seemed innate. They could memorize concepts with just a glance, making studying a breeze for them. Hearing Gu Xiu's confidence, Gu Yueshi felt relieved. Jiangxing University was one of the prominent institutions in the country. For local students, especially those from Jiangxing, the admission scores were comparatively lenient. Thus, as long as Gu Xiu didn't fall too far behind, she would likely gain admission. As for aspirations to study in the capital or Shanghai, Gu Yueshi had no objections, as long as Gu Xiu could secure a place. However, truth be told, Gu Yueshi hoped her sister would remain nearby, preferably finding a local boyfriend so that they could see each other frequently. Liu Xiao couldn't help but smile as he watched the two sisters playfully bickering. Time certainly flew by, in the blink of an eye. The new semester was just around the corner. Liu Xiao was about to enter his senior year, with graduation just a year away. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he thought of his dorm mates. He wondered if those rascals had managed to find internships over the summer. Among the girls from his former dorm who had been dating, only Zhang Yin seemed to have broken up recently, as he had seen in their group chat. Given this, all three of his dorm mates remained single. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao had transformed from a soon-to-be graduate with a few million to the chairman of a colossal company valued at hundreds of billions. To put it bluntly, in the entirety of East Jiang province, his standing was formidable. By the way, Xiao Gu, will you still be attending school once it starts? Gu Yueshi suddenly asked. Her curiosity piqued. She felt no nostalgic attachment to school. Her roommates had been in relationships since their freshman and sophomore years, often cohabiting and rarely returning to the dorms. Their camaraderie was merely average, and given her current job, it was inconsequential whether she returned. As long as she informed her instructor, she could fulfill her thesis requirements before graduation. However, if Liu Xiao intended to return, she would certainly go back as well. Me? Liu Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. I suppose I'll go back for a visit. Staying in the company all day can get quite dull. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with managing the affairs of the conglomerate. Once everything returns to a normal order, I shall become quite the idle individual. Liu Xiao remarked with a smile. Once the group is back on track, trivial matters will be handled by Zheng Xiaoi, leaving him with little to no responsibilities. The only task remaining is to oversee the general direction of the group's development, which, at most, requires his attention once every quarter. Gu Yueshi shot Liu Xiao a glance filled with exasperation. While he enjoys a leisurely existence, the rest of them are left to toil away. Currently, she is in charge of the investment company, where she must approve at least 7 or 8 transactions daily, inundated with endless investigations and risk assessments. Wu Qianqian's situation is even more dire. After visiting her grandparents, she has returned to a mountain of work, including matters related to corporate mergers and restructuring. It seems she will soon find herself in another whirlwind of busyness. Their arduous labor yields profits that solely benefit Liu Xiao, and he seems to bask in the glory of their efforts. Meanwhile, he casually returns to school, perhaps even charming the new campus belle. The thought is both amusing and infuriating. Chapter 129, Market Value of 5 trillion. In the following days, Liu Xiao's luck with signing was rather lackluster. It took him a full 3 days to extract the remaining 9 billion. However, for Liu Xiao, this had little impact, given the current scale of his company. It indeed requires several days to invest the tens of billions at his disposal. By August 30th, he found himself with the last 3 billion. Xiaoi, let us invest in this company, Liu Xiao yawned, dispatching his final sum. Understood, I will contact them immediately. Zheng Xiaoi nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yueshi was currently working upstairs, and Zheng Xiaoi did not intend to notify the group, opting instead to ascend directly. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang no longer shared an office with him. They had moved to a dedicated secretarial department next door. Liu Xiao waited for approximately half an hour when suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations. Host, consumption has reached 100 billion. System upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to initiate the upgrade? Upgrade, Liu Xiao exclaimed with delight, without hesitation pressing the upgrade button. To ensure he could sign in for a day's reward upon the system's upgrade, he had deliberately refrained from signing in that morning. System is commencing upgrade. With Liu Xiao's confirmation, the system in his mind shattered into a cascade of golden light. In less than 5 seconds, the light reformed. Congratulations. Host, upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have received upgrade gift pack 1. Congratulations, host. System level has been elevated to level 3, final. Final level? Liu Xiao was taken aback. He had anticipated the system might extend to 7 or even 9 levels, but to his surprise, it culminated at level 3. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, even at a secondary system level, the rewards from the lottery had already been substantial. In just a few short days, he had escalated his wealth to over 700 billion, and he estimated that within a month, he would reach the trillion mark. If the level 3 system also multiplied rewards tenfold, he could amass trillion-level assets in just a few months. Such wealth would render him invincible on Earth, eliminating the necessity for further upgrades. Liu Xiao looked forward to the upgraded system interface with anticipation. Host, Liu Xiao, solely bound. Available funds, 100 million. Company account balance, for billion. Current system level, level 3. Upgrade progress. System is no longer upgradable. Sign-in available. Any assets, any skills. Note, the host can sign in indefinitely. The longer the interval between sign-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining superior assets and skills, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Current sign-in probabilities. 90 for assets below 100 billion, 9 for assets above 1 trillion, 1 for skill acquisition. Current total asset value, 764 billion. System items, upgrade gift pack 1. Indeed, the level 3 system also operated on a tenfold increase. Liu Xiao felt a surge of joy. If this were the case, even with daily sign-ins, he could expect to acquire at least 2 to 3 billion. Even if luck were not on his side, with a minimum guarantee, he could establish a company equivalent to the current Jiang Lu Group within a month. In a year's time, his assets could soar to around 1 trillion. It is essential to note that this projection assumes no element of luck. However, should fortune favor him and he were to draw assets exceeding 1 trillion, he would become truly invincible. Even so, this was already quite impressive. Liu Xiao mused, contemplating the significance of accumulating 2 to 3 billion daily. The Zhang family in Jiangxing boasts a market value between 300 to 400 billion, even if calculated at 400 billion, with approximately 20% in liquid assets. That amounts to 80 billion. This implies that Liu Xiao, with no other resources, could accumulate funds for just 1 week to directly crush the Zhang family in the stock market. Furthermore, if it came to investment, he would undoubtedly dominate comprehensively. Presently, in the capital, only a handful of enterprises exceed a market value of 1 trillion, with perhaps only a few that reach the trillion mark globally. Approximately 50 such companies exist. Liu Xiao silently calculated. I still have a gift pack. He turned his attention back to the upgrade gift pack. When he upgraded from level 1 to level 2, the system had granted him 2 skills. However, since then, he had not received any additional skills. Now, compared to money, he found himself more eager for skills. System. Open the upgrade gift pack. Congratulations, host. Upgrade gift pack opened successfully. With a delightful chime, a dazzling array of effects ensued, and a multitude of fragments materialized in Liu Xiao's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of National Martial Arts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Robust Health. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the asset, Beijing Airlines. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the asset, Blue Sky Energy Group. All company materials have been placed on the host's office desk. Please retrieve them promptly. With a series of system notifications, 4 rewards were bestowed upon him. Would you like to merge the skills of Mastery of National Martial Arts and Robust Health now? Merge. Liu Xiao clicked without hesitation. As a warm current coursed through his body, a flicker of realization illuminated his mind. Countless martial arts techniques materialized in his consciousness. As if he had trained for years, Liu Xiao felt confident that he could effortlessly execute them at will. In the next moment, his physique gradually became more robust, and he sensed a significant increase in his physical strength, along with a marked improvement in his overall vigor. What a remarkable benefit. Liu Xiao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, when compared to assets, skills prove far more advantageous. These skills contribute to his growth in ways that money cannot replicate. Liu Xiao rose to his feet and tested his strength, throwing a few punches that stirred up gusts of wind around him. One could only imagine the consequences if such fists were to strike a person. Once he acclimated to the transformation of his physique, Liu Xiao turned his gaze towards the other 2 companies. He had never heard of Beijing Airlines and Blue Sky Energy Group, but that was of little consequence, as the information regarding both companies lay conveniently on his office desk. Liu Xiao promptly opened the drawer and retrieved all the documents. Beijing Airlines, a private airline based in Dongjiang Province, was among the largest aviation companies in northern China, boasting a fleet of over 2,000 aircraft and an estimated market value of approximately 200 billion. Liu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he shifted his attention to the adjacent Blue Sky Energy. Located in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, this enterprise operated on a national scale, primarily engaged in establishing gas stations as a large cooperative entity with a staggering market value of 500 billion. Astonished, Liu Xiao's eyes widened. To think that alongside Beijing Airlines, there was also Blue Sky Energy? Chapter 130, The Magnificent Conglomerate. So, does this mean that his net worth was now approaching 800 billion? Liu Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had only just leveled up and had accomplished nothing yet. Yet he found himself standing at the pinnacle of Huagua. It was worth noting that both the aerospace and energy sectors were time-honored industries. As long as Liu Xiao did not act recklessly, his future status and position would undoubtedly be secure. This upgrade package had undoubtedly accelerated the explosion of Liu Xiao's assets to an unprecedented degree. With the documents in hand, Liu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. Oh right, he hadn't yet checked in for today. Now that he had reached level 3, perhaps he should give it a try. Suddenly enlightened, Liu Xiao hurriedly accessed the system page and clicked on today as check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 10 billion. The cash reward has been disbursed. Please accept it promptly. 10.4 billion? Liu Xiao was not overly surprised. After all, from 6 o'clock yesterday morning to this afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, a day and a half had passed. And the rewards from the lottery were naturally expected to be higher, especially with a stroke of good fortune. Obtaining such a sum was not extraordinary, nor did it constitute a massive windfall. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao was quite content. System, display the panel. Host, Liu Xiao unique binding. Available funds, 5 billion. Company account balance, 0 billion. Current system level, level 3. Upgrade progress, system is no longer upgradable. Check-in options, any assets, any skills. Notice, the host may check in infinitely. The longer the interval between two check-ins, the higher the probability of obtaining premium assets and skills, with a maximum interval of 7 days. Notice, current check-in probabilities, 90 for assets below 10 billion, 9 for assets above 100 billion, and a 1 chance for skills. Current total asset value, 776 billion. Current skills, cloud grasping hand, mastery of driving, proficiency in national martial arts, strong and healthy, passive. Before long, the heads of the 2 new companies under his banner called him. Xiao Yi, these 2 companies are also under my name. Please contact them shortly to incorporate them into the group without merging them with the previous subsidiaries. Let them stand alongside, Liu Xiao instructed, handing the documents of the 2 new companies to Zheng Xiao Yi, who had just entered. Understood, boss. Zheng Xiao Yi accepted them without a hint of surprise. However, upon glancing at the documents, she immediately leaped in shock. Boss, these 2 companies are also yours? Zheng Xiao Yi gazed incredulously at Liu Xiao. She had not heard of Beijing Airlines, as there were dozens of aviation companies in the country, and she had not paid much attention. But she was well aware of Blue Sky Energy, the second largest energy company in Magic City and a colossal energy giant in the nation. The Lin family in Jiangxing was merely one of Blue Sky Energy's regional agents. To think such an enormous company was also Liu Xiao's? Its market value was at least 500 billion. It is indeed mine. Just check if my name is at the top, Liu Xiao replied with a smile, encouraging Zheng Xiao Yi to take a closer look. As she examined the documents more closely and saw Liu Xiao's name prominently displayed, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Boss, you are simply incredible. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. She had previously regarded this job with little seriousness, considering that even after Liu Xiao's considerable investments, the total market value of the group was still under 80 billion. However, her own family was part of a heavy industrial conglomerate in the capital, valued at over 500 billion. While 80 billion might seem 1/6 of 500 billion, the reality was far more stark. The distinction in status and identity between the 2 was utterly incomparable. While there were numerous companies valued in the hundreds of billions, the standing between the 2 was an entirely different realm. The differences were stark, especially when considering the significance of those below a billion. Now, she suddenly realized that the boss she was following seemed to be far superior to her own family's stature. Zheng Xiao Yi calculated quickly. If these 2 companies were merged into Liu Xiao's conglomerate, he would have 6 subsidiaries under his command: Jianglu Venture Capital, Jianglu Real Estate, Jianglu Network, Jianglu Property, alongside Blue Sky Energy and Beijing Airlines. Combined, this would amount to at least 700 billion, nearing 800 billion. The critical point was that, apart from Jianglu Real Estate, which might have some loans, the others were all debt-free. This indicated that if Liu Xiao chose to collaborate with banks, obtaining loans in the thousands of billions would pose no challenge at all. Consequently, the market value of Liu Xiao's conglomerate would soar to trillion-level proportions in no time. Reaching such a scale would position him as one of the global titans. The only entities potentially surpassing Liu Xiao were large family-owned enterprises and oligarchs. However, unlike those massive conglomerates and oligarchs, which required consensus among thousands of family members or numerous shareholders, Jiang Lu Group was entirely under Liu Xiao's control. How terrifying would a trillion-dollar company be, governed by a single voice? Zheng Xiao dared not even contemplate it. If it weren't for the lack of any collaborative ties between her family's light industry sector and Liu Xiao's enterprises, she would have rushed to call her family for a strategic partnership. Such an opportunity was rare in the domestic arena. Zheng Xiao felt no need for further contemplation. She understood well that Liu Xiao had established the group headquarters in Jiangcheng, Dongjiang Province, where the largest companies barely exceeded a market value of 1,000 billion. Undoubtedly, Liu Xiao would receive immense support in this region. Meanwhile, with Blue Sky Energy in Magic City, Liu Xiao's reputation would certainly be unparalleled. Although he had not established strong roots in the capital, with her as his secretary, it seemed he would manage just fine. The only flaw at present may well be the lack of a solid foundation in the internet sector over in the deep market. Zheng Xiao sighed, hastily descending to engage in business matters. Witnessing the birth of a colossal conglomerate nearing 8 trillion in valuation is indeed a source of immense satisfaction, particularly as this vast enterprise was orchestrated entirely by her own hand and is under her singular control. Such sentiments, even after spending several years in her family's company, would have been utterly unattainable. Chapter 131, The Ribbon-Cutting Ceremony. September 1st. Early in the morning, the area beneath the Sky Tower was teeming with people, nearly filling the expansive ground floor space. Despite the crowding, not a single soul voiced a complaint. Instead, their faces radiated with joy. At the forefront, the senior executives from the 6 companies under Liu Xiao's aegis were almost all present. "Mr. Li, you've come in person. Please, do come in," Zhao Bin exclaimed, rushing forward to greet the prominent leader from Dongjiang Province. "Haha, it's your group's ribbon-cutting ceremony. As a local, how could I possibly miss such an occasion?" The visitor replied graciously. With a conglomerate of nearly 8 trillion emerging from Dongjiang Province, it was only natural for him to come and witness this spectacle. Truth be told, he felt quite anxious. A company of this magnitude could create countless jobs and generate substantial tax revenue. Just contemplating its enormity was overwhelming. "Mr. Liu, you've truly outdone yourself. I only just realized the extent of your ambition today." Meanwhile, Xiao Yang arrived with a large entourage, unconsciously adopting the respectful titles of Mr. Liu and Yu in his address. The group behind him echoed his sentiment, fully aware of Liu Xiao's exceptional status, though they had never imagined it to be this formidable. An enterprise valued at 8 trillion. Even if they all banded together, they would scarcely measure up to a mere fraction of it. "Please come in. Everyone must join us for the ribbon cutting shortly." Liu Xiao welcomed everyone with a smile. By mid-morning, nearly all the notable entrepreneurs and leaders from Dongjiang Province had arrived. Moreover, a number of individuals from the bustling metropolis of Magic City had also made their way over. Floral arrangements had completely filled the lobby, creating a vibrant and festive atmosphere. While the employees scurried about busily, Liu Xiao, the esteemed boss, had little to attend to, merely greeting guests with casual pleasantries. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that he finally cut the ribbon alongside several key leaders. Following this, it was time for a grand banquet. Of course, Liu Xiao only accompanied the most significant table, for given his current stature, most individuals in Dongjiang Province hardly piqued his interest. Originally, there were afternoon activities planned, but Liu Xiao decided against attending, allowing the leaders of his companies to manage things independently. Instead, he slipped away with Gu Yueshi and Wu Qianqian. "Brother Xiao, you're simply phenomenal," Wu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Having just returned the day before, she was oblivious to the developments and found herself swept up in this extraordinary event. A market valuation of 770 billion. Such colossal assets left her in awe. As she pondered how Liu Xiao had achieved this spectacle had undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout Dongjiang Province. After today, it was likely that Liu Xiao's name would become known to all in elite circles. Haha, I didn't expect such a turnout either. However, with the main leaders having departed, the rest will be fine with their company, Liu Xiao chuckled. He and Gu Yueshi were relaxed, but Wu Qianqian, still a sophomore, needed to head to school. Liu Xiao planned to wait until the afternoon to go over, allowing Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi to leave together. "Xiaoyi, ensure that everyone from the media today receives a generous red envelope, along with travel expenses, according to their Circle-S standards," Liu Xiao instructed Zheng Xiaoyi, who stood nearby. Given the group's immense size, it was essential to mitigate any potential negative repercussions. After all, rumors spread like wildfire, while debunking them required considerable effort. If spending a little could avert such issues, it was worth it. "Understood, boss. I've already made all the arrangements," Zheng Xiaoyi replied with a bright smile. The The secretary department was expanding as well. Aside from the two men, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, the dozen or so others were all stunning women. She found herself primarily overseeing tasks rather than performing them, allowing her to accompany Liu Xiao throughout the day. Over time, she had grown accustomed to her dual role as Liu Xiao's secretary and personal assistant. It was hardly tiring and afforded her ample opportunity for leisure, aligning perfectly with her nature. Mr. Liu, you've truly deceived me. As Liu Xiao conversed with Zheng Xiaoyi, he noticed Zhang Qingwan approaching, rolling her eyes at him. Qingwan, that's not quite fair. When have I ever deceived you? Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Don't pretend. You promised to look after me in Jiangxing. Zhang Qingwan huffed. Given the spectacle of today's events, she questioned what she could possibly oversee. Her father had whisked away the family to curry favor with Liu Xiao. Yet they could only interact with Zhao Ku, one of Liu Xiao's subordinates, given the Zhang family's status. Feeling somewhat bored, she had stepped outside for fresh air and happened upon Liu Xiao and Zheng Xiaoyi engaged in conversation. However, upon seeing Zheng Xiaoyi, Zhang Qingwan was slightly taken aback. This was her first encounter with Liu Xiao's assistant, and she hadn't anticipated that Liu Xiao could gather so many beautiful women around him. With Wu Qianqian being one, Gu Yueshi another, and now Zheng Xiaoyi, it seemed as though all the beauties of Jiangxing had been drawn together by Liu Xiao. I'm not very familiar with Jiangxing, and without your guidance, I'd truly be lost, Liu Xiao chuckled, spreading his hands in jest. Even now, his understanding of the enterprises in Jiangxing was limited. He had only recently begun investing in some ventures, which had merely elevated his company's reputation somewhat. However, he was still a considerable distance away from wielding significant influence in Jiangxing. Moreover, when Liu Xiao initially made such claims to Zhang Qingwan, his daily earnings were only in the tens of millions, far from the current scale. Of course, Zhang Qingwan was unaware of this. Her cheeks flushed as she regarded Liu Xiao, pondering his intentions and drawing near to her. After all, considering the power he had displayed today, it was unlikely he would seek business with a mere small internet company. Even the likes of Lao Ma and Xiao Ma would likely treat him with respect. So why had Liu Xiao chosen to collaborate with her? He had even voluntarily invested 200 million into her company. Zhang Qingwan mused that aside from herself, there was little else of value that might attract Liu Xiao's attention. He surely lacked for money, and while Liu Xiao might not hold much power in Jiangxing, once he revealed his true identity, who would dare to provoke him in this territory? Furthermore, Liu Xiao was, after all, somewhat of a rogue. With these thoughts, Zhang Qingwan felt her face grow warm, a flush creeping down to her neck. To speak candidly, her perception of Liu Xiao is genuinely quite favorable. However, the sole predicament lies in the fact that Liu Xiao is already in a committed relationship. Yet, what if Liu Xiao were to propose? Would she acquiesce or refuse? Chapter 132. Hurry to buy a house. Liu Xiao gazed in astonishment at Zhang Qingwan, whose face had suddenly flushed a deep crimson. What on earth is the matter with this young lady? Is it possible for someone to turn so red merely from a casual conversation? Liu Xiao, oblivious to Zhang Qingwan's misinterpretation, remained unaware. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoyi, standing nearby, was taken aback by Zhang Qingwan's reaction. Being a woman herself, she certainly had some understanding of Zhang Qingwan's response. If she weren't smitten, it would be hard to believe, even under duress. Nonetheless, this situation is not entirely surprising. After all, Liu Xiao is indeed an exceptionally admirable man in every regard, be it his height, looks, intellect, eloquence, or his professional prowess. He seems to possess an all-encompassing charm. He even has the exclusive skill of racing cars. Observing Liu Xiao's physique, he does not appear to be the frail type. Even without martial arts training, he undoubtedly embodies the essence of a supportive partner. Most importantly, the age difference between Liu Xiao and Zhang Qingwan is quite suitable. Many might perceive Zhang Qingwan, as the head of a company responsible for numerous family affairs, to be considerably older. However, upon meeting her, one would quickly realize that she is remarkably youthful, barely 20 years old, just a sophomore in college. This places her at the same age as Wu Qianqian. At this tender age, no matter how ambitious a young woman may be, she is likely to harbor romantic inclinations upon encountering an attractive man. She may subconsciously envision herself in a romantic narrative. To put it bluntly, one could easily believe that Zhang Qingwan is already contemplating the notion of starting a family. The boss truly is a philanderer in the realm of love, Zheng Xiaoyi murmured to herself. She harbored a mild affection for Liu Xiao, but it was merely that, an admiration. She would be delighted to befriend him, yet she sought a partner who was slightly older and capable of embracing her flaws. However, this did not detract from her admiration for Liu Xiao's impressive qualities. Zhang Qingwan mustered the strength to converse with Liu Xiao for a few moments longer, but ultimately, overwhelmed by her embarrassment, she concocted an excuse to flee. What a mystery! Liu Xiao shook his head in resignation as he watched Zhang Qingwan hurriedly escape. As a woman of undeniable rationality, Liu Xiao could only admire her from a distance. After all, it is indeed challenging to fall for someone who would sacrifice everything for revenge. Even considering her demeanor, Liu Xiao could not ascertain her true feelings. Nevertheless, he did sense that Zhang Qingwan was behaving somewhat unusually. Frankly, if Zhang Qingwan were to genuinely fall for him, rather than being motivated by family ties, he would have no objections. With a shrug, Liu Xiao ascended the stairs and returned to his office. It wasn't until the afternoon that he drove to the university. Xiaoyi, you may leave work early today. Handle any matters at the company via telephone, Liu Xiao instructed. Understood, boss, Zheng Xiaoyi replied with a smile. Aware that her employer was off to enjoy the pleasures of campus life. It was peculiar, having engaged in lively discussions with various business moguls in the morning. He now entered the university as if he were just an ordinary student, evoking an indescribable sentiment. Upon entering the dormitory, Liu Xiao was taken aback to find 3 individuals standing at the entrance, their eyes, as red as blood, fixated on him. Why aren't you 3 coming inside? Liu Xiao queried, puzzled. Surely, these 3 weren't suffering from some ailment? But as he peered inside, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yueshi, what brings you here? The trio, afflicted with severe beauty-induced anxiety, typically shied away from beautiful women. Although Gu Yueshi and the others were acquainted, they still hesitated to cross the threshold. I came to tidy up your bed. It's the first day of school, and the boys' dormitory permits girls to enter, Gu Yueshi replied with a smile. Old Pan. Stop loitering outside and come in, Liu Xiao said, rolling his eyes at the 3. Old Xiao, you really are a master at tormenting the single dogs. You knew we were all single, yet you brought over the stunning Gu, Pan Xingwen lamented, his gaze filled with resentment toward Liu Xiao. Did you have any idea how torturous this past vacation was for the 3 of us? Enough of that. When I introduced you to potential girlfriends, you didn't seize the opportunity, Liu Xiao retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the trio. Wu Qianqian's roommates were all quite lovely. Yet none of these fellows could capitalize on the chance. By the way, what are your plans for this year? Liu Xiao took Gu Yueshi's hand and sat down on the freshly arranged bed. We're already in our senior year. All that remains is the thesis. And most of our time is now free. This year, aside from those preparing for postgraduate studies or civil service exams, most of us should start considering our life plans. As the topic turned serious, the trio straightened up. Lu Gu, I'm heading back to the dormitory. Gu Yueshi whispered in Liu Xiao's ear as she completed the bed arrangement, feeling somewhat awkward lingering in the boys' dormitory. Especially since her first experience with Liu Xiao had taken place by the window. The sight of the familiar curtains evoked memories she wished to avoid. Once Gu Yueshi departed, Pan Xingwen and the others exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lifted. As for me, I plan to venture into the financial sector. I've interviewed with several financial firms in Jiangcheng, and I managed to get an offer from one of them. I'm determined to give it a shot. It seems I'm in for the 996 grind. Pan Xingwen chuckled. Initially, he hadn't intended to stay in Jiangcheng. But given its recent development and news of a colossal conglomerate establishing itself there, he reconsidered. By the way, my family is also planning to buy a house for me in Jiangcheng. I've heard that housing prices in the high-tech zone have been fluctuating wildly lately. So you guys need to help me strategize and finalize this matter quickly. Liu Xiao was taken aback by Pan Xingwen's statement. It dawned on him that the influence of his own business establishment was beginning to take effect. It seemed the housing prices in Jiangcheng would no longer be in the range of 7 or 8,000. A figure in the tens of thousands would likely become the norm. Listen, if any of you are considering development in Jiangcheng, my advice is to buy a house without delay, Liu Xiao earnestly advised. Now is the prime time for purchasing, otherwise, your meager salaries will hardly keep pace with the rising housing costs. Chapter 133, Esports. Indeed, old Xiao's words ring true. If you don't buy now, the prices will skyrocket later, Pan Xingwen nodded vigorously. Zhang Yin, what about you? Zhang Yin had recently been in a brief relationship, but it had only lasted a few days. As for me, I'm also contemplating staying in Jiangcheng to explore opportunities. Ideally, I'd like to secure a civil service position. If that doesn't pan out, I'll just navigate the financial world. Currently, I can still afford housing in Jiangcheng, so I'll discuss it with my family to see if we can arrange for a down payment. Zhang Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. To speak candidly, his presence in Jiangcheng is largely due to Liu Xiao. After all, everyone is well aware of Liu Xiao's substantial assets, amounting to several tens of millions. If he were to truly face insurmountable difficulties, would Liu Xiao really allow them to starve? Naturally, he would never voice such thoughts, as it would be rather ungracious to treat Liu Xiao merely as a financial lifeline. However, if the day comes when he can no longer manage, at least he would have someone to cushion his fall, wouldn't he? Moreover, it appears that Jiangcheng is on the verge of further development, and remaining here would surely yield dividends. As for me, I plan to spend a year in youth training, and if my skills prove adequate, Perhaps pursue 2 years in professional gaming. If that doesn't pan out, I will simply find a conventional job. Shui Xiaosong chuckled awkwardly. To become a professional, one must venture to the Magic City. At the age of 20, he is already a year younger than Liu Xiao and his peers. While not excessively old, he is certainly not a novice in the esports realm. The window for him to compete professionally may only last 2 to 3 years, and he is unwilling to squander that time. Among the group, he is the only one contemplating departure from Jiangxing at this moment. Liu Xiao nodded. Xiaosong, I've been considering forming an esports team lately. If you're interested, you could join me directly. Should gaming no longer be viable, you could take on a role as an analyst or coach, Liu Xiao suggested with a smile. This notion had actually been on his mind for some time. The promotion of Jianglu Group could indeed be approached from this angle. In the past life, professional teams were typically sponsored by large corporations. Furthermore, it must be said that the promotional impact was quite remarkable. With this opportunity at hand, Liu Xiao decided to seize it. Additionally, the domestic esports environment over the past 2 years has been rather dismal, with teams often crammed into small rooms, subsisting on instant noodles for the sake of their passion. Liu Xiao himself is a gaming enthusiast. Given this chance, he would be more than willing to elevate the industry. Lao Xiao, you're investing in esports? Shui Xiaosong was taken aback by Liu Xiao's words. Current investments are not as promising as those of the future. In fact, present investments might only amount to a few $100,000. Providing players with a salary of a few thousand and renting a space for equipment is about the extent of it. Yet, even such modest endeavors are rarely undertaken, as few have witnessed any returns. Shui Xiaosong too has not seen any returns. In his mind, investing in esports is akin to engaging in a losing venture. After all, the prize for winning a championship is merely $1 million. Investing so much, what if they fail to secure any accolades? Wouldn't that lead to devastating losses? Just tell me if you're in, Liu Xiao replied with a grin. Even if he were to explain the specifics of operation, Shui Xiaosong would likely find it perplexing. Liu Xiao was too disinterested to elaborate. Of course I'm in, Shui Xiaosong exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he nodded vigorously. He pursued esports purely in the spirit of chasing dreams, without any expectations of substantial financial gain. With Liu Xiao leading the charge, it seemed unlikely he would face starvation. All right, you'll come by Jianglu Group tomorrow and meet me on the 56th floor, Liu Xiao instructed cheerfully. Starting from scratch seemed too cumbersome. He preferred to acquire an existing club, especially since esports teams are currently quite affordable, likely costing only a few million. Jianglu Group, got it, Shui Xiaosong affirmed eagerly. I must say, Lao Xiao, you're quite impressive. If the company isn't sufficient, you're going straight for the group? Pan Qingwen approached with curiosity. A group and a company are entirely different entities. They had only just returned to Jiangxing and were aware of a large corporation moving into the high-tech zone, unaware that it was Liu Xiao's company. It's all just a bit of fun, Liu Xiao waved dismissively. With Shui Xiaosong's situation resolved, Liu Xiao did not intend to immediately assist Pan Qingwen and Zhang Yan. Since they were to develop in Jiangxing, they would inevitably cross paths with him later. Numerous financial and investment firms, along with internet companies, are now somewhat connected to Liu Xiao. It would be better for them to hone their skills for a few more years. If their capabilities proved commendable, Liu Xiao would naturally allow them to manage certain affairs. After all, it is preferable to have trusted individuals monitoring operations within a company. If all were outsiders, it would be easy for them to be manipulated or trapped. With Gu Yueshi and Wu Qianqian present, the initial stages would certainly be secure. However, as the company grows, more personnel would be required. Liu Xiao, being an orphan without relatives, could only rely on friends. In fact, he had already begun considering enlisting the help of his in-laws. After dining together, Liu Xiao returned to Yulong Jinyuan that evening. Xiao Gu, be gentle. You're pulling my hair. Wu Qianqian shot Liu Xiao a glare. Haha. Remember to go to the real estate company tomorrow and collect all the necessary paperwork. Things have been quite busy lately, especially with the merger of your company. Liu Xiao chuckled as he embraced Wu Qianqian. When it came to serious matters, Wu Qianqian adopted a more earnest demeanor. Xiao Gu, entrusting such a large real estate company to me feels incredibly daunting. Her family business only accumulated 2 to 3 million. Yet, Liu Xiao was now handing her Jianglu real estate, worth nearly 500 billion, a colossal undertaking. If it weren't for Zhao Bin working tirelessly beneath her, she felt that the company would collapse solely under her management. Relax, the real estate company doesn't constitute a major share of the group, and Zhao Bin's abilities are absolutely reliable. If you encounter anything you're unsure about, just consult him and learn gradually, Liu Xiao reassured her, patting her arm. Wu Qianqian nodded. In truth, her parents were utterly bewildered upon discovering the magnitude of the group Liu Xiao commanded. Initially, they had advised her against recklessly accepting a position under Liu Xiao, which she had also contemplated. However, The lack of trustworthy individuals on Liu Xiao's team left her no choice but to push forward. By the way, Qianqian, ask your parents if they would be willing to assist. If so, we could merge their company, making management much more convenient. Chapter 134, Breaking Through the Trillion Mark. All right, I'll talk to them tomorrow, Wu Qianqian replied, momentarily surprised before breaking into a smile. How could she have forgotten that her parents could contribute? Moreover, she had plenty of relatives. They could easily bring a few along. Certainly, higher positions should not be excessively awarded, but mid-level management could be filled comfortably with family. Using her relatives would make her feel more at ease. The next morning, Liu Xiao returned to the company once again. Boss, there are a few individuals outside who wish to see you. They claim to be your roommates, with one named Pan Xingwen leading the group. Zheng Xiaoyi informed Liu Xiao as she entered. Liu Xiao was taken aback, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. He had only arranged to meet Shui Xiaosong, yet unexpectedly, all his roommates had arrived. However, it matters little. After all, today he is coming over for two reasons: to address the matter concerning Shui Xiaosong, and to inform a few roommates about his current company. Let them in. Zheng Xiaoyi responded with a smile, and soon ushered the three individuals into the office. Before long, Liu Xiao caught sight of the three who followed behind Zheng Xiaoyi, their faces marked by awkwardness, and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyi, you may step outside, Liu Xiao instructed. His roommates truly were a bunch of talents. When confronted with a beautiful woman, each one seemed more timid than the last. All right, boss. Zheng Xiaoyi promptly closed the door behind her. Old Xiao, was that your secretary just now? Pan Xingwen exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as soon as Zheng Xiaoyi left. Indeed, Liu Xiao replied with a grin. My goodness, old Xiao, you certainly know how to indulge. Your sister-in-law isn't upset by this at all? Zhang Yin remarked, secretly clicking his tongue. In his eyes, Zheng Xiaoyi's beauty rivaled that of Wu Qianqian and Gu Yueshi. Moreover, her choice of a skirt added an extra touch of allure. But old Xiao, tell me honestly, what is the market value of your Jianglu group? If you claim it's several tens of millions, I certainly wouldn't believe it. Pan Xingwen swiftly took a seat opposite Liu Xiao. The grandeur of the office and its exquisite decor left the three feeling somewhat constrained. Haven't you seen the news? This is the new landmark of Jiangxing, Liu Xiao laughed heartily. News. The three were momentarily stunned, but soon recalled the sensational reports about the massive corporate establishment that had taken Jiangxing by storm in recent days. No way, it really is Jianglu Group, Zhang Yin exclaimed, rising in disbelief. The ribbon-cutting ceremony for Jianglu Group had only taken place yesterday, and many had overlooked the name, focusing instead on the throngs of people and the company's impressive scale. Now, with Liu Xiao's words, the three suddenly connected the dots. It wasn't that they were slow to react. Rather, they had never anticipated that such a colossal corporation would belong to Liu Xiao. This was an enterprise valued at 8 trillion. 8 trillion? Surely not that much, Liu Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. Xiaosong, take a look at this document. Liu Xiao tossed a prepared file to Shui Xiaosong. This pertains to an esports club I have just acquired. However, its previous performance was subpar, and the members for LOL have essentially been disbanded. I am entrusting this to you. Considering your experience playing at high ranks, identify those with strong skills and bring them on board to form a team. As for coaches and analysts, let the managers handle the recruitment. Old Xiao, surely you've miscalculated this budget for salaries? Shui Xiaosong replied, glancing at the document before hurriedly approaching Liu Xiao. Where's the mistake? Liu Xiao asked with a smile. Look here. You stated that for the team to enter the A-League, the salary for all official team members starts at 80,000. If they can enter the LDL, it's above 150,000, and for the LPL, it begins at 100,000, with annual signing fees exceeding 500,000 for the World Championship. That is correct. It's quite systematic, Liu Xiao nodded with a smile. But the salaries aren't that high. Currently, those participating in the World Championship earn only a few thousand. Shui Xiaosong was indeed at a loss for words. He was well aware of his own capabilities, having lingered in the high ranks for years. With his skill level, along with a few top-tier players from the national server, entering the LPL was undoubtedly feasible. In other words, if he participated in competitions, he could secure a salary of 100,000 in a very short time. Such remuneration far surpassed what one could earn from a regular job. This isn't a favor. You'll understand in due time. Liu Xiao signaled for Shui Xiaosong to accept. The star players of the future would surely command signing fees in the millions. Offering 500,000 was already a measure against the chaos prevalent in the industry. Hearing this, Shui Xiaosong was truly at a loss for words. Xiaosong, just listen to old Xiao. What he says undoubtedly carries weight. The others chimed in to encourage him. By the way, once you all start working in Jiangxing, be sure to send me your company information. After spending a little more time in the office, the three expressed their desire to leave. However, Liu Xiao took a moment to remind Pan Xingwen and Zhang Yan. All right, no problem. With old Xiao looking out for us in Jiangxing, we'll be practically invincible. The three joked lightheartedly. Enough, enough, off you go now, Liu Xiao said with a playful reprimand. After bidding farewell to the three, Liu Xiao returned to his office and checked in for today. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Congratulations, host, for receiving cash. 2 billion. Cash rewards have been issued. Please accept them promptly. Indeed, obtaining skill through check-ins was quite a challenge. Liu Xiao shook his head in resignation. He truly lacked for nothing in terms of money. Let us see. I'll just check in once every 7 days from now on. I hope for a major windfall that might yield some skills. Liu Xiao quietly closed the system page. Given the current scale of his group, even if he did nothing, there would be a steady profit each day. After all, it was an $8 trillion giant. The annual net profit typically exceeded 800 billion. Average daily. That amounted to over 200 million in effortless earnings. His grasp on cash had become rather abstract. In the following period, Liu Xiao consistently checked in for a full 7 days. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a world-class chip manufacturing factory. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a world-class mobile phone manufacturing factory. After a month of consecutive check-ins, he secured 4 rewards. While 2 were rather ordinary, the other 2 were substantial enterprises, a chip factory valued at 3 trillion and a mobile phone manufacturing factory worth 1 trillion. Liu Xiao, without hesitation, merged both companies into his holdings. Consequently, the market value of Jianglu Group successfully exceeded the trillion mark. Observing the company's assets before him, Liu Xiao shook his head in resignation. Now was the opportune moment to consider going public. Post-listing, the company's asset scale would undoubtedly expand further, potentially reaching levels of 3 to 4 trillion without issue. Yet, Liu Xiao had no such intentions. He preferred the current sensation of having everything under his control. Henceforth, he resolved to savor life to the fullest. Liu Xiao smiled wryly. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.